Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector, and as always, my co-host Donjabo Agi.
I have a beard, and with us, FDDNM.
Okay, Footnum is here. Internet looking
as always ish.
Yeah,
very crystallized you are.
Yes.
All right,
and our other host ish.
Priest2753. Thank you for
passing it off to our other host ish.
Sup?
Okay. So how have you guys been?
I watched a lot of anime.
Stall and open up the
surviving.
Through these past 2 weeks, I've watched over 21 episodes or 21 series.
Over 21 episodes? Wow.
I was gonna say you've watched much more than 21 episodes.
Oh yeah.
Well, you don't know that. Maybe he was just finishing all the crap he was constantly berating us with. Finally finished those last episodes.
Yeah, he watched one episode of all the things he...
the 21 shows. Okay, so I'm just trying to open up the copious amounts of articles real quick, which is undoubtedly going to cause some...
I have a singular
strain.
pickup today.
All right, we'll get to those after coronavirus news. And I did make the video
just after
public,
the
right?
virus passes in general.
Maybe. I see the YouTube now. YouTube.
Reese, I sent you the thing. You didn't even put it. Oh, I didn't send it to you, did I? Shit.
Did you put it in the Discord?
It's in Dropbox. Hold on.
I'll say with
subscribe.
If you're wondering why we're like a minute late,
social medias.
It's because of a joke that we were doing. What? There it is. Copy Dropbox link. For the love of God, Dropbox, why are you failing?
We just pranked all our viewers by being a minute late.
You could have just sent it to me in the messenger.
It says that it's synced, but like when I right click on it, Finder's not giving me the copy Dropbox link. I am gonna send it to you through Messenger now, and I'm just gonna paste it. See what happens.
Go
for it.
So, to my knowledge, I think I've watched all the Go Nagai series that's been English dubbed.
I'm sorry you had to sit through Devilman Lady.
How many is that?
Yeah. Especially what's even worse about that is I watched Hellsing first, then Devilman Lady. So, the pace just went far less for Devilman Lady. That was the original Hellsing I watched at that time. So it was horrible to go through. They had so much promise. Why'd they mess it up?
Brave has just completely stopped responding. So it's a miracle that I'm still moving in the webcam.
Oh, okay. Have anyone in the live comments?
Live.
Well, you were moving before I heard audio.
Thank you, Seb, for alerting us. It's good to know that I didn't leave it private because that has happened.
It's live.
Actually, it hasn't happened when we.
Booty call.
It hasn't happened when we've actually gone live, but there were times when I noticed before we went live that I hadn't said it correctly. More often than not, I just forget to monetize this though.
I said collection.
Okay, you know what? I'm sending it through the private chat here. See if that works. Because I can't wait for a Facebook chat to come up. I think I'm literally just sending you the title of the file.
That guy and edit to this guy above me, and they're trying to
spoil it.
It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's for our safety and the safety of our viewers. Oh no, it's just having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. Oh geez. Okay, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna screen share real quick, and I'm gonna get through these like 4 quick. Oh god, what have I done? Damn it, Reese. Okay, screen share.
Okay. Get better internet. Thank you.
Random 11, it's easier said than done.
Yeah. Well, it's especially right now because do I have to agree to cookies every single time I open up the stupid link? it's especially right now. It's difficult due to the fact that since so many people are home, the the internet companies are being taxed a lot more. Not it's more taxing.
My internet company literally said that they opened the floodgates.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So, if you guys would like to support,
You say nice, but it's still slow as hell.
If you guys would like to support the Open Chess Anime Podcast, you guys can do so through the OCA Podcast Patreon. If you would like to support the Anime Collector podcast, the Anime Collector channel. Sorry, I've had sugar for the first time in like a month or more because my son's birthday was this week, and it's totally destroyed my brain. You can do so through the Anime Collector Patreon, and then also there's Stealth Weeb. I don't have any more new designs, but I've got like 7 loaded up in the bucket that I'm about to do. Including some funny ones that I found from Dragon Ball Z while working on the Broly video that are pretty simple and also could be a good thing to own merchandise-wise. Anyway, I'm going to move these over here. And then let me stop screen sharing for a sec. I don't know why I would even do that. It's going to take another hour for me to even start that screen share again. The thing is that freaking Epic Game Store won't close. Like, god damn it, why are you open? It automatically starts every time I restart my computer, which I only have it because I needed to do stuff in Unreal.
Epic Games, the one that has spyware or whatever?
Does it?
Uh-oh.
Well, I don't think it's spyware, but it's like they have access to data.
I feel like my internet, as soon as I closed that thing, all of a sudden my internet got way better. If only the stupid Facebook chat would come up so I could send you something, Reese. Okay. Maybe through Discord. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Dropbox on my phone and grab the link that way because that's literally going to take less time than worrying about it here.
At that point, exchange emails and just...
You know what I've been doing? Every time the internet's too slow, I use my data.
Here, got it right here.
We're going, Tom goes to the mayor on FDDNM.
That took no time at all. Copy image.
Sorry, FDDNM, when you said that, your face was like totally frozen, but all the audio was very...
No, the audio was all choppy.
I think
like
we're
as soon as
all
you started
delayed,
talking about your
or
internet connection.
me and Brad have some sort of delays.
Oh.
He's frozen again.
Ooh, AC has...
Oh, no, he's not. His face is moving. Never mind.
He's ready to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anytime people wants to challenge him.
All right, here you go. Paste. Send. There we go. Jeez.
Oop, hello.
It's not even going to be worth
Hey.
it now.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
People are freaking out about CS:GO and Team Fortress 2 source code getting leaked and hackers. Yeah, I heard the person who leaked that did it as like revenge against the company or whatever. I don't follow it that much, but we'll cover some stuff about Team Fortress 2, namely the death of the voice actor. What is this thing floating around my room? All right, anyway. So I guess now's as good as time as any to just jump in and not worry about the fact that half the articles didn't load. It's okay.
Oh.
It's about as good as a normal podcast is going, right? Okay, so regarding Vic's lawsuit, there were more extensions and stuff filed. Other than that, that's all that's going on. So, however, regarding Funimation, it says here Funimation's Tamayomi simulcast was way worse than the Japanese airings. Now, here's the thing. I kind of beg to differ. I mean, they're definitely different, but I kind of think that in a lot of cases, the Funimation one is better. And in fact, when I very first heard about this thing, I thought that the person showing the comparison on Twitter was actually saying that Funimation's looked better than the broadcast in Japan. Like that they were talking about how Funimation got the better version. So here's the thing. Funimation's English simulcast for hardcore baseball girl anime Tamayomi's 4th episode has been noticed to possess a vastly, according to to Sankaku Complex. Inferior level of quality in comparison to what the Japanese residents got to observe on TV, immediately generating questions, but few actual answers. So I'm going to show you guys. I'm not actually going to show you the clip because we've had some issues in the past, but I'm going to scroll down and show you guys some of the screenshots. I might show you a part of the clip. We'll see. Many individuals observed this lapse in animation and art quality and uploaded comparisons online. The top images represent what Japanese citizens received, while the bottom is what Funimation had on the simulcast, right? So you can obviously tell that the anatomy just looks a little wonk, right? In the lower one, obviously. Like everything about it's just a little bit weird. But the thing is that if we actually watch this, and I guess I kind of have to show it so that you can actually see.
Just don't go in full string.
Look at her hand placement. She has the right one on top.
I'm trying to figure out which is the correct shirt.
So the thing is here that the top one, the one that the Japanese citizens got to see, most of the characters appear to be cell shaded, right? So I'm going to just go ahead and show you bits of it. Look how much more animation there is in the bottom one too. Also, like motion lines and shit in the Funimation one, apparently. Character has different hairstyle. But you can, like, these characters are clearly cell-shaded CG and, like, janky as fuck, almost to the point where I actually assumed when I first saw it that the top one was an animatic, like a previs animatic, and the bottom one was the one they were actually working on. They both look shit. Like, they look terrible. But like,
that's exactly what I thought when I saw the comparisons online.
I legitimately can't tell which one of these looks worse. They're both bad in different ways. You know, like this one has a little bit more higher fidelity to the outfit and shit. This one, I think this one looks better personally. I think the head looks like a wonky shape here. This is the one that Funimation had. I mean, it's hard to tell because like this has like the post effects on this character's hair, but not on this one, right?
I'm kind of baffled with the face being brighter than the others while they're in a shaded area, but I'm overthinking. Like the girl with glasses. Yeah.
Okay. This one too, like, is the top one really better? Like I can't even tell. I mean, I like the bottom one too, but obviously like the post effects are just like a stand-in because these are like actual shapes versus these just being like squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. Yeah, that's where they're gonna go eventually, kind of thing. Because you gotta get all the animation and stuff approved before you waste time making things look pretty. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, I don't know what's going on about this, but they have some speculation at the bottom, which I think sounds pretty solid. So once we get there, if the scroller ever starts working there, like, yeah. I mean, come on. Tell me
this is the shot I saw.
This.
Okay, so
Tell
top
me
one looks normal. Bottom one looks like chickens running.
Top one is also CG though. You know, I was thinking about this actually because I'm working on that Broly video, and one of the complaints that we had was about the CG. Now, I will say this. The CG in the movie doesn't actually look that bad on like a TV, but on the IMAX, it was so noticeable that it was very jarring. But I was thinking about like this potentiality you could do for building a rig to have levels of details in, because I think that one of the things that makes CG stand out, especially in the style of the Dragon Ball stuff, is that the level of detail in things like hands in a normal anime, especially when they're moving fast or whatever, they're gonna be like this, like a nub, right? Rather than perfect, all the fingers drawn every single time, you know, and all that stuff. And I feel like you could actually do that procedurally in a rig, so that you could have a slider that would allow you to differentiate how much detail is going to be in certain things like cloth or whatever, depending on velocity or something like that, you know? So like if the character's moving extremely fast, you're going to make it way less detailed and it would actually mimic the way that it would look in hand-drawn animation and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, those are just thoughts, observations, how I would do things. Again, this is.
Now, I don't know if you hear me with my delay, but that other picture had a CG model, and then there was the 2D. The 3D model made it look like a really crappy Clip Studio 3D stock model, and then the other one was 2D and looked really janky, but had dynamic pose. I couldn't tell which one was worse. I'm like, what?
Which one? For this one? For this one?
No, it was the first one.
This one over here? Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's so janky, like there's no character to it. You know what I mean? I mean, this looks terrible.
Really stiff.
Like this looks like the Western manification of women in video games and media, where they have to look less attractive.
It looks terrible, but at least looks dynamic and lively.
Especially this character with their roid form over here.
Let's see.
When they're like an extra foot taller.
Like they're constipated, trying to go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know what happened, but like I said, down here they've got some speculation. God, it's the studio dean of like what is it? 7 Heavenly Virtues or 7 Deadly Sins or whatever. It's like that style effect. Anyway, so here's what they said. Theorists have wondered if perhaps Funimation were handed the wrong cut, or perhaps an earlier one, so that they could translate / subtitle the episodes as soon as possible. Other speculation suggests that staff were potentially rushed. So here's what a quote from somebody says. So Tamayomi 4 was a disaster. It melted incredibly hard. But what is even more sad is that the staff probably had to rush to give the streaming platforms an early version, and the result is catastrophic, as you can see. So I don't know. I mean, it seems plausible that Funimation would perhaps get an animatic form, which is funny because I feel like this top one looks more animatic-y to me. Or that's not top one. This top one. What the fuck? Why are these? Why did you put these in the wrong order? The top ones look more animatic-y to me because they're using. Or sorry, the bottom one is the one that's supposed to be the new. What is going on here? Why does this look more higher fidelity than this? But then this one looks like. This looks like a 3D model to me versus this one, which kind of flips around the whole narrative. But anyway, you get what I'm saying.
I like that Mecha Guy's comment. Can't tell if it's a girl or a man with them huge shoulders.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, let me acknowledge Reese's got his new avatar up that I took all the time. To Photoshop. Literally, it's like, okay, we got 10 minutes before we go live. I can do it. And then it's like 4 minutes later, Photoshop's finally open for me.
Finally, anyway. Reese can cough and not affect us.
Yep. All right. So here's what we got here. So oh my God, I can't even scroll. Jeez. Okay.
For the next one, you should fix up my Jazz Hands version.
All right.
That one.
You mean the Jizz Hands?
I for some reason I named it Jazz Hands versions in my file naming.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you want me to fix that up by making you have a bukkake? Because I think I'm going to draw the line there. All right. Okay, so Hunter said CSGO has been safe to play. Leak was from 2017, so the updated game was most at risk. All right. Don't know anything about that. Random Lone says top looks way better. I mean, if you think so, I just think they both look pretty horrendous. But namely, the 3D model really stands out to me on the top ones. Lower one looks fake. Yeah, I agree with that. Some of it's so bad, it literally does look fake. The bottom one looks like they're in their schoolgirl skirts out in the outfield in that first shot. Are they?
Skirts.
Oh, yeah, because I think that one character on the picture... No, the picture had pants on. You mean... Oh, yeah, in the background because they're wearing shorts instead of... I don't even know. Anyway, continuing. Seb says, is it the same studio? Yeah, it should have been, I believe. Like, I think it was just like a pre-version, like we sort of speculated. Radamless says, laugh my ass off. COVID got them. It's like during the improvement process on the Japan one, they decided to make some good stuff look like shit to improve other stuff. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So I'll say this about the Broly CG: it looks way better than the Battle of Gods and Fukatsu no F CG.
PS2
Oh god, it looks so much better than that. Especially I used the Battle of Gods shot in the video to really. I wasn't making the comparison, but when we were talking about the CG in the series, I used that one because it's so awful. All right. RHYS Avatar from the back. Yes, it is. Oh, you rewatched it recently. Congrats. Good eye for recognizing that. All right, so let's move on. So
shirt of RHYS Avatar.
It is from the Beck ending.
it is.
It is a reference to a band called The Residents.
Yep. So Jamie Markey had a take so atomically bad that she finally used the blockbot. So basically, without going into too much detail, somebody retweeted I guess it was Sean Hannity was talking about the need to reopen the schools and saying that despite what you might think, they're speculating. I think this is bullshit, but they're speculating that the mortality cost would only be something about 2 to 3% in terms of total mortality. Now, people don't really understand like why people are actually protesting the lockdown and stuff. Like, I don't think people are straw manning. They don't realize any reason why you would want to protest it, so they just don't get it. But for those of you who haven't like thought through, which I think most people here get it, but for anybody who hasn't really thought it through, we can't stay in lockdown forever. Significantly more people will die from the lockdown than from the pandemic if we do, because if like our economy can only last so long. If the businesses start to go out of business, then that's unemployment that won't come back. You know what I mean? Like my business right now, actually, they just found out that somebody has been confirmed coronavirus in our warehouse. So that's going to be fun to figure out tomorrow what department they were in and what shift. But if they had to do this much longer, like they're already sort of on a path to try to get back into profitability because we lost money during our last peak season because all the products we were selling during Black Friday, rather. We didn't sell them.
Where do you work again?
Holiday.
No, during Black Friday, the products we were selling, even with our massive employee discount, were actually still cheaper on Amazon. So anyway, but if they have to keep going with this for an extended period, they won't survive. And then the 1,400 people that work at the warehouse I work at, they'll be out of a job. You know, and globally, a lot more people are going to be out of a job if the company doesn't survive. It's not just going to be my place. You know what I mean? So this long term will have much more negative effects. Not to mention the more important thing about freedom of assembly and all the civil liberties enshrined in the Constitution that are being stamped out due to government telling you, hey, no, you have to obey us. So you can't go to church. You can't assemble with people more than groups of 6 or whatever their thing is. You have to be 6 feet away, blah, blah, blah. Like literally the purpose of the First Amendment and the 9th and 10th Amendment are to alter and abolish your constitution, your government, when it's no longer working in your interests and stuff. Anyway, so those are obviously the main concerns. So they're talking about this. And then, of course, Feminist Next Door retweets it and says, new from the I deserve my guns more than kids deserve to live crowd. And then, of course, Jamie Markey decides to retweet that with this amazingly catastrophic apocalyptic tweet. They need the kids back in school, so there will be more school shootings again. That way they can sell more guns. Now, I'll tell you why this is such an apocalyptically bad, catastrophic tweet. Because she actually enacted the blockbot, finally, which is the one thing that I had to give her credit for up to this point. And so I'm just thrilled at the idea that I no longer have to see her bullshit because I am now blocked from viewing Jamie Markey's tweets. So happy day for me. Wait, it's like bed sheet. What are you and your account using?
Official.
What is
Twitter.
this about? Say what?
This is on her official
Yes, and it's as far as I know, she hasn't even deleted it. Right? Yeah, this is the Twitter that she uses and promotes products for Funimation and stuff. Which actually, she's removed her references to Funimation in particular from her bio. I think a couple months ago, maybe immediately after this happened. I don't know, but they basically, it seems like Monica and Jamie have both sort of had to distance themselves from Funimation due to the lawsuit and due to how bad they're making Funimation look. But anyway, that's all I got to say about this. Obviously, it's a catastrophically bad take. And I don't think she even believes this, but there's like a side of them that wants to demonize people so badly that they'll say this and pretend they kind of believe it. I don't think anybody actually believes that. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's unbelievably bad.
If this was still linked professionally with Funimation, then she should be fired. But it's kind of strange those who are trying to not cyber protest but go out and protest are getting this disease. I kind of find that funny, but oh well.
We fought the Revolutionary War during the Spanish flu, didn't we?
That was a
pandemic. So anyway, yeah, no, I'm just saying that look, this is you have to tread this line, and in fact, I'm going to go right into the next article here. Actually, no, I want to skip the next one and just I'm gonna verbalize this one and then move on because it's the one I actually want to get to after this one. So regarding the Kyoto Animation arson, they have now completely demolished the studio. So now it's completely gone. There's giant walls around it. And I got to say, not only do they have an amazing before and after that lines up almost perfectly, but it was so fucking hot right here that it actually melted the metal bars for the railing up here. Like, that's pretty insane, right? Anyway, so yeah, about the actual thing I wanted to get to. Oh, why? Oh, these are, hold on. Okay, well, I'm going to just have to reopen all these wonderful tabs because they came out of order due to the fact that I opened a couple of them. I should have just gone over the anime ones. Whoops. So this is definitely going to go swimmingly well with me having to tax my internet that hard again.
Which one?
Actually, I mean, it's possible that when I copied and pasted these and moved them around, Facebook has this new thing that it does where in the past, I really liked the Crunchyroll and Sankaku Complex articles because when I copied the headline from the article and pasted it into the doc, it would paste with the link already intact, right? And that was great. But now they've changed it so that when you do a regular Command V or Control V paste, it pastes with formatting. So all of them come in as titles rather than just plain text. So they're enormous and like they're separated from the rest of the text. So you have to paste with Command Option Shift V so that it pastes just the plain text without any formatting. Shit, I lost track of which one I was on. Anyway, I have to go back in and fix it. So moving stuff around is not as easy. But hopefully, yeah, it looks like it's fine. I just gotta switch back. All right. So here's some wonderful stuff that I need to swipe back into the conversation we were just having with. Assuming it loads. Damn it.
It shows up now.
Okay, so regarding Lishansky's messages here. Marky has a mental issue, yes. And that mecha guy says, yet she gets away with the lawsuit. I don't think she's out yet. I do think that she was at least smart enough to shut up sooner than the rest of them. Lishansky says, #MeToo is a powerful weapon. What kind of black market products are we talking? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah. And yeah, those are the characters that she voiced in her like Twitter headline or whatever. Me Too Trump card. Her house is not clean. Spanish flu is right after World War I. So which one? I forget which one we had during the Revolution where there was some sort of pandemic going on. But you're right. Spanish flu was later. Anyway, so YouTube censors and bans content that goes against the World Health Organization. So
That goes against the WHO.
So if it isn't abundantly clear, I'm not a doctor, and unlike pretty much everybody else that I see within like cancel culture and all that stuff, I respect my audience enough to know that they have a brain and that they're going to make their own decisions. But just in case it needs to be said, obviously I expect you guys to do your own research and come to your own informed decisions regarding anything that we talk about. And I appreciate the discourse and dissenting opinions when they come up, because I like anybody who wants to challenge what we're talking about and have us actually question our sources and all those things. Is very appreciative. So anyway, basically she says anything that goes against the World Health Organization will be removed from YouTube, and she cites things such as people who are claiming to have cures to the coronavirus. And then she goes on to say things like saying that vitamin C or turmeric is a cure or whatever. Those people are going to get shut down, which I think is funny because I know the exact type of people that she's talking about. And yet none of them actually said turmeric or vitamin C was a cure. They said turmeric and vitamin C is a immune boost, and you should be consuming it in order to help fight off the potentiality of getting and suffering from coronavirus, right? So I'm just going to say that this is an excuse claiming that these are the people we're going after, because I don't think anybody's actually said that. I think that that's bullshit. I don't think anybody actually made that claim. I think that they're using that as an excuse to get rid of any content they don't like. As every company does, as we've talked about numerous times with Steam and all these companies, they create a statement, we're doing it for this, but they phrase things so specifically so that they can actually just get away with getting rid of whoever they don't like. So we'll have to wait and see. And of course, aiding them in their valiant effort to stamp out everybody's opinion that they don't like, Twitter censors tweets exposing leaks of the World Health Organization, CDC, World Bank, National Institute of Health. Is that what it is? I think that's what NIH is, and the Wuhan lab. So I guess 4chan members, what's up? Why the giggles?
Kaiser Trigger's comment.
Talking shit about garbage policies today. My favorite content aside from my rotting brain watching YouTubers. Right on. Well, you've come to the right place, I suppose. Okay, so yeah, basically, I think 4chan members hacked or got through like phishing scams or something. They got into the Gates Foundation, World Bank, all these different organizations, right? And everything about it has been like censored and pulled off Twitter and any place where anybody's talking about it. So all the original Pastebin files were removed by the Pastebin staff, but thankfully their archive is still available. It contains username and passwords to access the CDC, World Health Organization, National Institute of Health, the Gates Foundation, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and the World Bank. By the way, I just want to establish, I think previously we reported, and I said this back then that I heard this. I didn't have it confirmed, but I heard this. That because we had talked about the Wuhan Institute of Virology, like the actual facility had the Chinese characters that translated to umbrella, right? And it used the umbrella logo and stuff. And then I said that my friend told me that it turned out that the guy who ran that facility's name was Redfield. I think he was mistaken because I later realized that Redfield, I think, is the guy who runs the World Health Organization, right? So I think that's where that connection was, and he was mistaken. I'm still not sure, but I just want to clarify that. Anyway, they said, I imagine those with the time and patience to comb through community threads and correspondence on forums or message boards from the hacked websites will eventually find out more about what really happened regarding the coronavirus, but whether or not they'll live to get it out to the public is another matter. So yeah, I think that it'll be interesting to see. I think that, so this is kind of the thing I wanted to make clear here. The coronavirus is a real thing, seemingly at least. People are suffering from it. And presumably people are dying from it, although it's hard to tell the way they're calculating it. But even still, like the acknowledgement being made that like it's a dangerous pandemic and whatnot, doesn't discount the fact that the usual suspects are abusing the existence of that pandemic for their own means and gains and whatnot. I talked about how I would have preferred full martial law for 2 months over dragging this out for a year and a half. Because if we had declared martial law, for example, and we had done a severe hardcore lockdown, we could have isolated everybody who had it and gotten back to work in 3 weeks, right? Because we would have been able to isolate every single person and found out essentially who had it or whatever. I mean, granted, if you did that, it could have resulted in some pretty bad pushback and all that. But I'm just saying that it would be easier to go back to normal for a society to return to normalcy from a 2-month change, especially a drastic change, than to roll this out over 18 months or more and have us not ever go back to normalcy because it becomes the new normal. You get what I mean? Anyway.
Well, no, I'm kind of liking this situation for bastard reasons.
Yeah, I mean, getting to work from home and only working 5 hours a day has got to be wonderful.
Well,
I'm on the front lines as an essential worker, so that's just great.
Keep in mind, I work like 12, 11 hours on Monday, Tuesday, so.
Okay. I'm at work 12 and a half hours every day I'm there. Let's not play this game. Anyway, so continuing though, Facebook also, the fact checker that issues the warnings about the misinformation reportedly actually worked at the Wuhan lab. I haven't read this article, but take that for what it's worth. Continuing here, PA Works Apare Ranman anime has been delayed due to COVID-19. In its stead, they're rebroadcasting Konosuba first season.
All right.
Card Fight Vanguard Gaiden If, which is just great name, guys. Anime has been delayed again to May due to COVID-19. Food Wars Shokugeki no Soma anime delays new episodes due to COVID-19. Digimon Adventure Healing Good Precure delay new episodes due to COVID-19. The Promised Neverland's second season has been delayed to January 2021 due to COVID-19. One Piece has been delayed. And Naruto Next Generation anime delays new episodes due to COVID-19. And The Millionaire Detective anime restarts airing from the first episode on July 16th due to COVID-19. Anyway, so also Capcom has told their employees to work from home, their devs to work from home due to COVID-19, and Sony Interactive Entertainment supposedly has a confirmed case of COVID-19. Also, I love this article from Anime Maru. CDC recommends wearing anime shirts to socially distance others from you. Right?
Oh, God.
I think that the headline says it all. We don't really actually need to read the satirical article. So Chile deems dead coronavirus victims as recovered. So once again, this is how we're having to sort through this, and this kind of goes back to certain debates. Like for instance, I don't want to get into the whole thing about it again, but like the anti-vax thing is when the conversation is happening from the perspective of understanding the systematical concept of vaccinations versus the intricate details of like you're having two different conversations.
You to inject whatever the government tells you to take.
It's not even about that. It's just that like we're having two separate conversations. If somebody is, for example, anti-vax, or somebody is even pro-gun versus anti-gun, like you're literally having two separate conversations, and you're never going to see eye to eye because you don't agree on the premise, right? And in this case, it's kind of like the same thing where it's like systematically we're thinking about people as the terminology for what recovered means. You think, obviously, any reasonable human being is going to look at the term recovered and think people didn't die and they no longer have the coronavirus. Yeah. But when you're from different states, city to city, state to state, country to country, people are using different terminology and classifying things differently. It makes it impossible to suss out the information properly. So this is an example of that. In a baffling statement made during a news conference, Chile's health minister, Jamie Manalik, has revealed that some of the sad souls that died as a result of the Chinese coronavirus have been deemed as, quote, recovered by the country. Chile's health minister asserted that people could count as having recovered from the disease as they are no longer contagious after death. We have 898 patients who are no longer contagious, who are not a source of contagion for others, and we count them as recovered. These people have completed 14 days since their diagnosis or unfortunately died. Health Minister Jamie Monelik said at a news conference. Monelik then went on to claim that this bizarre method of counting was recommended by, quote, international experts. To date, Chile has reported 8,273 cases of coronavirus infections with only 94 deaths and 2,937 victims who have recovered. With the latest revelation from Monelik, it has become difficult to estimate which cases have actually survived the virus and which have succumbed to it as recovered. Recently, the coronavirus pandemic has grown to over 2 million infection cases worldwide. By the way, 1 million of those are in the United States. I was off by what, like 3 weeks, maybe less, when I said that I fully expected us to have 1 million cases in a month from when we started talking about this. Anyway, so apparently China is furious, which this is a pretty charged headline. Who knows if they even care? As leading German newspaper writes out a 130 billion pound bill for coronavirus damages. Now, I think this is a very real thing that is actually going to eventually come to China, which I think would be, like, honestly, of all the countries to cause the coronavirus, for the rest of the world, it's great that it's China because they own most of the world's debt, especially the United States debt. So just cancel our fucking debt. You know, can you imagine Trump actually trying to run, or like, you know, just like always touting, yeah, you know, when I came into office, we were $20 trillion in debt. I wiped that out. It's like, no, really, it was actually China's fuck up. But yeah, it'll be great to hear you take credit for it because it'd just be hilarious. Anyway, but so this is actually a tabloid newspaper that did it, but I legitimately think this is going to be a thing. In the future, we're going to see, in the same way that Germany had suffered so severely after World War I, which literally put them in the situation to cause World War II because of the economic sanctions that were put on them due to the fact that they were the instigator of World War I. That's going to come down on China, and it's probably going to have even more disastrous effects in the next 20 years or so. As they... What's up?
World War III?
Oh, I think we're in World War III. I don't think war is going to look like what it did in World War II. I don't think it's ever going to look like that again, especially global wars. Because the thing about war is that one of the fundamental things about war, before we even had guns, you know, the most basic understanding of war is you have to starve out people's resources, right? So we do that through things like sanctions and whatnot. Like, we are waging war. What would in the past be seen as war, under the guise of, well, it's, you know, the United Nations made a decision and you need to pay us money or whatever. You know, we're at war with so many countries. It's just a soft war because there's not actual gunfire, you know. But obviously, anti-American sentiment, or any country, right, regarding this kind of thing, I think we're already in it. I just don't think it looks like what people necessarily expected it to be. Because it's taken a different form. In this case, ownership of media companies. China owns like 98% of Hollywood, right? Having spies in our high government offices. Chinese driver for what's the annoying Dianne Feinstein in California? Turned out that she had a Chinese spy employed as her driver for like 50 years. You know, that's the kind of war that I think we're going to see. That I think we have seen, and that we are already actively in, right? And then there's going to be the. In fact, my exterminator, who comes out for my scorpion spraying and all that, he's convinced that China released the coronavirus. Again, this is his theory. I don't want to lend any authoritative credence to it because I don't have any proof to back it up, but he thinks that China released the coronavirus in retaliation to the sanctions that were put on them, by the UN because Trump has gone out of his way to try to bring manufacturing stuff back to America by putting tariffs and stuff on Chinese products. So China got hit economically, so they decided to crash the American economy. That's my exterminator's theory on it. I'm just throwing that out there. But anyway, oh gosh, that's an interesting concept. Okay, let me pull up the some of these comments here real quick. People are suffering from the virus, but people can't be kept in lockdown forever. A lot of politicians and celebrities want it to continue, of course, because it's advantageous. It's especially advantageous for the politicians.
They're still getting full pay.
Right. See, that's the thing is that if you want the lockdown to end, what Trump needs to do is sign a what do you call it? An executive order that gives the politicians the stimulus pay that we're getting. You know what I mean? Give them $1,200 a month, and see how quickly they reopen the world. You know, the longer they have with us locked down, the longer they have to plan their garbage. Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, right now they're trying to pass through emergency bills to end end-to-end encryption. To make it so that you can't encrypt any data anymore, make it that much easier for government surveillance and spying and whatnot. I only like lockdown if I have a source to quickly and safely and cleanly replace vape parts and buy stuff without waiting 17 days quarantining things. Bro, if I were you, I would cut it with the vape for the time being, at least, because your lungs.
Well, thank you.
Well, if you got the coronavirus,
and isn't it like helpful to the coronavirus?
Yes.
By that I mean like it helps you get it.
Well, it makes your lungs. It makes it harder for your lungs to defeat it, right? And we'll talk a little bit about why it attacks the lungs in another article coming up. Letting dead people count as active votes. Yeah, that too. Yeah. China's Winnie the Pooh is furious that people want them to pay. Winnie the Flu is how it's pronounced. Winnie the Flu. That Becca guy said, good, they must pay one way or the other. Yeah, I see. We'll see. We'll see how this ends up going. I expect that I'm going to be clear about this. Again, I'm not upset with the Chinese people. I'm upset with them for other reasons. Apathy, lack of reasoning, lack of will to actually fight communist dictatorships. But I'm much, much, much more upset with the Chinese government. I want to make that abundantly clear, right? I think the time for war has come and gone, like years ago. And I fully expect that world leaders are going to kind of sweep it under the rug and just like, we're gonna let it slide, go back to, like, we just need to recover. We need to heal as a people. You know, the world is, and it's like, no.
You need to hold hands.
This isn't Enron. We're not going to slap people on the wrist. We really need to make this, you know, like this really needs to be, you need to make an example of people who were instrumental in this leak and all that. So, like, that needs to happen. And we'll cover some more stuff in the very next article here. Kaiser Trigger says, can't wait to see when the Communist Chinese Party finally rises the Chinese people's adrenaline enough to make them storm their places and burn their ivory towers to the ground. I don't know that that'll ever happen, honestly. The Chinese are so lockstep together with, I mean, we look at what happened with Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong was the big thing, and then boom, this happens and it's gone, you know? The free Hong Kong protests and stuff. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go. Carter says, I can't wait to see how Hollywood will try to make a trademark for even filming yourself so that you can't even share homemade movies with each other. I'd like to see them do that and then have to try to sue literally everybody who's ever uploaded a YouTube video. That would be funny. Not even allowed to own a camera unless it's made in China with their ability to spy on you. I mean, they're already doing that. If you have Siri enabled on your phone, and probably, honestly, even if you don't, it's listening to you 100% of the time. You know, I can't tell you how often my wife will say something that sounds similar to Siri, right? She says something completely unrelated, and it clicks on and says, I'm sorry, could you repeat that or whatever? Because you couldn't didn't realize it wasn't a question or whatever. That Becca guy says, I share the same feelings, just to be clear on my perspective. Okay, so continuing here regarding all this stuff. China threatens Australia over coronavirus investigation.
Ooh.
Some good...
Not the koala.
Nice political cartoon there. So China is now threatening economic consequences. Again, this is how war is fought these days. This is war. It's not World War II style war in terms of combat and bomb dropping stuff. This is as effective, though. And I would say that it's even more effective because you don't even know that you're under attack because you don't feel it right away the way that you do when a bomb goes off. You know what I mean? So China is now threatening economic consequences for Australia after the Antipodean nation. Antipodean is that's like what they call the people of Australia, or things of or relating to Australia, right? Kind of like oceanic or whatever was another terminology for stuff. Anyway, after the Antipodean nation called for an independent investigation over the country, meaning China, over the country's handling of the coronavirus outbreak, perhaps hinting that Beijing is desperate to hide something, referring to the threat. Which, I mean, anybody who needs to threaten you over something, like, hey, you better not do that, is kind of a sign you probably should do it, you know? Call their bluff, especially right now. Definitely go after them. So Australia's foreign minister has complained of coercion after China threatened to economically cripple the country if it initiated an investigation. Ambassador Cheng Ye, I don't even know how that's supposed to be pronounced, said that Australia, which has China as its largest export market, would be heavily boycotted if it was seen as, quote, unfriendly to China. That Beijing official also hinted that the Beijing official also hinted at disproved conspiracy theories that the virus was created by the United States. Okay, so the Beijing official hinted that he hinted that the United States created it. Anyway, so this is, again, it's like there's this thing called freedom of association, right? And the government can choose to war with another country against the will of its people, because it's like, okay, so I don't know what the major export of Australia would be. Let's say it's eucalyptus. I don't know. But let's say that they're exporting eucalyptus, and Chinese people say, no, you can't have eucalyptus anymore because we're mad at them. The Chinese government's mad at them because they tried to expose our corruption. So you guys can't import that stuff to your stores anymore. You know what I mean? That's the kind of what they're doing. Anyway, Australia has so far refused to back down to Beijing's thinly veiled threats and is seemingly pushing even more strongly for an independent review of the COVID-19 outbreak. See, the problem is that it sounds like, from this article at least, it sounds like this thing, damn, guys, somebody should really look into that. Looks around. America? Germany, are you don't you think somebody should look into it? You know, like they don't want to do it.
You okay?
Yeah.
Anybody? You're on our flag.
Yeah. Hello, the Queen. China's attempts to intimidate those who call for an independent investigation are unlikely to be seen as the actions of a country that has nothing to hide, and are instead far more likely to be interpreted as evidence of guilt. It'd be interesting to think, what would you even do if another country came in and just fucking conquered China? Just imagine that. China literally has more people than any other country in the world, and people are a country's greatest resource. Now, just imagine if all of a sudden America, 50 states, and China, you know, like
it's not called China anymore. It's called New China. No, New Chinatown.
It's yeah. I don't even like the jokes. The jokes are coming and going so fast that none of them are funny. Anyway, but yeah, it'd be so weird to all of a sudden have like a country come in and we used to have a population of 130 million. Now we have 1 billion, 130 million, right? I can't tell you, man, we had to lower our tax rate because we couldn't even hold all the money we brought in through our tax. Our bank wasn't big enough. You know? All right, enough of this.
For some reason, after we took over China, all of our deficit just disappeared.
Yeah. No, all of a sudden we get to control all the other countries because we own their debt. Japan expands state of emergency to cover the entire country to limit the coronavirus spread. To which Sword News 24 asks, what state of emergency? People in Tokyo defy requests to stay at home during the coronavirus outbreak. This looks like downtown, like California.
Probably is.
No. Well, I got more articles to share.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Actually, I probably should have just pulled the next one up because some of the pictures are already in it. All right. So, and of course, I have to open all these again because I didn't get all the way through it previously. Ugh. Oh my God. Come on. All right, we got him. All right, so continuing with that theme of what lockdown, crowds pack Japan shopping arcade despite the pandemic emergency and the state of emergency, right? So yeah, we got more indication that they're not quite social distancing, are they? Now, there's some interesting stuff here for Japanese legality. Oh, also, we got this one. The deserted Tokyo freeway is now an open road for the, quote, roulette gang, which apparently is a gang of racers that were big in the 90s that they come out and they call them roulette gang because they go around these loops that go in circles and they look like a roulette wheel with the cars all chasing each other, you know? Anyway, so that's been a thing. New coronavirus cases in Tokyo dropped to lowest level in almost 2 weeks. So reduced number of new infections coincides with strengthened calls from the government for people to stay at home. On April 26th, 72 new cases of coronavirus infection were confirmed in Tokyo. This is the first day in nearly 2 weeks for Tokyo's number of new infections to drop below 100. Of course, fewer than 100 people being infected instead of more than 100 is good news in the same way that being kicked in the crotch but having your assailant's foot hit only one of your testicles is good news. So a troubling wrinkle in the statistic is that out of the 72 new cases, doctors have only been able to determine the source of transmission for 20 people. So leaving it a mystery as to how the other 50 became infected and leaving open the possibility that whoever is affecting them is still infecting other people. There's also the possibility that the dip in new cases is simply a result of fewer people seeking medical attention / being tested for infection on the weekend, and that a number of cases that simply weren't diagnosed on the 26th are simply going to show up in the numbers for the rest of the week. One of these articles covers something interesting about what the government's actually allowed to do regarding the emergencies. Also, as we've covered in the past, this manga artist or author says mochi is more dangerous than the coronavirus. This is
because of the choking on mochi thing.
Yeah, because the elderly people choking on it.
That's exactly it.
So, controversial mangaka Yoshinori Kobayashi has made headlines by asserting that murder mochi is overwhelmingly scarier than the coronavirus, causing far more deaths thanks to its tendency to cause suffocation.
Sounds like a death episode.
The Gomanism Sengen author took to his blog to claim, no doubt sarcastically, that, quote, murder mochi should be eradicated on the basis that it has been far more deadly in Japan than the Chinese virus. Kobayashi quotes a colleague as saying that while the virus has so far been blamed for 334 deaths in Japan, asthma kills 1,500 every year, and mochi kills that number in average in January. This implies that mochi could be over 50 times more deadly. Some may object, however, by pointing out that the scale of the outbreak in Japan may be larger than is implied by the official numbers. Japan has done far less than other developed nations, between 10 and 20 times less, relative to the size of the population. And Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has previously been forced to deny accusations that the country has hidden the actual numbers of deaths by simply recording them as, quote, pneumonia. Yoshinori Kobayashi has courted controversy before, developing a reputation as, quote, far-right, and being accused of, quote, historical revisionism regarding Japan's conduct in the Second World War. Well, what else is new? What else we got here? Kaiser Trigger says, I meant having a camera that's just a camera and it's spying on you, like owning an older camera that's not registered to you, like in Metal Gear Solid 4, but with guns. Yeah, so, so I got you. So, like, you have, like, a fingerprint scanner before you can even use a camera. I mean, good luck trying to wield that power, Hollywood. I wouldn't put it past them eventually, because I think Hollywood is about to have, like, a volcanic meltdown, and all of it's just going to collapse, all of it. And I think that I wouldn't put it past them to try something as ridiculous as that. Not the drop bears, referring to the koala. Chinese government social credit system that is such a pinnacle of corruption, not to mention forced abortions and population control. Social credit is the death of credibility of anyone who supports it. Yeah. Wait, mochi, a food that probably no one has ever died quick deaths from. Clown world never reaches max level. So the thing about mochi is that we've covered this on the podcast before. Elderly people in Japan during the months of January, when they have like their mochi festivals or whatever, every year elderly people die from it because it's so hard to swallow. It's so chewy that they actually can't get it down their throat, and it kills them, right? Because apparently they don't use the Heimlich maneuver in Japan. And then the only thing Japan did was what it needed to. Well, two things: close down and social distancing, and to Taiwan #1. So there's a reason that things are the way they are in Japan. But the thing about Japan, so there's numerous things. I'll probably get recovered in a minute about Japan. Is that number one, they've got the aging population, which is making this really dangerous.
They got the Asian population.
Wait,
aging population.
I heard Asian too.
Agony.
They've got that severely aging population, so that's working against them economically hardcore. Because even if first of all, have you guys seen? So elderly people not getting that they're elderly. Yeah, basically. I'm young again. The old Mochi Festival makes me feel young in me bones.
Old enough for a second childhood.
All right, anyway, so did you guys see that leaked video from the Senate floor where the guy's talking, like one of the senators or whatever's talking to the other senator, and he says, you can take your mask off, right? We're not, it was a hot mic moment, right? Where they didn't know that they were being recorded. And he talks about how CDC or like there was a study that just came out that said there's like 3 million cases in California, right? And like, so the point is, I'm throwing the numbers out there. I'm pulling them out of my ass. I don't remember what the actual thing is. I can link you the video to the leaked thing. But the idea was that the government knows that there are far more cases of coronavirus in the United States than they're leading us to believe, which is entirely possible. I'm not going to rule it out. And that the idea is that if there are that many more cases than we've been led to believe, then the mortality rate is actually significantly lower than they've led us to believe. Because if that many more people have it, then obviously the people who have died from it, then the number gets dwarfed by the rule of averages, right? This many people died versus this many people actually had it, right? But now the big issue though is that even if the percentage, the mortality rate compared to the flu is less than the flu, if 1,000 times more people get it, then it doesn't matter that the percentage is lower. More people are still going to die. You know what I mean? So I think that's a big. I think it's that that needs to be kept like in perspective, right? But they go on to say in this leaked video on the Senate floor or whatever that everybody here is already vaccinated. implying that there's already a vaccination, right? So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I have yet to see people there's a lot of things actually that I thought we were going to cover on this podcast that none of our normal outlets seem to even touch, Kim Jong-un disappearing and hasn't been seen for like 3 weeks. Like nobody's talking about that. And I thought that at least one of the outlets we'd cover, Sword News 24, Sankaku Complex 1, I thought at least one of them was going to cover it, but so far, not really. Anyway, continuing here, Osaka mayor says pachinko should be banned. Right? Also from the Osaka mayor, men should do more shopping because women dawdle too much. Dawdle too much. Sorry.
I think this guy has some marriage problems.
I mean, is he wrong?
He doesn't know my dad.
Expiration dates, by all means, dawdle.
He doesn't know that Reese's dad is actually a woman.
I'm not going to touch that. There were some jokes there that didn't need to be said. Okay. I do the shopping for my family, and I have for a long time just because it's so hard to get the kids out of the house and everything. But yeah, I'm way faster at it than the rest of the family. And the few times I do take the whole family, like my wife takes forever there. So I'm not saying he's wrong, but there are ways to phrase things, you know. The Abe government is thinking about stamping out, quote unquote, because that's like the meme, the pun here, the Hanko seals in order to promote working from home. So if you don't know, in Japanese business, rather than a signature, they use the Hanko seal. Right? Everybody has their own personal seal, and that shows up on legal documents and whatnot, and that indicates that you signed off on it. To which I'm actually really surprised that they haven't already digified this to the point where it's like tied to your IP address and has like a, you know what I mean? Like it seems like that should have been a thing already.
I wouldn't tie it to an IP address. Maybe your license, since they have a more advanced.
No, I'm saying so you could do it online, and I'm saying you don't have to be there in person for all the times you need to do it. The way that, for instance, in America, you can sign something. It says by typing your name, this is your signature, kind of thing. Like you think that they would have a digital thing where you could actually have a digital Hanko to stamp something and have it linked to your IP address to show that it came from your authorized computer, right? So that it's harder for people to counterfeit, right? Being a level of code with like encryption and whatnot, rather than just a picture of your Hanko seal going down, right? It actually has more to it than that. I'm surprised that's not already a thing. But basically, the idea is that because the entire Japanese system runs on this Hanko system, by having it makes it harder to work from home and not be in person at every meeting and everything. Continuing, Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's approval rating plummets farther than any other developed nation, even Macron in France. Which is pretty unbelievable. So this is the next general election is scheduled for October 2021, right? Meaning that Abe has 18 months to improve his image in the eyes of the Japanese public, unless a snap election should be called. So anyway, there's Abe. Here's Macron. I think Trump is like way up here. No, that's Modi. Where's Merkel? Merkel's down here. Trump is the orange one, of course. So he's like right here.
To address Kaiser Trigger with the last comment he made. So basically, men are the only ones who
get shit done, at least in the eyes of a lazy politician. Yeah, that's the way he phrased it. Yeah, that's why I said there's a way to
phrase it. Another way to look at it, from his perspective, maybe he's probably seeing more men pay taxes than women, so that's why he's having this bias for what he's saying. Just to throw that out.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because women are the reason that half of the government officials get elected in the first place, because they are the ones who vote for their bullshit.
Yeah, I don't live over there, so I don't know.
All right, so Shinzo Abe has a history of being Japan's own Obama, from what I've heard. I know he's part of the Liberal Democratic Party, which is the Japanese Republican Party. Continuing. Olympics could be canceled entirely if the virus is not under control by next year. So they went on to say the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games Organizing Committee president has said that the postponed games could be canceled entirely if the coronavirus pandemic is not brought under control by 2021. Yoshiro Mori responded to the questions about whether the Tokyo 2020 Games could be postponed again until 2022 if the situation has not improved significantly by next year. The committee president said in no uncertain terms that the games would be scrapped rather than postponed again if they are not able to be held next year. This may be partly due to the significant financial cost of delaying the games a second time. It has been reported that moving the games to 2021 has so far added 300 billion yen to their budget. However, Mori also told reporters that the games would be, quote, much more valuable than any Olympics in the past if they could go ahead next year after winning the battle against the Chinese virus. I mean, yeah, I kind of see this. They're going to try to use the Olympics as like the rallying point for the whole world about we beat it. We did it, everybody.
Yeah, toss the torch.
Yeah.
My thing, like, postponing to next year, like, all these athletes who are in their prime right now are not going to be in the prime next year. They're not going to keep the training regimen up. Like, they're going to get in a
slump. Not only that,
and then it's going to be like, you know,
the sponsorships, the funding for their training, all that shit's like, fuck them. They're gone. You know, like, my heart goes out to them. Japanese health system on the brink of collapse. Another article I didn't share because it was in Japanese. Talked about hospitals, ambulances showing up to hospitals and being turned away because there's not any beds left. Right.
Wow.
So, you know, I don't know. There's not much to say about this other than they're full. A lot of them are full. For a lot of different reasons, but. Also, hairs, insects, and stains found in masks distributed by the Japanese government. So, you know, the whole every household's going to get 2 masks. Yeah, well, here you go. Not exactly the protection we were looking for. Ever since the novel coronavirus began making news at the beginning of the year, masks have become almost as valuable as real-world currency, with people going to great lengths to stockpile them, resell them, and purchase them at exorbitant prices. The government has put a number of measures in place to try and alleviate the resulting mask shortage by enacting a mask resale ban with prison time for violators and spending 46.6 billion yen, or US $432 million, to send out 2 reusable cloth face masks to every household in the country. Which you guys recall, we showed that before, how like they had all those memes about the families of 4 where they have like the mask stretched between 2 different people and not covering either of their faces, right? Because they're all trying to wear the 2 masks at once. Oh. The Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare is also stepping up to help provide people with cloth masks, specifically pregnant women, who have been receiving them with the maternity health record book issued by their local municipality. According to a number of municipalities, though, the masks have been arriving with defects like hair and stains on them. So supposedly because these are cloth masks, they may already have been used and they're like recycling them.
That's still
like,
gross.
What's going on?
That defeats the purpose entirely.
No, I was thinking.
I mean, because it's either that or the stains are some guy jerking off in the bins.
Yeah, right? I was trying not to say that too. Because how else would hair and stains get in there?
Well, I mean, the hair could be from a beard wearing the mask at one point, but yeah, or just, you know, like, because it goes over your ears. Maybe if it was like a woman's hair, like the long hair is stuck underneath the strap or whatever, and then as you try to pull your hair out from the side, it like one of the hairs comes out and gets stuck. You know, it's possible.
It's
right?
disgusting.
It is gross. The Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare made the admission on the 18th of April, saying they had received 1,901 reports. Almost 2,000 reports of defective masks from 80 municipalities. About 500,000 cloth masks for pregnant women were posted nationwide from the 14th of April, but a number of them were reported to be discolored and found to have hair in them. The ministry has asked municipalities to refrain from distributing defective products, saying they will be replaced with new ones. A representative from the ministry says 19.3 million cloth masks were already distributed to nursing homes around the country. To date, reported defects include 1 case of hair found in a mask given to a nursing home and 1 case of insects found in another. 1 case of hair? Okay.
Are they training monkeys to pack this stuff?
I mean, if you view people as monkeys.
Oh, no, not the Frieza terminology. I mean, the actual banana-eating, vine-swinging kind. Not Tarzan.
Okay. So to date, reported defects include 1 case of hair found in a mask given to a nursing home and 1 case of insects found in another. So this is what's really disheartening about this. So there's 1,901 cases, right? 1 case involved hair. 1 case involved insects. 1,899 were stains, right? Which was sent out as part of the distribution to elementary, junior high, and special needs schools. Right. Okay. So while details regarding the type of insect found in the cause of the dirt-like stains weren't revealed, there goes the. I mean, you're stamping out the thoughts here. Dirt-like stains. I guess it must have been that guy. We covered that Chinese guy stepping on him in the facility, rubbing him all over his shoes.
We hope it's dirt, not
shit.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, because there's no more toilet paper, so the guy had to take
right. That's what.
Why not make a mask out of toilet paper then?
Because there's no more toilet paper. That's the point.
No, once it comes back in stock, when you have masks for your toilet paper
supply, still out of stock at my store. Last time I went to the store, was there's
for toilet paper. Well,
yeah,
masks on our toilet paper, FDDNM.
Right.
What is that?
Dirt-like stains weren't revealed. The Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare says they have asked the 4 manufacturers who produce the masks to thoroughly inspect and review their production systems. They also say the cloth masks being sent to general households as part of the national government's nationwide distribution scheme, which began on the 17th of April, are undergoing thorough visual inspection checks to ensure the possibility of defective products is reduced. Just reduced, not stamped out or anything. They're just going to reduce it. Oh, we got one of the hairs in this box. Given the flack the Abe government has received over the 2 mask distribution plan, they certainly don't need the added problem of defective masks to inspire more memes on the internet. All right. So now, list of shame from Japanese government may be the next weapon in fight against coronavirus. So,
AC, did you wash your hands?
I haven't left the house today. What are you talking about? List of shame from Japanese government may be next weapon in fight against coronavirus. Politician wants people to know which businesses in one high-risk industry are ignoring warnings during the state of emergency. Ding, 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 ding. Guess which industry it is. Damn it. Come on, load. Load.
Tell us the pictures. Tell us the stories with the pictures. Show us them pictures.
It's the pachinko parlors. Anyway, so because of the way the Japanese legal system is structured, the government can't actually order businesses to close or people to stay in their homes. And so there are still a surprising number of people out and about enjoying their normal leisure activities, like there isn't a deadly coronavirus pandemic going on. There we go. Same picture, actually.
Yeah.
Now it resets. I'm not even going to read it. Screw it. All right. Also, I love this. So de Blasio has set up the snitch line. Did I lose my? Shit, I lost it. I lost an article here.
Are you sure you want to call that loss? I think we hit gold on the previous article there.
No, I got it. It's there. Hold on. No, it's just later. So de Blasio's snitch line was flooded with dick pics, Hitler memes, and rare birds. So Bill de Blasio, in true gulag fashion, has called on the citizens of New York to snitch on their neighbors. So he rolled out a full lockdown of New York City, encouraging people to snitch on anyone violating the government's edicts, regardless of their constitutional rights. So, as you guys will recall, during the gulags, the communist Russian government was sending people to pretend to have dissident thoughts about the Russian communist government's way of doing things. And they were sending them out to act like a dissident so that they could see if that person they sent out, if their neighbor would call them out. And if their neighbor didn't call them out, then they would go to the gulags, right? And so like they set up this whole thing where you had to if you saw any anti-communist rhetoric, you had to report on your neighbor. And sometimes your neighbor was doing it. So if you report on your neighbor goes to the gulag. But if your neighbor was put up to the task and you don't report on your neighbor, then you go to the gulag, right? So basically that was their way of setting it up so that everybody had to snitch on each other, and they were able to hold the control, right? And that's essentially what Bill de Blasio is trying to do in a way without the gulags, but still quite a horrible way of doing things. So this is the response he's gotten. Here you go. Here's some people violating the 6 foot rule, right? So here's
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah. To those turning in your neighbors and local businesses,
I thought you meant 6 foot tall for some reason. I'm like, oh no, I'm breaking that rule.
Calling all the Karens. I'd like to report New York Governor Cuomo, his daughter, and George Stephanopoulos, #stay home, # de Blasio brown shirts, right? The hills are closed, right? Hello, 911. I'd like to report, and like quote tweeting New York Health Commissioner. Here's your subway dolts, right? So great job, guys. And then, of course, Joey Salads has to come in here and say, literally, de Blasio, the communist. And then, hey, guys, follow me if you support Trump. I expose the Dems daily. Like, oh, dear God, go just disappear, Joey Salads. Also, snitches get stitches. And then the New York mayor getting like pictures of himself, and all sent in, and all. Not by actual Trump, but by hashtag or at real Trump Force. At block numbers. Anyway, eat a bag of dicks. All right. So there were so many memes that by Tuesday, the hotline temporarily went down to allow for the police to sort through the ceaseless tide of memes and dick pics. So I have never been more proud of my country than I am at this moment. Continuing, the Michigan governor threatens a quarantine extension to punish protesters. That'll do it. That'll stop them. Right. This is like
Michigan's not been doing well lately.
The old saying, you can't let the inmates run the prison. I always think about that when I think of remember when we saw fireworks and the teacher was completely so clearly incapable of controlling the student that was like hopping on the desks in the Cubert fashion, right? That's what I'm thinking about. This governor's response, like, if you don't, I'll turn this car around, like,
okay,
don't make me extend that quarantine, like,
oh no, don't do that, I'll just watch more shows.
You don't even live in Michigan. What do you care?
I don't even
Right. So fact check, hospitals get paid more if patients listed as COVID-19 on ventilators. Hold on one second. What's up, babe?
Yeah, I don't know where this article's going, but I suspect they're getting paid more because ventilators cost a lot more. But let's see what he says.
No, I have a bag of chips that's already like empty.
Oh, he has a bag of chips. Watch out, people. He's going to go run.
Where's the bag? Oh,
I didn't know. I'm fine.
Okay. All right. Okay, so hospitals get paid more if patients are listed as COVID-19 on ventilators. So Senator Scott Jensen, who's a Republican from Minnesota, Republican senator, who's also a physician in Minnesota, claimed that hospitals get paid more if Medicare patients are listed as having COVID-19 and get 3 times as much money if they need a ventilator. Now, by the way, literally this morning, Project Veritas released a video where they were talking to funeral directors in New York who were saying that everybody who's coming in, like pretty much every single body that comes in to the funeral home, is being listed as having died of the coronavirus, even when it's abundantly clear that that's not what killed them. Even to the point where some people are related to, you have to watch the video yourself, but one of the people saying that they had a story from somebody whose cousin or whatever was a district judge or a Supreme Court judge or something like that, and they managed to get their person who had died of quote-unquote coronavirus tested for, they had an autopsy done on them and determined, they did not die of coronavirus, right? So it's just interesting that there seems to be a lot more credibility to this claim. And for reasons that we'll sort of get into here, the hypothetical seems to be actually happening. So how can anyone not believe that increasing the number of COVID-19 deaths may create an avenue for states to receive a larger portion of federal dollars? Already, some states are complaining that they are not getting enough of the CARES Act dollars because they are having significantly more proportional COVID-19 deaths. Hospital administrators might well want to see COVID-19 attached to a discharge summary or a death certificate. Why? Because if it's a straightforward garden variety pneumonia that a person is admitted to the hospital for, if they're Medicare, typically the diagnosis-related group lump sum payment would be $5,000. But if it's COVID-19 pneumonia, then it's $13,000. And if that COVID-19 pneumonia patient ends up on a ventilator, it goes up to $39,000. So Jensen clarified in the video that he doesn't think physicians are, quote, gaming the system so much as other players, such as hospital administrators, who he said may pressure physicians to cite all diagnoses, or however that plural is supposed to be pronounced, including, quote, probable COVID-19 on discharge papers or death certificates to get the higher Medicare allocation allowed under the coronavirus aid. Why am I highlight? Damn it. Okay, so we could talk about, I guess, Joe Biden's assault allegations. Thanks, USA Today. All right, here we go. Higher Medicare allocation allowed under the coronavirus aid, relief, and economic security. That's the CARES thing he's talking about. Past practice, Jensen said, did not include probabilities. He noted that some states, including his home state of Minnesota, as well as California, list only laboratory-confirmed COVID-19 diagnoses. Others, specifically New York, list all presumed cases, which is allowed under guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as of mid-April, and which will result in a larger payout. Jensen said he thinks the overall number of COVID-19 cases have been undercounted based on limitations in the number of tests available. The coronavirus relief legislation created a 20% premium or add-on for COVID-19 Medicare patients. There have been no public reports that hospitals are exaggerating COVID-19 numbers to receive higher Medicare payments. I highlighted this in red because of the stuff that came out today from Project Veritas. Technically, that's from the funeral homes saying that. So it hasn't actually gone, they haven't actually had like any smoking gun stuff from the hospitals just yet. But there's been all sorts of shit that's gone up on YouTube, gone viral, and gotten completely shut down in the past couple days regarding all this stuff. So, you know, you make up your own mind. Jensen, get out of here, Ad. Jensen didn't explicitly make that claim. He simply suggests there is an avenue to do so now that plausible COVID-19, not just laboratory-confirmed cases, can be green-lighted for Medicare payment and eligible for the 20% add-on allowed under the Relief Act. There's more stuff here if you guys want to read it. I think that that's the general gist that we need, though. Now, next up, I want to read a account from somebody who lives in China. It's very short. It's titled "The Real Situation in Wuhan Right Now." I've been in Wuhan since the coronavirus broke out in Hong Kong. The official, quote, opening up happened over 10 days ago, and yet some of the restrictions are actually getting worse. Most of my other foreign friends can't even leave their neighborhoods. Foreigners are unable to get green codes that allow them to move more freely because the app removed a passport number option. Carrefour, a French supermarket, was allowing me to shop without a green code for a month. Yesterday, they rejected me after doubling down on security. I'm unable to use any form of public transportation. My university's administration informed me today that the situation is still, quote, extremely dangerous, and I should stay inside. As far as I can tell, the whole, quote, opening up and, quote, China defeated the virus is just meaningless propaganda. None of the schools have reopened, and over half the businesses and shops are still closed. Movement is still severely restricted. So I just remind you guys once again, I know I'm preaching to the choir because nobody who watches the podcast thinks this, but for all those people who claim that America is this grandly racist country, I'll just remind you that every other country in the world pretty much is going to treat you worse as a minority when shit hits the fan than America will. So moving on, and my heart goes out to those foreigners living in China who are probably going to die. Not even from the coronavirus, but just from the Communist Party's reaction to it. Also, Wuhan doctors who were critically ill with coronavirus have woken up to find that their skin has turned dark after the virus damaged their livers.
Their lizard.
Dang.
So, now, here's these pictures. The comments have been quite skeptical. Also, they're the China-Japan Friendship Hospital. So I want to point out, you can see the guy's arm here as he's shaking the guy's hand. Which, so this guy's skin tone. So people in the comments are saying, why is only his face black? Other people are claiming, face. And we believe you, China. They must bleached his lily white hand. They think we're stupid. This is all again. I'm just reporting what other people are saying here. I don't know about this, but this is what communism has done to humanity. We feel sorry for these poor doctors. We've learned how China tried to hide the truth about COVID-19. They also found out they could dance considerably better than before. How awful. It's even given them curly hair and round eyes. Total BS. Right. So anyway, they're basically obviously not. They don't believe it. I don't know. I don't think there's any reason to lie about this because I do believe that this is something that happens with liver damage, isn't it? I think I've heard of this happening before, but they're claiming that these aren't the same people. I don't know. I mean, this guy's smiling in this photo, so perhaps his eyes are less open than they are here because of that. These eyes look comparably the same. I don't know. I don't know why their hair looks like it's been buzzed. That is a little weird, but and my scroll wheel stuck again. This is great. Anyway, moving on to the next article. Now the question we've all been wondering. Do your testicles raise coronavirus risk? As soon as it decides to.
Who goes around bare balling around town?
Yeah, make sure you have a mask for your face and your quote unquote ball. Damn it. Come on, there you go.
Now you do know as we get older, the balls get heavier, and there are ball supports.
I see you got your mask from the Japanese government.
Oh my God, it's stained. How does it smell?
I can't smell a thing. I don't have a nose.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should have a mask around your face.
Look like I'm looking through a sepia filter.
So do testicles make men more vulnerable to the coronavirus? So a protein called angiotensin converting enzyme 2, which the virus just happens to bind with, in both men and women, the ACE2 proteins or receptors are plentiful in the lungs, the gastrointestinal tract, and the heart. Not surprisingly, all of those tissues are vulnerable to attack from the virus that causes COVID-19, which is SARS 2 or whatever.
Second gen.
Testicular tissue also pumps out ACE2 receptors at a high rate. Since the testicles are walled off from the immune system, they may be among the last hiding places from which the virus is driven out. There are many precedents for a pathogen taking up residence in a quiet corner to elude the body's immune defenses. The Ebola virus was found to hide in the pigment cells of the human retina, leaving even recovered patients with the lingering virus. It may help explain a clear pattern emerging from the COVID-19 epidemic. While rates of confirmed cases are running close to even by gender, men have died of the coronavirus at notably higher rates than women in China, South Korea, Italy, and the United States. In New York City, 68% of deaths attributed to COVID-19 have been in men and 32% in women. Now they go on to say men are more likely than women to smoke cigarettes, which is actually the exact thing I thought of when I was reading this. Have high blood pressure and suffer coronary artery disease. All of these conditions seem to predispose people to become more seriously ill from the coronavirus. If the coronavirus is found hiding in the testes, that might mean the virus can be sexually transmitted. So again, it's not just airborne AIDS. It is literally AIDS too.
Who wrote this article?
The Los Angeles Times, written by Melissa Healy.
Ah, okay. Staff writer.
Right, that's a big revelation here. That changes everything.
I know.
All right, so a monitoring tool watches tirelessly to ensure maximum social distancing. So, number one, I'm not going to use any app to track my whereabouts for this to make sure I'm not near people who have coronavirus. I will throw away my smartphone the moment they try to mandate that. This is something different, which is equally draconian and bullshit. And it was clearly inspired by Chinese system. So a new privacy invading technology may start being adopted as a result of the coronavirus, as one company has manufactured a monitoring tool that detects when people are not effectively employing social distancing, a device that resembles something China would utilize to limit freedom and stifle dissent. Landing AI is a startup company made by Andrew Ng, a British-born Chinese-American businessman, computer scientist, investor, and writer, and is the one responsible for the technology. They created a blog post explaining it and providing a video demonstration of its usage. So basically, anybody who's in the green is far enough away from each other. But these people in the red right here, they're breaking protocol here. One of my AirPods just died too. The right one. Okay. Always the right one. Anyway, so the monitoring technology sends an alert when any spotted person is not in adequate range away from another individual. Intended places of use have been said to be factory floors and other work settings, and it was created due to a request from Landing AI's customers like Foxconn. You know, Foxconn that put up the nets around their buildings in China to prevent people from committing suicide as easily. The company is still in the process of determining a proper way of informing those that violate social distancing, with a sounding alarm upon violation being one suggested consideration. With a sounding alarm upon violation being one suggested consideration, and the generation of a report for managers being another. So basically, look forward to going to work and having your productivity way higher, because if you even stop to talk to a colleague for a second, your system's going to write you up and send it to your manager in an email. It is said that Amazon has implemented a similar system to keep track of its warehouse workers and ensure they are being upstanding, loyal citizens. Landing AI's post asserted that their creation is, quote, meant to keep employees and communities safe and should be used with transparency and only with informed consent, despite such invasive technologies easily being capable of abuse. So again, China uses this kind of thing to limit freedom and stifle dissent. So I want to share something completely unrelated to the coronavirus that I read, which I think we already knew this, but I think it's worth noting here. So leaked documents came out that revealed Amazon pushes for diversity specifically to prevent unionization. And I'll tell you, when I worked at Amazon, there was a pretty significant anti-union propaganda video that I had to watch in my orientation. I think my other warehouse job had something similar, but the one at Amazon was like a little over the top. So basically, they talk in this article about how not just Amazon, but like largely all companies, they take advantage of work opportunity tax credits. So they hire people based on diversity rather than merit because they actually earn back through the tax credit than they pay on like the assistant that is doing most of the work and that sort of thing. Which is really sad to think that they've created like the government tax credits have created a system like this where you basically hire somebody that you kind of
based
treat
on the color of their skin.
Well, not just that. It's more insidious than that. It's like that guy in Kung Pao that they purposely trained as a joke. They trained him wrong.
Yeah.
Right. It's like hiring a guy like that as a joke because you're making more money off of him. It's like you're getting paid to have somebody work at your company that is like you all look down on and pretend like great job, minority name. I don't want to come up with one.
Wimplo?
You know what I mean? Yeah, there you go. Wimplo, the guy from Kung Pao. Great job, Wimplo. Good work today. And in reality, everybody's like, that guy's such a fucking retard. You know what I mean? Like that kind of feels like what this is. So they talk specifically about how they have an algorithmic thing where they classify every one of their employees based on their race and all these different things because basically human beings have this thing called in-group preference, which means that whenever you're in any environment, when you're at school, when you're at work, whatever, if you are, especially if you're a minority, right? So let's say that you're the only Asian guy in class. The second another Asian person comes into school and is now in your class, one of the first people they're going to talk to is you because you look like them. It's an in-group preference. It's completely normal, reasonable survival technique from evolution and whatnot, right? That you go to the people who are going to be most like you because they're going to have the same interests as you and are more likely that you will be not ostracized. Or in the case of like going to what are those like the stories about like the Magellan and what them like going to new islands and people trying to murder and eat them because they look different, all that kind of stuff. Like just ingrained human society. You don't look like you're from a different tribe. There's no war, whatever, right? You in-group preference, right? So that's one of the things that they try to keep the environment diverse because if it gets lopsided one way or the other, then it makes it more likely that communication and organization starts to happen for things like unionization, which I oppose in general anyway, unions, because I don't believe in collectivism. I think it's more damaging than it is good in pretty much all situations. But yeah, they talk about how they developed an algorithm that looks at employee loyalty, turnover, racial diversity, tip line calls to human resources, proximity to a union office, and they use that to predict which locations. This is specifically at Whole Foods where they're doing this one, where the leak was from. They use that to predict where people would most likely have union sentiment pop up. And then they funnel resources to that group to try to prevent unionization from happening. So let's say that they think, okay, well, these people are upset about this issue at work, be it like the fridge is broken in the break room. So once they tip over that threshold where they think that it's going to become a warning zone, where they're going to have that funnel resources there, get that new fridge in there, and then everybody's happy. Start that pizza party, all that shit that corporations do to keep you happy and whatever. Anyway, but this is very much what China's doing as well with their stuff. Is they're utilizing these technologies and whatnot to prevent uprising and all these things that that any continuity of government apparatus wants to prevent, you know. Continuing here. I want to address some of the chat real quick. Seb's lizard hurts. I'm sorry that I cursed your lizard with black skin, like the Mormon Jesus. Every race has owned slaves and been slaves. Yeah, exactly. My nuts will make it easier to get the virus. Sure, and having a vagina makes you more likely to get a job working in a coal mine. Sounds like just an excuse to castrate men. I mean, so just to be clear, that article was speculative. There were some. It was a study being done in somewhere in America and also in India by the person and their parent who were both in the same profession. They happened to both be Indian. One of them lived in India, and the other one was in America. So they were doing the study, and they were saying that this seems probable due to these cells that often are overlooked and whatnot. But yeah, I think that the takeaway from that was that it may be sexually transmitted. Which I'll be real. Like let's be honest here, guys. If you are having sex with someone, you're probably going to give them the virus through, I don't know, the kissing or the
other way as well.
You know, like anyway, yeah. But so the reason men are more likely to die is because men are more likely to stress their bodies doing jobs. Women don't tend to do construction or spend as much time working. More specifically, men are more likely to drink and smoke. And those are the things, especially that have ravaged the Chinese population, because the comorbidity of smoking 10 packs a day kind of thing has just destroyed them with their coronavirus. And again, they've pretended that they've got it all under control, but in actuality, we've seen that enormous drop off of millions of users for certain cell phone companies in China that indicates that perhaps they've already died of the coronavirus. You know. Anyway. Also, yeah, no one should trust the LA Times. Yeah, I mean, whatever. Is there a reason the title pick isn't spelled die?
Is at a D-I-E.
Yeah, yes. It was intending that diversity. Well, they go on to talk in the article that there have been studies which show diversity is actually not a strength. In that diversity, the way that diversity is a strength is in controllability. That it actually, as I was talking about, without in-group preference, people are less likely to commingle in meaningful ways and actually talk about things in a more serious manner rather than passing chit-chat, right? So for that collectivism, you know, common goals and whatnot, they don't share them. That's what the idea is. You become a better worker. Diverse environment's good for workers, for the production, you know, but not good for workers actually getting fair treatment. Like, you have to read the article anyway. Greenlight 743 says, "Sorry, I'm late. Overheard a part of the podcast." Okay, I'm glad you're here. I think unionizing has also kind of been something done by mainly white people, at least from what I've seen in research so far. Collectivism has its purpose, but collective or individualism has been shown to destroy the individual in many cases. Collective over individualism has been shown to destroy the individual in many cases in places like Japan. Right, which is why I oppose it. If anything, I'm an individualist wholeheartedly, but I don't like to use labels of any kind for reasons I've discussed in the past. Pressures that are a collective agreed thing to pressure gets pressured to the point it destroys self-esteem. So the reason I specifically don't like unions is that they become like a mafia, and they actually control their members. And like you are no longer allowed to have business dealings outside of the unionizing, right? Like if you are willing to do a job for a certain rate or a certain amount of hours a day, that's something that you yourself are saying, I am willing to do this. And then the company says, I'm sorry, union rules, I can't give you that amount of pay. I can't afford to hire you, even though you're willing to work for less, because unions, you know? So I think that's what I'm saying is that sure, that's great. It's helped some people, but I don't like that that you aren't allowed to operate freely outside of it. And also the collective, quote, politeness that occurs in places like Japan with the workplace and no sense of personality make it easy to replace you with robots. Yeah, it's true. All right, so is it time for manga and anime to start introducing the coronavirus outbreak to their settings? I want to propose that as a question to you guys and in the chat. What do you guys think?
No. I don't think people want to hear about it more than they already have to.
Augie, do you have any opinion?
Augie's not here.
So I would say no as well. The reason I would say no is because, number one, people use entertainment to escape reality.
Yeah.
I don't need more of the coronavirus in my life. I already have 100,000 articles on it every week to have to read through for this.
We're literally the coronavirus podcast at this point.
Japanese communities are like mafia, bro. Don Quixote, or whatever you spell it, bro. Yakuza, anyone? Yeah. Fuck no. That's the answer I'm looking for. So I would say number one, I don't want it to have. I don't want to have coronavirus show up in my entertainment because I don't want to continue to normalize the coronavirus, because there are people out there who profit from its existence. And the more we treat it like it's a normal thing to the point where it shows up in our media, and our heroes are fictional, people are also wearing masks everywhere. And all the anime scenes are wide shots because the characters have to be 6 feet away from each other and shit.
Oh my God.
Like, I don't want that. I don't want that to happen, but it's primarily because I don't believe we're going to go back to normal. As I said, I think that the government is going to do everything they can in every country in the world to treat this as post 9/11, post COVID-19. They want this to be a new thing so that they have that expanded control. This was a beta test to see how well they can control people through this sort of fear. Are people afraid of this? People did whatever we wanted after 9/11. We told them the terrorists were coming out to get them. There was anthrax in the mail, and everybody went apeshit. Okay, well, then that started to wear off. So what do we have now? Oh, I know. Infectious disease, and people reacted predictably, horribly. So I don't think it's a good idea to introduce it to anime or manga. However, they're saying when your story is supposed to be set in present day Japan, how long until it starts looking weird that no one is wearing a mask or staying home? While some anime and manga series take place in fantasy realms or far-flung corners of the galaxy, there are tons of series that are set in the real world, and specifically Japan. So here's the real question. How long until you start changing your characters so that they can be cosplayed in the pandemic? Like they start having to make them with face coverings, right? They're going to be way easier to dub, too.
Wouldn't that just be a zombie anime at that point?
What? How does
You have an outbreak of some sort of virus that is either killing or changing people.
Okay. I think you weren't here for the majority of the conversation so far, so I think you're coming in. You're doing one of those like when the teacher calls and you're like, yes, I was paying attention, and then it's like the rest of the class gives you that look like, what? Anyway, so
that's like paragraph
while some anime and manga series take place in fantasy realms or far-flung corners of the galaxy, there are tons of series that are set in the real world, and specifically Japan. In any anime TV season or manga magazine, you can expect to find a lengthy list of protagonists, whether superpowered or not, who are high schoolers or office workers in Tokyo or some other actual Japanese city. It's easy to understand why. Art is most relatable when it's imitating life. And so imitating life in Japan makes the series most relatable to its Japanese target audience. But with the coronavirus outbreak triggering some major changes to daily life, is it time for those changes to start being reflected in anime/manga? That's the question Kuromaru on Twitter, artist of manga series Kutakeru Purin has been mulling. So here's what they said. Recently, I was talking with some of my manga artist friends, and our conversation turned to, in the manga I'm drawing right now, there's no coronavirus, but it's starting to feel strange. So what should I do? Especially for seinen or young men's comics, you can't really ignore things that are signs of the current times. There are lots of scenes of conferences, business trips, dates, and singles parties. In world, for our manga, people on the street aren't all wearing masks, and convenience store clerks aren't wearing gloves. Not sure what to do. It's an intriguing question, and one that's made even more complex by most manga and anime releasing new chapters and episodes every single week. Because of the steady stream of new content, for fans following the newest releases, the sensation is almost like the events are happening in something close to real time. So eventually, it's going to start looking weird to see anime and manga character stories unfolding in a Japan where there isn't a public health crisis going on. Bumping into the beautiful but mysterious new classmate as you're around the corner, running to school in the morning. I'm just picturing that, like getting in trouble because you weren't social distancing when you do it. How dare you? Stay 6 feet back, baka! Forging a friendship in your extracurricular club's meeting room as you promise to go to nationals together. The gruff and aloof yet handsome young section chief who only lets his guard down and shows his soft side to his female assistant after the rest of the staff has gone home, and it's just the two of them working overtime together. Miss Tanaka, shouldn't we both be working from home? Shouldn't we be wearing masks? Shouldn't we be refraining from actively breathing on things other people are going to put in their bodies? The longer that readers/viewers spend isolated at home social distancing, the more those scenarios are going to start feeling as relatable as falling into the cockpit of a giant robot or talking cat telling you to throw a tiara at a monster in order to save the world. Other online commenters agreed that the coronavirus is going to start making anime/manga plotting tricky, saying, "This has started distracting me when I watch live-action TV dramas too. I remember thinking something similar after the 2011 Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. Thinking about this, I'm not making any progress in my manga plot outline at all. Maybe I'll just say it's taking place in a parallel world. Well, at least Ghibli heroine Nausicaa wears a mask." It's like the normal world we all knew is the new fantasy one. No one is thinking the coronavirus pandemic is going to be permanent, but it's also turning out to be much longer than most people expected, and with no clear sign of when it's going to be over. Maybe the only thing for new series to do is set themselves in an alternate world. I mean, yeah, if the worst thing that happens is that we just continue to have nothing but fucking isekai from now on, I mean, nothing has changed. So, so I think it would be weirder for me if I'm watching a show and they have the coronavirus arc. I thought it just feels so weird. And it's really weird because in Japan, their media is still getting produced. But in America, we've pretty much shut everything down. Hollywood is crippled. They're not making movies. Everything's on hold. A lot of actors have the coronavirus.
There's one medical drama that avoided one episode about a viral outbreak because it was near the end of the season. It was supposed to introduce this one character, and because this is happening, they decided to pull the episode and have like a clip show at the beginning explaining the character for their finale.
You mean they showed the boat at the end of School Days when there was murders in Japan?
I know you're referencing School Days, but I'm not feeling the connection.
The connection is that there was a sensitive topic in the midst of the world, so they decided to replace the episode with something else.
Oh.
It'd be really funny. It'd be really funny if they made a sequel to School Days that takes place on a boat.
On the boat?
Yeah. Like the boat becomes canon. All right. So Resident Evil's Albert Wesker explains the coronavirus. So apparently DC Douglas made a parody video And like, I don't know who he hired to do this, but they're using like Source Filmmaker and shit. Like they actually have the models ripped from the games. They put like a fucking mask on Wesker. And then Chris Redfield's in it too. Christopher Redfield, boulder expert, communicates fashion facts. Then they have Claire Redfield and Jill from the new game, the remake one, come down and kill him and stuff. So it's remarkably well done for what it is. I don't know, like, again, I'm sure he doesn't have the expertise or time to sit down and like do this. Probably somebody else that he knows that is part of like machinima type stuff probably got together with them, because he got the voice actors that he knows who do the games, right? Him being Wesker and whoever does Redfield and all them. So anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. So now we've got deaths and then some great other articles, and we could do, if you want, we could do pickups right now.
Oh yeah, 2 hours into the show.
Exactly.
Oh wow, 2 hours on the dot. Wow.
Yeah. So who wants to go first?
How about me?
Oh, I see that you've got your stain removed, Reese.
Oh yeah, bleach is a wonderful thing.
So who's going first?
Yeah, sure, I'll go first. So recently on Twitter, since later on we'll talk about this announcement,
You guys can keep going.
I made a challenge for myself to try to get all of Leiji, whatever his last name is.
Matsumoto?
Yes. All of his works that has been released in US in video form, not including manga or comics. So with that being said, I have Star Blazers Series 1. Ha. Then Star Blazers Series 2. Then Star Blazers Series 3. And it's yellow, of all things, a yellow box. Okay.
Away, and the AirPods disconnected, and then they reconnected, and I heard the last syllable of what Augie said, and then weird
Yamibo Blu-ray, because I'm tired of getting on my computer right-clicking to force play the DVD. So, woo. A re-pick up, but something more. Last time I mentioned that I got Seraph of the End Volume 1. Now I finally got Volume 2. So, from the sides, from the behind, and going back. All right, series I don't care too much for. K, crap. K, Missing Kings, all the movie, crap.
That's what I hear too.
Kings. I haven't seen it, so it might not be, but I don't trust the other two. So there you go. So what brought me to finally get all of K is this show right here, Capillion. This one,
Capillion.
I remember seeing episode 1 of this and enjoyed it. This is pretty much I think it's either girls and girls are trying to survive the cataclysmic event of the future, and I forgot the rest.
I have to remember that. Cataclysmic.
Up next is Ronja, the robber's daughter, which this was on Amazon Prime for a while, or that's how you were able to stream. It was on Amazon Prime. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, so this is one directed by I believe his son, Miyazaki's son.
It's right there, directed by Goro Miyazaki.
Yeah. Was he the one
who also directed From Up on Poppy Hill and Ghetto Senki, or Tales from Earthsea?
Okay. Also, we got Better Than Snapple, Ocean Waves, which I know nothing about, and I'm not sure if this is the one that was like they didn't release it over here due to one of the creators having like some sort of drug addiction. Is this the one with the angel guys?
No.
No.
The angel from the music video?
No.
I forgot what that was.
the music video that Miyazaki did for that one.
On your mark?
On your mark, yeah.
Thank you. Up next, I thought this was Miyazaki, but no, this is not. So I got Miss Hokusai. Yes, man.
That isn't even Ghibli, is it?
Nope.
No, it's not.
IG.
Like I said, it's not Ghibli.
It's production.
Yeah,
IG.
but you said I thought it might be Miyazaki or whatever.
Might
It's like,
be, but I
It looks like it in the character
He was
design.
thinking of The Tale of Princess Kagi or whatever it is, as being a Ghibli film.
all right.
Oh.
Up next is Code Geass, the
Resurrection.
Belush
Fukatsu no Gi-
and yours doesn't have a giant dent in the
giant
corner.
dent. Yeah.
It whatsoever. So I am
Must be
extremely
nice.
lucky. It is very nice. Ooh, even shipped in a bubble mailer. New release, I got Robo Hachi. I really enjoyed this one when I saw it.
That says Robi Hachi.
Hmm.
Not Robo.
I said Robbie.
I thought you said Robo Hachi.
Anyway, pretty much a different spin on. To me, I felt like this was a different spin on Space Dandy, just more the shonen and stuff. Up next, we have Harukana Received, a volleyball anime that really shows these girls working out, but pretty much a blatant advertisement for the manga. Hate to say that, but pretty much that's what it turned out to be.
It comes with art cards.
All right. Diving.
Wait, are they viewable on YouTube?
Yeah.
That just reminded me of some. Are they viewable on YouTube? Yeah, there's a video just showing off the cards. That reminded me, though, my brother and I were having a conversation. I don't know how we got onto it. It's like, yeah, they'll release the manga on Blu-ray. You just have this guy like recording the guy flipping a page every minute of a manga volume.
Oh, come on. They'll turn it to PDF and you hear the click of the mouse.
Oh, no, it's got to be paper.
Ooh, paper. All right. Followed up by The Disappearance of Yuki Nagato. So I finally got all the RHYS series except for what they were trying to work for before the studio got burned down. Hey, hanging in there, AC?
I just noticed that I only changed the title of the podcast on the
Ichijo.
on the doc and not the actual title of the episode.
Uh-oh.
You can change that later.
I can change it now because I'm trying to find out if we were already demonetized.
Next up is Konosuba Season 1 with the OVAs. Already seen this. Glad to see this. Glad to finally hold this in my hands.
You're cucking me right now. Wait.
So
That doesn't get released for a month. How'd you get
Yeah.
it?
Got it now.
Right Stuff.
Right Stuff sends it out
Right
early.
stuff. Right stuff.
So
Do they?
Right Stuff had a sale or whatever recently.
Yeah.
And I added a bunch of things to my cart and it's like, oh, okay. So it's only going to be like $200. All right. So I'm going to check out. And then as I check out, it made me log in and it added the two other things that were in my cart previously. And I check out. I was like, okay, you paid another $300. What the fuck?
Oh, joy. Oh, joy. Along the way is City Hunter, the Shinjuku Private Eyes, which is pretty much a tribute to the creator's works because I wasn't expecting to see the right there, the Cat's Eye girls.
Mhm.
What?
I thought it was just going to be just name only. That's it, even though they showed up in an episode.
Yeah, I was going to say they're in the other series.
Ugh. Followed by.
So how about
Read
that French live action movie? When are we going to get a copy of that?
Yeah, I have no idea. hoping for the French live action and whatever in the world China's going to do.
I'm hoping that China's got like 4 already. I'm hoping that the French live action movie comes out over here with the Japanese dub on it. Because they put the original voice. Well, no, they didn't have the original voice act for him because that one guy we covered it in the article that for some reason didn't want to do it, so they just got a different actor from the show.
Up next is Relive Encore Final Arc. Strange how they released that, but here it is.
What do you mean?
It's like
as in they didn't make a limited edition for like 2 episodes?
4 episodes.
It's strange that they have a finale, but it's going to be a 4-episode OVA format. Okay, I thought we were past this. Up next is Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
Rip.
Pretty much. I feel kind of ripped off.
I mean, yeah, that's Aniplex for you.
Yeah.
That's why the UK like me.
I'm going to end with a few live actions. So up next is Eternal Sonata. Ooh, so worth it.
I bought it for like $5 on Xbox Game Store or whatever, like years ago.
Then up next, what everyone's been waiting for is Nisekoi, the 80s art box for a show that's not in the 80s. Hey, look at that. It's stylish. It should only have cost about 1/3 of the price at most, 2/3 of the price.
Yeah, you forked over the money anyway.
Yeah. Here's the side. Here's the bottom.
And getting like 36 episodes in a single box set, that's pretty damn good for Aniplex release.
I knew you couldn't resist the TV Land style box set.
TV Land. I couldn't resist the Saved by the Bell, or I guess
that's Disney.
Better look would be like strawberry cupcake with sprinkles on it. So pretty much, I like how the chat that you 3 did last night. I do like this style that they did for the art box. Just wrong show. This is more appropriate for like Touch or Kimagure Orange Road or something else that was in the 80s. This is like not fitting really for the time. Still more insulted that they didn't dub it, you know. You made all the money on the singles and stuff, and you come up with a complete collection and didn't take the time to dub it. I would love to see.
The only saving grace about that set is it comes with the unreleased OVAs.
Yeah.
Only saving grace.
So
otherwise, I'm plenty happy with my English/French version.
Can't wait to.
Podcast has been renamed.
So, podcast is booing you?
Has been renamed. Because I only renamed the doc. I forgot to rename the actual thing.
Well, let's talk about some manless shows like the first 2 Tomei movies, or the only 2 Tomei movies. I forgot how many movies there are. Tomie? Oh, they do pronounce it with it Mie?
Yeah. I mean, there's an I in there.
It's been around for that Tokyo Shock goodness. Then this one, maybe you 3 can tell me why, but there was a period in the late 2000s, early 2010s that this title has been like mentioned over and over again. I'm not sure if it was this show, some sort of opening for another show, or that Disney movie, but I got Sky High. What do y'all know? Remember why there was a hype to this one?
Because it's from the creator of Versus, right?
That would have been the time.
Is that in a card? Yours is missing the cardboard sleeve.
Yeah. Okay. I'll probably if that's the case. If conventions open up, I might be able to find it. But so finally got this one. Then up next, everyone's favorite Chinese Chinese movie of Rikio. Ooh, the story of Ricky. Fast hits, slow movement, and a prison that he could have escaped from at the beginning.
I'm sorry, my favorite Chinese movie is Kung Fu Hustle.
Is that Chinese or was that American?
Yep.
No, Stephen Chow's in that.
Yep. It's
Stephen
Chinese.
Chow's also in other one, Kung
Enter
Pao
the Dragon. Police Story.
No one's seen those.
Plebs.
All right.
So real quick, this is what you're missing right here.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's
Is it
fancy.
at least holographic?
It's shiny. No, it's not holographic. It's a really well printed though for Tokyo Pop. Tokyo Shock.
Tokyo Pop?
Shock. No, Tokyo Pop didn't do it. It was Shock.
The movie itself is real forgettable. Are you done with your pickups?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm done with pickups.
All right. With a couple seconds to spare. Real quick, I just want to address some of the chat. So regarding the coronavirus thing, Seb said they should do it like Gyo or Tokyo Magnitude, as in Gyo Tokyo Fish Attack. We should just watch all the Japanese disaster movies from now on. That's what we should do for our watch clubs once we get into movie mode.
I'm surprised we don't have that many firefighter anime since there's so much manga about it.
Oh, Promare, Fire Force. I mean, can we just we've got two this
Okay.
last
It's not
year.
like we're in the firefighter renaissance.
They want maybe a manga loosely based on a virus being busted up, but not directly the virus. Yeah, I would agree with that. You could do Resident Evil, for example. You don't need it actually to be the coronavirus to be because you know what I mean. What happened in the 80s with Fist of the North Star and the rise of weird crimes is a testament to the concept of a virus being defeated can work. All right. Make a crazy anime people panicking about the virus. Yeah, nobody really panics like Japanese anime characters. There's always that crazy panic. Oh, and we're going to talk about people on the miscellaneous news doing weird stuff. People want an escape, but an escape into salvation can work so long as it's not too close to home. Same reason why people were uncomfortable with Watamote. I haven't watched Watamote, but I'll take your word for it. So the thing is that we do have a salvation complex in media where people do they make movies about overthrowing the government, blowing up the Death Star, Hunger Games. It's a way to satiate the desire for revolution without actually doing it. So there's that.
I was going to show something for Augie and he just left. God damn it.
Okay.
Augie's here. Hold on. Augie, I'm going to direct you to this. God, fucking. Hold on.
We're already limited. Limited.
Come on.
Monetization.
It's all because of Reese.
God damn it.
It's all because of your shit-stained mask, Reese.
Augie, I'm going to direct you to this for your firefighters.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like I said,
I didn't remember the name of it, but that's the other one I was thinking of. There's plenty. There's probably a lot of yaois about it too. Promare not included. Okay, so continuing with the chats here. DC Douglas, if I can give me a break, someone let this guy die for my life. I keep hearing about him.
That's kind of weird that he says that because I'm not thinking, oh, get out of my life, DC Douglas, but it's like when we watch part 4 of JoJo in the interviews, he played Akagi Kira or whatever his name is. Yoshikage Kira. And I'm like, oh, cool. Never heard of this guy. And then after that, like there was in the Vic, when Ricado on one of his stream was like mentioning briefly how, oh, DC Douglas grabs a fan's breast, but it was consensual, so that's fine. And I was just thinking, okay, I don't know if I'd do that if I was a professional, even if they wanted. I think
it goes well. It's just like I always say, I don't want to know anything about the people who make the media I enjoy. Right? I don't want to know that the Kenshin creator got busted for child porn. I don't want to know. I don't even want to know what the people in the bands I like. I don't want to know what they look like. I don't want to ever see the music videos. I don't want to know. It's like I can't enjoy the media in its purest form when I know that like all of them are a bunch of cunts, you know. So kind of wow, that's a bit of an oldie.
I wasn't finished with my story.
What's strange about that is I showed Star Blazers first before Yamibo, so kind of an old. Okay.
Okay, but okay.
He doesn't like.
He's related to the Yamibo, not the Star Blazers. Also, a Reckless Paladin said, "Press have to pay respects for Kill Annie." It is very sad. And then apparently I paid my respects, even though that was actually Reese. Seb says F. Near PS3 360 backstory relates to pandemic. Does it really? Interesting. So weird that I played this game last year and this happens. All right, so we're all caught up. So who else has pickups?
I have a singular pickup, which pales in comparison. Oh wait, gotta turn on my camera. Okay, I got the Essentials version of Casher and Sins because you can only get Essentials now.
Off Amazon. Yep.
Yes, exactly. And it's nice that it's 26 episodes for whatever I paid for it.
Fucking garbage.
Listen, my brother likes it for the reason you hate it. I think
I sat through that and I pulled it up in VLC and the episodes were jumbled, but I just I'm like, fuck it. I don't ever want to sit through this again. I'm just gonna get through it jumbled, and then I know I've seen every episode, and I can mark it off my list. It was so stupid. All right. What about you, Reese? You got any pickups?
I have no pickups. I'm not at home. I would if I was at home.
Okay. Well, I have a pickup that I might have shown on the last podcast because it's been 2 weeks and I can't remember. I picked up MM because it was going
Masochist.
For some reason,
the subtitle version.
I legitimately looked at the one that said it had the English dub, and I made a mental note that that's the one I wanted, and somehow bought the one without the English dub. So great job, me.
Good job, you. Yes.
Did you ever get the replacement Inspector Gadget?
No, I haven't got the replacement stuff for that yet. I've been.
That show has an interesting concept because it stars like a masochist, and then there's a sadist.
Hilarious.
I
mean that sounds very general, but it's kind of funny.
And he gets so sadistic that he turns Super Saiyan.
That's one way to put it. All right. Team Fortress 2 voice actor Rick May succumbs to the coronavirus. Known for his role as Team Fortress 2's soldier class, but also Peppy Hare and Andros in Star Fox 64 and Genghis Khan in Age of Empires 2, and Oscar in The Odd Couple. So we're starting to see the deaths of people that are, I wouldn't say household names. Like nobody really knew Oscar from The Odd Couple was this guy, like off the top of their head. But you're starting to see it. It's starting to happen. So it'll be interesting to see where this goes. I mean, it could have happened to some better people. It might have been could have lost some. I meant that in the derogatory sense. Like there are some celebrities I wouldn't mind learning died, but I'm sure that this any death is a tragedy, right? So I liked The Odd Couple growing up. I didn't really play Star Fox 64. I did play Age of Empires 2. I really liked that game. I couldn't even tell you what Genghis Khan sounded like, but I have to imagine it sounded comparable to Sea Dog's voice of the Nigerian kings or whatever. So it must have been amazing. Continuing, Pokemon in Ghibli Seiyu Kumiko Okae beats cancer, then dies of the coronavirus. So she had breast cancer, I believe. She finished it, beat it, and she's the voice of Lucario, Jenny in the Pokemon Lucario and the Mystery of Mew, and Haru's mother from The Cat Returns, and a couple other things. So she's passed on. It's always funny whenever we cover these Japanese voice actors. It's always for they were this in a show I watched in English. Original voice of Resident Evil 2's Leon, Paul Haddad, has also passed away. I think it was cancer. Unexpected illness. Could be coronavirus, who knows? So that's too bad. Maze Hughes voice actor Keiji Fujiwara passed away at 55. Once again, another character for everything that he's in. It's like, oh, I love that character. in the English dub.
I recognize that guy's face. Not Hughes. I'm talking about the actual voice actor.
Yeah, that's why I scrolled down. So he was Maze Hughes in Full Metal Alchemist, Captain Hannes in Attack on Titan, Shin Nohara's dad, Hiroshi Nohara in Korean Shinchan. He's also the voice of Tony Stark / Iron Man in the Japanese dub of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He's also Reno in Final Fantasy VII Remake after playing the character in Advent Children, which actually I did like the Japanese dub for Advent Children more than the English one. So there's one. Although I could give a shit about Reno, the character. So I'm also sharing this one because there's a little bit more here. So he's also Holland in Eureka 7, Leorio in the 2011 Hunter x Hunter, AC/DC in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Lad Russo in Baccano. But again, all of these I watched in English. So
yeah.
And apparently that's the only photo of the guy. Okay, so back to the great best Korea. So Kim Jong-un has been out of the limelight. Like literally nobody has seen him in like 3 weeks. So his sister, Kim Yo-jong, became like she got promoted to essentially be the dictator of Korea for now, right? And of course we've got the Kim Yo-jong becomes Moe. My supreme leader can't be this cute, right? Because there's this photo of her running with a fucking giant ass piece of toast in her mouth.
Wow.
Right? Which legitimately, I thought this was a Photoshop. I didn't realize this was real. And then I saw all the artwork and I'm like, what the fuck? So anyway, with rumors abounding about her imminent ascension to the North Korean throne, the internet's artists and femdom lovers have taken an interest in potential supreme leader Kim Yo-jong. Art and memes displaying the domineering potential dictator's more endearing qualities have flooded the internet recently. Now, some of these are really great artwork, and some of them I would have omitted. My name is Kim Yo-jong, and I'm late for my first day as dictator. If Oni-chan dies, I will make head pats illegal.
Oh, God.
Like this one being fucking horrifying. Also, this one. Right? Okay. So, my little sister can't be a dictator.
They did Kim Jong-un wrong. He doesn't have like those strange eyes. They made him beady.
I found a picture of Kim Jong in a fedora that I thought was way too funny.
It's like the fedora, like way too small for his head.
No, he just looked like the neckbeard meme with the fedora. Oh my, what's this? You sound like you're dying, brother. Don't worry, I'll rule over the country for you. Kim Jong-un's sister is going to be a smuggy-moto dictator, LMAO. So can I play with brother's toys now? So I don't understand why it says at the top and nut crossed out at the bottom. And why does she look like Mulan with like hot air coming out of her mouth or whatever?
Breathing hard.
Oh, also, sorry, addressing these real quick. DC Douglas is a major drum fader. Made a cringe-inducing cartoon that's heavy left. Yeah, I agree. I mean, okay. I can. He's quite annoying, but I have to give him credit where it's due. That they pulled off a pretty funny video to get with whoever they got to go on that project. Also, Kim's sister is a legit anime girl sneaking her way into our world to prep for an invasion with reconnaissance. I mean, we can only hope. Couple more here that haven't loaded yet. Damn it. Come on.
The real question is she gonna continue the ideology of the previous leaders?
Oh, I think it's gonna get worse. See, women leaders have a bit of an inferiority complex over the fact that naturally people don't like people view men as leaders, right? Just naturally, instinctively. So female leaders are either weak and ineffectual or way overboard in the control aspect because they have something to prove, right? Hillary Clinton types. So we got more of these things.
Good for her.
Excuse Kim Yo Jong Senpai, would you mind kicking me in the balls? So inevitably comparisons have been made to Russian prosecutor idol Natalia Poklonskaya, or whatever pronounce her name, who also got anime-fied in the past. First time on the internet. Should the rumors of Kim Jong-un's demise and his sister's promotion to supreme leader turn out to be true, the inescapable slew of Rule 34 material will add some interesting aspects to future propaganda battles between the Hermit Kingdom and its democratic opponents. One of the reasons why I think it's going to be a lot worse is because I feel like the woman in this position, I think it's more effective to have an actual photo of her. I feel like if negotiations were going well between Trump and Kim Jong-un, I don't think that he's going to be able to communicate as effectively to this woman who is stepping into this role. You know what I mean? And I just feel like it's going to be more hot button, so to speak. You know, I don't know. That's just my outlook on it going in. Anyway, so Kaiju Trigger said... Shad makes weird fucking art, and gonna go and get back to work on a video, so I'll just leave this VTuner screen monkey noise here for you guys. All right, wait till we get through the next article before you leave because it's very short. Anime Maru had the greatest take on this. Kim Jong-un makes first public appearance after returning from Isekai World.
Oh god.
Yeah, so you like they go into all the details about how he became the. He has a harem now and all stuff. Anyway. All right. So, Kaiser Trigger says, Gibara loses her humanity. Look it up. Another time, I will. All right. So, let's get into the Kickstarter news.
Kickstarter.
So, I'm pretty sure we already went through this one. This one finished, right?
Yep.
Well, apparently they couldn't be bothered to fix their thing to not say, let's reach the goal, final hours. Like, how about, we did it, congrats, thank you, or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the campaign is over, and if it ever fucking loads, 111%. Okay. And apparently I'm back into euros somehow. Great job, guys.
Yeah. Kind of hope
Sea of Stars also finished. We talked about that one already. Oh, and apparently this got pulled in. I think shit. Did I actually leave that in here? Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay, cool. Get this one out. I thought I was worried because I might have accidentally pasted a new one in there, but it kept the link for the old one. Anyway, these were added, I think, by Alicia. War of Asherd, a strategic turn-based JRPG. It's already, more than halfway. Boy, I'm not going to wait for that to load. Nice Girls, which apparently is Beach Girls in the URL. Maybe they changed the name. I don't know why the Beach Girls are all in lingerie instead of bathing suits, but this is way overfunded. I think this is a card game. Was it an open world adult dating sim and visual novel game?
Interesting.
Also, When Days Rewind, Volume 3, the highly anticipated adult light novel, is back. This is also in a stone's throw of being funded. So there you go.
Will you be the one AC to fund it?
No, probably. I don't need it. I'll add a room. Did I save it? I do have to save it. Maybe I might have saved it for a reminder at the end to see if it would get there, and I'm sure it's going to get there without my help. Steampunk Detective Fantasy Kurayukaba crowdfunds a feature film, so they're doing it through Makuake though, so I'm not going to pay attention to it because I can't chase every single crowdfunding campaign ever. I'm sticking with Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Continuing here. if the internet decides that it wants to load.
Load. It loaded.
All right, here's our convention news. Oh, apparently I put that in there twice. That's fun. Fix that later. All right, HaruCon 2021 rather, to celebrate Israel's love for Japanese anime and video games. It's the most diverse convention you've ever seen. Wait till you see the promotional stuff when it loads. Any second. Hey, at least it's not asking me to put in a caption of you, One Angry Gamer, during the podcast like it does whenever I try to go on my phone. Click on all the bicycles. Oh, God.
Did you click the bicycle?
They're not here. I was hypothetical. Oh. All right, HaruCon 2021 to celebrate Israel's love. I don't know why that's in quotation for Japanese anime and video game culture next spring. So look how diverse it is. So diverse.
It's beards, a light beard, and a light beard with family.
Anyway, yeah. So there's apparently anime conventions even in Israel. Also, San Diego Comic-Con has been canceled due to COVID-19. LA Mayor large gatherings are unlikely until 2021. Otakon 2020 is the latest convention to be canceled. Anime Expo. Stealing my thunder. It is with heavy hearts that we are announcing the cancellation of AX 2020. Our utmost concern is for the health and safety of our community. This was one of the most difficult decisions we have had to make in the 29 years of Anime Expo. You can read more. So continuing here. Anime Expo went on to say this. And by the way, Comic-Con also is doing this. With Anime Expo no longer taking place this year, individuals who purchased a badge have the option to either receive a full refund or roll over their badge to AX 2021. To learn how, please visit blah, blah, blah. Right? So I need to remember to do that, to roll it over. Because I have the cheapest badge you can get, because I buy them the day they go on sale. Now, I have my highlights for this article already up, but I'm curious what your problem with it was, Augie, that you asked me if you could know what narrative I had planned.
Well, I was trying to figure out. No, that is a legitimate question. I didn't know why you had both of them up. Then you said, "Don't bother me."
I didn't reply at all because I was at work.
Right, but I was wondering. Okay, I could have sworn that we've already talked about this article. Why are we going back to it?
We haven't talked about this article because it was from April 17th, but I wanted to show some of the insight they had here because I thought it was interesting. So it says here, they spoke to Peter Tatara of Left Field Media, which handles Anime New York City, about their events and their recent unfortunate cancellation of the first Anime Frontier in Texas. Tatara told them that most conventions incur a very significant portion of their expenses during the 8 weeks leading up to the event, meaning basically 2 months prior. These expenses include printing, decorating, and guest travel. Therefore, events usually have to decide whether or not they are going forward by that time. Tatara says if he had an event in July, he might be able to push the decision back a little, but his decision would ideally be made no later than late May. So currently, well, actually, I don't need to read the rest of this. We already know. So again, this article is written literally the same day that Anime Expo actually canceled, right? They formally announced the cancellation of Anime Expo. So this is something else. They had an interesting thing here to put in. They said, so why haven't they announced the cancellation? One word, money. As long as the city or state doesn't order them to cancel the event, they may not be able to get refunds on certain deposits they've made for venues. And they may not be able to collect on any insurance policy they have that might cover the event. Most organizations would also want to delay any massive ticket refunds as long as possible, assuming they even have enough money in the bank to refund everyone. And finally, as long as anxious anime fans are checking the AX website and app regularly for news, AX is able to continue earning money from the ads on those platforms. I thought that was interesting. Not only that, the convention is currently still selling full-price badges, both standard and premium, on their website. I guarantee you, not a single person has bought a AX pass other than Samurai Jeff in the last 2 months. I guarantee that shit. Of course, AX doesn't have to completely cancel. Maybe they'll run an online convention or something, which would have been cool if they had done that. They're not doing that, but that would have been neat to at least have it continue, you know? But anyway, continuing, there is a new convention that is this weekend online called Anime Lockdown. So you guys can join the Discord. There's a guidebook, and we will come back to this in the future with something else, another link in the doc here. So, live action anime news. Joe Russo, Gatchaman Hollywood film will tell original story. Adaptation will center on genetically altered kids in space war. So director Joe Russo stated, oh, that's wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to read the paragraph and delete the... Great job, Anime News Network. All right, we'll just read this whole paragraph here. Director Joe Russo stated in an interview with film website Collider on Wednesday that his and his brother Anthony Russo's planned adaptation of the Gatchaman television anime series will not adapt the anime story, but will instead center on a group of genetically altered kids who are involved in a space war. Joe Russo noted that the production is still trying to figure out what the new mythology is. So that's basically all the news about that. Now, Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop shows plans for season 2. Sorry. Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop show plans season 2 and teases Yoko Kanno's music. Okay.
Rip.
What?
Rip.
Is Yoko Kanno dead?
No, rip, because they're playing a season 2 for a show that's probably going to be terrible, but anyway.
Yeah. So, here's the thing. So first of all, writer-producer Jeff Pinker updates on production during COVID-19 shutdown. Great job, guys. You have a wonderful site here that's completely readable here. The production on the first season is on hold in New Zealand after the lead actor John Cho's onset knee injury. I don't know if we knew it was a knee injury previously, followed by a shutdown due to the new coronavirus. So Pinker said that the staff and cast are excited to get back in production as soon as they can. He added that the project's 1-hour episode length allows them to, quote, really tell stories set in that world in a way that hopefully will not only delight the fans of the anime, but expose a whole bunch of new people to the world of Cowboy Bebop, the awesome work of Yoko Kanno. So you tell me, does it sound like he's saying that they're going to have Yoko Kanno doing the score for their version of Cowboy Bebop? Or does it sound like he's saying that because they're making an adaptation of Cowboy Bebop, that it's more likely people are going to check out the original and get to hear the work of Yoko Kanno in there?
I kind of want to say the second with how I'm reading.
It doesn't exactly... It sounds like the author of this article interpreted it the former, and it sounds to me like that might not be it. Or what's probably going to happen is they're just going to use the theme song by the Seatbelts and Yoko Kanno, and they're just going to use that as the theme song on the Netflix version, and then that's it. Like, you know, just come to think of it, the opening to Cowboy Bebop, I've actually never really thought about this because I never bothered to watch the show in Japanese. Is that is the 3, 2, 1 Let's Jam? Is that Spike's voice? What's his name? Fuck.
Stephen Bloom.
Junichi Shiwabe.
Is that Stephen J. Bloom's voice in the song?
No, that's actually part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, so it's a completely different person's voice?
Yeah.
Huh. I never really thought about it until just now.
Yeah, it's a black guy's voice. It's definitely a black person's voice.
It's a black guy's voice.
I'm not gonna lie,
just the way the rumble the rumble and the voice.
The cadence of the voice. I gotcha.
Yeah.
One thing I'm kind of scared about is it's being filmed in New Zealand.
That's scary, all right.
Like, how are you going to get the setting from the show in there, or are they going to?
Because
they're probably filming it at Weta Digital's production house.
They're going to film it in the green screen in New Zealand.
Yeah.
All right. I thought they were doing something else there. Scratch that.
Yeah, they're filming it. They're filming it at Hobbiton with all the with all the Hobbit homes they built into the side of the mountain.
I mean, I can
because
see
nobody's gonna
Spike kicking
notice.
hobbits all day, but that's not Cowboy Bebop as we know.
Well, that's where Ed's from now, Hobbiton. I see Ein like dressed as Gandalf walking door to door. All right, so that might be regarding AX that I requested a refund. AX hasn't really been the same for me. I think AX has gotten better in the last two years, primarily because of the changes that they made that basically locked out all the people who were scamming it to get like their friends in. Like they bought one ticket and then claimed they lost it and bought the $25 replacement ticket and gave it to a buddy. I think AX has gotten better in the last couple of years. But that's just me. Also, the ADA badges when get me at the front of the line have been nice. And Seb thinks that it sounded like new music, which I mean, I'm not going to put it past them. I think they might. I'm just not going to jump on it yet. They were the article writers. They were the only ones who put this in the headline as though it was a tease of new music, right? So that's why I'm sharing this. Also, Sonic director.
No. I can see the main 5 of Cowboy Bebop going into like I forgot which one it was in the Hobbit, like smashing all the plates and stuff. All right, continue.
Okay.
Everyone kept jumping at that right point, so I'm going to say it. Damn it.
Okay. Sonic the Hedgehog director reveals deleted scenes, teases talks, and sequel plans. So this article's not.
Are the deleted scenes in the old art?
No, unfortunately. Sonic's now available for digital purchase and will be available for rental and on 4K Blu-ray and DVD on May 19th. So that's coming up. Cool. So I expect my Blu-ray Steelbook to show up pretty soon. So they talk about Fowler admits that attending the Sonic press tour and subsequent fan screenings really clarified for him some elements that need to be part of the sequel if it happens. In particular, more of Sonic's video game, Best Friend Forever Tales. Fowler confirms there has been no official Sonic sequel greenlit yet from Paramount. Now, I will say that it would be ridiculously stupid for them not to do a sequel based on how much money it made. But you have to wonder if people went to see it because of the controversy. You know what I mean? Because the movie itself wasn't that good.
Just imagine.
It would have been better. They make
the sequel in the old art style again, and then people outrage at the trailer again, and then they need to delay it again, and then they make a lot of money again.
Well, what I'm saying is that I don't think they're going to do that. I think that they're going to greenlight a sequel, and I feel like the sequel won't do as well. Because again, I think the majority of the people who went to see it, I think largely a lot of people were apathetic to the idea of a Sonic movie. What I'm saying is I don't think everybody who saw it was a Sonic fan. Like I wasn't a Sonic hardcore fan. Like I like playing some of the games. I thought they were good. But I'm not like a hardcore fan up on all the lore and everything. So I'm wondering if they're not going to capture lightning in a bottle twice. And if maybe the second movie will be the last one. But I still think they should do it. I think it would be dumb not to. I just don't think that they're going to make as much money continually going forward because the movie there wasn't anything super special about it. You know, it's just a weird occurrence of what happened. And it ended up being better than some other movies.
I feel like the second one will take more chances than what the first one we saw did, obviously.
I feel like they spent the whole first movie trying to get you ready for the actual Sonic world stuff to start happening, like where you're in the world of Sonic kind of thing, which is how you get Tails and all the other characters. And which, by the way, he does talk about in one of the articles that I saw. He talked about the cast of Sonic characters. He didn't call them out by name, but it sure sounded like he was talking about more than just Tails. Like he was including more than just Tails, and that could just be Tails, Knuckles, Amy, maybe, you know, but it could also be Big the Cat, Knack, you know, all the other characters that are otherwise not known. But I feel like it's so much more likely that studio-wise they're going to do, okay, well, everybody at least knows Sonic. We can put Tails in there. Most people know Tails. Then the next trilogy, the next movie, when it becomes a trilogy, they'll be like, well, okay,
I hope they
Knuckles.
show Sally.
We'll green light Knuckles. We'll let you have Knuckles. And then it's going to be like nobody knows who the cat is. Don't put him in this movie. Get him out of That's how it's going to
be. The cat was good.
Continuing. Anime/manga One Punch Man to be turned into a Hollywood live-action movie. Variety reports that Sony Pictures has tapped Scott Rosenberg and Jeff Pinker, who, by the way, is attached as producer to the live-action Cowboy Bebop. So Variety reports that Sony Pictures has tapped Scott Rosenberg and Jeff Pinker, the writing team from both Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle and Jumanji The Next Level, which is news to me that there's 3 Jumanji movies, as well as the 2018 Venom movie to pen the script. Other films and TV series on the pair's individual resumes include Con Air, High Fidelity, The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Fringe, and Kangaroo Jack. None of which sound like a good mix for a One Punch Man movie. Acting as producers will be Avi and Ari Arad, the former of whom was producer for Hollywood live-action Ghost in the Shell, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Iron Man, and Daredevil. Okay.
Iron Man Into the Ironverse.
So Ghost in the Shell, not a good look for this movie. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, probably not going to help with this movie. Iron Man and Daredevil, okay. But also probably not going to translate well for One Punch Man. Variety also
do a good casting after hearing that.
What's up, Reese?
I don't think that they're going to do a good casting after hearing that.
What did Reese say?
Venom.
Yeah, I covered Venom. I didn't see Venom, so I can't comment on it.
I thought
that one I heard was bad.
I thought
because they cut
do you
it like all the good
Do you think that it indicates that? Do you think it indicates that a One Punch Man adaptation would be good though?
No.
Or perhaps because from what I hear, the Venom adaptation was so different from the storyline, like the canon mythos of Venom. Maybe that's an excellent sign that the One Punch Man movie would be good because they're going to deviate from it and just take the concept, which is what I think they should do. I think that'll be great. So Variety also says that Sony is very high on the possibility of adding another franchise to the pipeline. So now every article seems to be reading this, and I read the Variety article. It was dry as shit and written for normies, so I didn't want to cover that one. But every person has interpreted this as though they want to do like a One Punch Man cinematic universe. Right? They're planning on doing a whole bunch of movies. But what they literally said, Sony is high on the possibility of adding another franchise to the pipeline. So they could be
just including
that One Punch Man will be the franchise, but they could also be another franchise. Like they're going to bring something else into a pipeline on this, which if they're going to do something, I would just say, I'm totally hip to the idea that you put One Punch Man and My Hero Academia in the same universe. I feel like that
Shonen Jump universe at that point.
I feel like that could easily work. And if they're going to do it anyway, you might as well, right? But considering that One Punch Man's first anime season was far more popular than its second, they may want to focus on their first movie before thinking too hard about sequels. Now, I have to ask you, I want to set a scene here.
I saw
Tell me you wouldn't watch that. Tell me you wouldn't watch that movie.
I wouldn't watch it, but after hearing the producers and stuff, they're probably going to choose them.
So I said, so no, seriously, Sony Pictures, what do I need to do to convince you to hire? So Mark Neveldine and the Unreal BT, which is Brian Taylor, these are the writers and directors of Crank.
Both of them?
Right? Yeah. So get these guys to write and direct like a spiritual successor to Crank with Jason Statham as one
straight up rated R.
Yeah.
Like all the fucking A. I would love that shit.
That's what it's like. So this is what I quote tweeted this and went on to say, I basically said, look, guys, we know it's going to be a train wreck. So why not make it the train wreck we would have already willingly gone to see, even if it wasn't related to One Punch Man? Right? I think it's the best move. We would all see that shit and it would be amazing. I just want to see Jason Statham slap the insect girl across the side of that building. I think it would be so fucking funny. And like you just ditch Cy Thomas like characteristics in the manga and his like goofy faces and stuff, and just have Jason Statham's response there. It would be even funnier. God, they really should do it. Hire me. I'll make it happen. Continuing. Okay, so Cosmic Book News says Dragon Ball Disney Cinematic Universe rumored in development.
It better be a sequel to Dragon Ball Evolution, and that better be it.
That'd be even funnier. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. Disney owning Toei.
No. Let me set this. I'm going to pitch you the sequel to Dragon Ball Evolution.
I mean, those
Justin Chatwin is now in college.
That was right? Fox, right?
Yes, but see, Disney owns Fox now. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. That's why this article exists, because they're arguing that that Disney now owns the live-action movie rights through the acquisition of Fox. So here's the sequel to Dragon Ball Evolution. Justin Chatwin, young Goku, is now no longer in high school, or maybe he's a senior. I don't know. He's bullied in another apparatus, right? The school bully has bullied him so hard that he goes Super Saiyan. Like, tell me that wouldn't be the funniest shit, the biggest slap to the face, the perfect fucking sequel to Dragon Ball Evolution, to up the ante of every awful decision they made previously, to have some bully who wears, like, let's say a white wife beater and like gray.
He's gotta have a MAGA hat. He's gotta have a MAGA hat.
He's got a white wife beater and like gray sweatpants with purple knee pads, and his last name is Freezer or something like that. His family works for a freezer company, right? And he beats up Justin Chatwin's best friend, and it causes him to go Super Saiyan. That would be the funniest shit you've ever seen. Don't tell me it wouldn't be. So yeah, I really don't think that this is going to happen. This is fan art from the person who was talking about the rumor, saying he wanted to see Super Saiyan 4 on the big screen. Yeah, it seems very unlikely. And I think that Disney. Well, we'll talk about Disney in a second. Actually, we'll talk about Disney in a second. All right, so we got some streaming news. Quite a lot of streaming news. I think streaming news is going to be like the new big thing due to the coronavirus.
I will say one thing. I'm glad Disney didn't get their hands on the Final Third the First.
Oh, yeah. Because they would have had their own cast.
But somehow they did like 2-3 Inspector Gadget movies. Toonami Arsenal. So Toonami Arsenal is pretty much like a backlog of everything presented on Toonami, as in the bumpers, the trailers, the music videos. And currently, and you can go here and just download them on your computer. Kind of like old eBaum's World used to be. So right now it's getting hit by a third-party copyright enforcer by Funimation, which is strange because how close they work with them. So currently this is
operating on Funimation's behalf.
Yeah, same thing. So
they're taking it offline until they can properly take care of the or make their case.
Imagine it's
right. However, there is a link to a YouTube channel that's kind of like a backup for them, sort of. So hopefully,
I don't know that this is their channel. They're saying that this other person has it.
I just have.
Okay, yeah. So I'll say this. Okay, hold on. Keep that up there real quick. If we get Vin Diesel Saitama before Guillermo del Toro's monster live action adaptation, I'll shoot myself in the ass. So let me switch, Augie. You can keep talking about Toonami Digital Arsenal. I'm going to pull up an image I found while I was looking for one of Jason Statham as Saitama.
Okay. So technically this is something that's sort of outdated, but you had Toonami Arsenal, then later they went ahead because Toonami ceased to be, and they branched off to do like an Adult Swim Arsenal, if you will, for all their other trailers, bumpers, and show openings and closures. It would also keep like the different types of contest promotionals, like the Banjo-Kazooie one that I was a winner in. The different events like the Intruder 2, all the Moltar tidbits. Yeah, just a bit of a blast from the past that is having an issue right now. That's about it for that. So, as we all are waiting for it, you know what time it is. It's time for some Adventure Kid.
Adventure Kid is Augie's.
Now,
it's awkward. I don't know what to do. That's me at a party with my wife, but I'm like hiding behind her because I don't want to be there.
You just pull out Adventure Kid in front of the party. You're like, Adventure Kid, anyone?
Yeah. You're like sent to the school's principal, and you're like, I don't know what to do. Quick, where's my Adventure Kid? I need to go to my locker.
What's strange is when I first started showing that, I've seen like more people trying to sell or create listings on Amazon for it. So that's kind of cool. Let's see. FDNM, what pre-orders do you have coming up the ranks here?
Well, it feels like none because like nothing ships.
Yep. I feel like I should have photoshopped your one too, FDM.
My jazz hands one.
My avatar.
Yeah, to have the mask.
Oh, yeah. FDNM one.
All you do is just create a upside down triangle shape and just paste it on there. He is very silent. Why is AC so silent?
Because I'm trying to search for an image that didn't pop up.
I mean, technically speaking, I have Shield Hero pre-ordered to release on my birthday, but that's going to be delayed.
Yeah.
Did you also get that pre-order with the light novel in it?
But there are two of them.
Yep.
Okay.
It's literally like $2 more to get that version on Amazon. Yeah. So I'm like, I mean, I was going to get it anyway, but you know.
No. Let's see.
I'm surprised AC hasn't cucked himself yet today.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that too.
He's a good cuck today.
Getting way better at it, right? Fuck. Okay. I think in order for me to find it, I have to search. Fuck.
You have to search.
Is it in your history?
No. I
know
that's
how to deleted.
It's just that 3 YouTube videos are all playing the opening to the Ava rebuild all at once because they just finally loaded fully. Okay, so the way I'm going to find it is to look up Jason Statham, and then I'll find it immediately because that's how I happened to find it last time. So let me just.
Japanese don't be suggesting they whitewash it.
I'm fully going to say that they should whitewash him. Found it. All right. So for versus Seed. Now, it is kind of a tragedy. The real tragedy is how long my internet is taking to load fucking anything tonight. Well, we can address some of the comments. So yeah, Sony is high. Yup. Yeah, for sure. I feel like all this news will go the way of Naruto live action films and we'll never hear about it again. So yeah, I'm trying to hold them accountable. We're waiting on One Piece Netflix show. The Gatchaman thing that just keeps like, we still exist, all that kind of shit.
The Akira movie,
which is indefinitely postponed, right? Anyway, so Lishansky said Tsunami Arsenal is a nostalgia trip, and Saitama needs to be Japanese. Don't be suggesting they whitewash him. No, see, the thing is, his name is Jason Statham, so he already has that going for him, that they just give him the white guy. He'll just be Statham from now on, right? Statham, right?
Statham.
You're really interested in this actor.
I just think it would be hilarious. I got the Gastaraki OST Volume 1 Pokemon Battle Dimension and a few other items. How is this not loaded? Okay, we'll come back to this. We're gonna keep going with this. It'll be loaded by the time we get there.
Shame on you.
The payoff will be even better. Okay, so
Goodbye, Arsenal.
Adult Swim Tsunami brings back Satoshi Kon's Paranoia Agent anime on April 25th.
Yeah, because Funimation actually
that already happened, so that's cool.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
It's already started.
I hope you guys all enjoyed it.
Which, by the way, so you know how Rurouni Kenshin, I'm like, is that HD Funimation?
Right.
Well, I checked Paranoia Agent. That is HD, though I think it's an upscale. That,
but we knew that because
master.
they were going to release it on Blu-ray, right? They had announced the Blu-ray release.
Right. Just a confirmation that they didn't AIDS us.
So next podcast, we're going to have Flip join us. And I would like to request Justin Savakis to join us, but not for the next podcast because I don't want... I know that it'll derail into us asking Justin questions for hours.
Well,
so
that podcast would probably have to be willing to like not read any articles.
Right. No, that's the point. Yeah, but I'm just saying I want to make sure that the point of inviting Flip on was for Flip, not for, hey, Flip, can you bring your friend and then shut up for 2 hours while we talk to your friend? Kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but I would like to talk to Justin about upscaling. Because there is a After Effects effect that it works as an upscale that I've been using for the Broly stuff. It's not great, but I wonder if they're legitimately using these things for an upscale, you know, or if they're using the fucking Gigapixel AI one. God, that one's scary. It like makes faces out of things. Anyway. So, Extra Olympia Kiklos joins Crunchyroll Spring 2020 anime lineup. It will be available to Crunchyroll members worldwide, except for Asia and Italian-speaking Europe. Rip Italy, cucked on your own culture.
Just
so I have to wonder if that's because they already have a streaming service in Italy that picked up the rights to this already. You know, I wonder if that's the reason why. But I thought that was interesting. Continuing, Sailor Moon official YouTube channel to stream the first 3 TV series from the 1990s for free in Japan. That's kind of weird. We're gonna stream it in the 1990s. Sorry you missed it. You know, back before YouTube was a thing. Great phrasing there, guys. So yeah, that's a thing. And then Dorohedoro anime chows down on Netflix US in May of 2020.
Cool. I was excited to watch this one, but then I realized it's Netflix. I was like, oh, shit.
Well, the CG also in the trailer, I don't know, it had the chop to it.
Oh, does it? I haven't seen the trailer yet. It looks good in all the still frames I've seen.
It's a very mean-spirited first episode. I know that much.
Okay. Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045 TV confirms second season ahead of its streaming debut. Now, I think it's important that I share this again. Remember when Maki Terashima Furuta, the Production IG USA, tweeted out, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex 2045 to stream on Netflix this April. I can't wait to announce the English cast. To which I replied, if it doesn't include Richard Epcar and Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, the voices of Bato and Motoko, then I don't even want to hear it, right? To which Richard Epcar wrote, liked it and all that shit, right? So RHYS, the thing came out on Netflix, but only with the Japanese dub. RHYS skipped to the end to see the credits, and sure enough, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, Richard Epcar, Crispin Freeman, William Knight, all of the cast from the original show is back, right? So I said,
I didn't even realize that the English dub wasn't even on it. Like I just
right. But the thing is, they've actually changed.
Jumped to the end.
Guys, they actually changed. First of all, let me address this. Greenline743 with the $10 super chat. Fuck show. There we go. Waiting on my Sword Art Online order in the mail, and been things that I've been thinking about my future orders in regards to delays. Hope you had better luck. Also, glad to watch Paranoia Agent. I think I'm gonna rebuy it. Honestly, on the Blu-ray.
I'm gonna buy it for the first time.
So am I.
Speaking of shipping speeds, I'm not going to lie. For Trailblazers, that's the eBay snipe that I did back on Tuesday, and it just showed up today. So I'm very impressed with the shipping speed on that one.
I'm impressed as well.
Okay, so the thing is that they've actually changed the content that's on Netflix to remove the English cast from what I saw, because I tried to open it up and do what you did, Reese, and I couldn't find the black credit screen. So I think they actually swapped out the video footage that Netflix has for it. So this is what I tweeted this out in response to this, right? I said, I'm absolutely floored. I haven't even watched the show, haven't even watched it yet, but I could cry over the mere fact that you guys actually got everyone back. This is the best news I've seen since the pandemic started. You have no idea how much this means to the fans. Thank you for keeping the legacy alive, right? And I shared the picture. I cropped it down, right? So the person who runs this account for Production IG direct messaged me and demanded to know where I got the information on the cast because it hadn't been released yet. And they're like, you're not going to get in trouble or anything. We just need to know who leaked it or whatever. I'm like, it's still on Netflix.
Yeah, that's a good cover.
It's still showing up on here.
Oh, is it? Okay. Yeah, so maybe they didn't pull it out. I just didn't see it when and then people were finding me.
Did you see my post on? I sent a reply sending you to the fandom post in the doc right underneath your.
I think it's next, actually.
They've got the full cast.
Yeah, they got the full cast. The only difference
for all the episodes, not just the first episode.
It's now at Bang Zoom instead of the defunct animes, right? So Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, voice of Motoko and singer in Silent Hill Shattered Memory soundtrack, all that. She's the ADR director at Bang Zoom. You might have noticed her on a couple of the those episodes of Conan O'Brien where he went to Bang Zoom. That she was in those episodes with her and Tony Oliver at Bang Zoom. Anyway, casting director Mami Okada. So yeah, Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, Richard Epcar, William Frederick Knight, Kristen Freeman, Michael McCarty, Dave Wittenberg, Keith Silverstein, Roger Craig Smith, Bob Buckholes, or however you pronounce that, Dean Wine, Melissa Fawn. Like literally everybody's back, right? So where did this person get the news, I wonder?
I can't read it from here.
All right, hold on. I gotta reply to it.
I'll get it. Track.
Hold on.
Dragons. Back page.
Hey, FDDNM.
Yes.
What shows have you been watching lately?
I think I resumed watching something. Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun.
Oh, cool. I watched a bit of that. To me, that kind of reminded me of similar themes from Disgaea 3 with the whole demon school and such.
It feels like if My Hero Academia was any good. I mean, what?
Dang.
But what is it? I've actually started reading manga again. I was reading Black Cat because I was also watching Hatena Illusion, which no one seems to like.
Yeah, a recent show.
I read this. This as I have the Spanish flu of Paranoid Agent. Pretty sure it's an upscale. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
Of what? What's an upscale?
Paranoid Agent.
Yeah, it's made in like 2004 or 5 or something. They didn't have HD then.
I'm not seeing that big bold stuff underneath the post on mine when I went through it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But yeah, Hatena Illusion has the...
Okay, anyway.
What is it? the same artist as To Love Ru's manga and stuff. And I got thinking again. I'm like, yeah, what other things has he made or whatever? And Black Cat, is his original work. And I'm like, damn, I kind of want to finish Black Cat's manga now. Which I realized apparently the manga is completely covered. Like the anime covers up to the final volume. They cut out a lot of stuff, but essentially I'm not going to get. It doesn't sound like I'm going to get any different results. But I don't know.
Lishansky said he finished Great Teacher Onizuka, best anime he's seen for a while.
I got overwhelmed with GTO when I watched it because people pumped it up to be so good. I started liking it more towards the end, but then it ended.
Lishansky, there is a live-action movie. There's a prequel, because if you read the manga GTO, you have his teaching years, then you have his junior high years. There is a 4-part OVA of his junior high years.
Yep. That's an old picture.
TV show.
So here you go, Versus Seed.
Oh my god.
That is an old meme. Holy cow. How long? That's been like around since the series originally came out.
Yeah.
What's this movie from?
Fast and Furious.
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never seen any.
You see the crashed car in the background.
It's Vin Diesel.
He's
only been in one movie ever. The Fast and
Vin
Furious.
Diesel and Paul Walker. What movies have they been in together that aren't Fast and Furious?
I don't know.
So, yeah. The thing is that Jason Statham is so perfect as One Punch Man, but I don't know who would play.
Especially with his accent. Can you imagine Saitama with that? Come on.
Yeah, it's exactly sounding like from Crank. I think it would be the funniest thing in the world.
I think Saitama looks younger than Jason Statham.
I want the old guy in One Punch Man in the live action version to literally just be played by Richard Epcar. Like the person, like not like voice acting him or whatever. Like he's just in it,
And then get someone else to voice act Richard Epcar's character. Just because.
Right,
that means Richard Epcar's gotta get like ripped and jacked as fuck.
Well, they can CG that part. Netflix streams new Pokemon Journey TV anime on June 12th.
I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I thought Disney had it. Oh well. What are we doing? Where are we going?
Japanese studio Trigger is offering Luluco full series for free on YouTube until May 6th. Get on it.
Get down on
it. Just like
Mario Kata and Studio Colorido's postponed a Whisker Away anime film now will premiere on Netflix worldwide rather than going to theater. So that's kind of interesting.
It's probably going to be a thing for a while.
Yeah. Room Camp DVD / Blu-ray bonus episode to be streamed on YouTube for free for 1 day. Ooh. May 27th is when. Well, no, that's when the DVD is going to. I don't know when the actual thing's going to come out. I didn't read the article. I just know. Anyway, it's probably not going to have subtitles though, so who knows. Also, Evangelion 1.0 You Are Not Alone immediately viewed 2 million times in just 1 day on YouTube. So the first 3 Eva rebuild films are all on YouTube right now
in Japanese on
Studio Cars official channel, and I'm just gonna show you them real quick so you know. It says an audio commentary project to enjoy the films at home has also been underway, which kind of sucks because that means that we're gonna have to rebuy them to get the audio commentary on on a complete thing, but whatever. So the 4th installment, called Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 Thrice Upon a Time, literally the greatest title ever. Fuck. So anyway, here's the actual YouTube. This is what was playing when I was getting all 3 of them playing at once. So Evangelion 1.11 You Are Not Alone has had 6,887,615 views. The second movie is at 6,019,929 views. And the third movie is currently sitting at 5,118,720 views.
Wow.
Pretty impressive, guys. I hope you're monetizing that. And then
they're also streaming the
releasing...
Digimon movies like till a certain point on the Toei website or wherever it is.
I should have already loaded these up. So Studio Kara released a statement on the Ava movie delay. I'm just gonna go ahead and open up a bunch of other articles right now so that we don't have to wait through every single one of these. Oh, I'm clicking on the. Fuck. I clicked on the other screen instead of the.
Lishansky has some insight on that, Ava.
What does he say?
It's harsh.
I think the audio commentary for Ava is a special thing for only 80 selected fans.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
How does one become one of those 80 fans?
Yeah.
That guy's going to turn into the Overlord guy and be like, "Why are people pirating the commentary when I'm only releasing it to 80 fans?"
Yeah.
This seems like a great idea. What I'm doing right here, opening all these. Okay. Studio Car releases Anno's statement on Ava 3.0 plus 1.0 film's delay in English. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure the tweet was in Japanese, but whatever.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So so did they not have a picture of the tweet like they did on the all the other?
They did when you sent it to me.
Maybe the embedded tweet will load it in midway while we're reading it and ruin all of our reading. A message from Hideaki Anno by his handwriting in the original Japanese version. Okay, so see, yeah, I don't know why you guys said it was in English. You wrote it in English here. Thank you for that. To all who suffered from the recent coronavirus disease, 2019, COVID-19, please let me express my deepest sympathy. Also to all the medical staff and related persons who are still working on this case, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude and respect. I feel so sorry to keep you waiting more for our new film due to the unprecedented situation, even though I know well you have already waited for almost 8 years. I will keep my best with my indomitable spirits together with all of you, even while we are seeing the toughest situation all over the world. Thank you very much for your continuous support. So, like a typical boilerplate PR thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't think a lot of people are ready to see a conclusion to a apocalyptic show or a movie series.
I think they're
the
more
world is ending.
All right, let's read about Disney's future being grim as it takes out $7.3 billion in notes and $5 billion in credit. Disney is not doing well. With their parks closed, each day sees the company lose $30 million. Even when the parks reopen, they will have to be completely re-inspected and pass certification, which will mean additional millions in revenue just to bring them back online. A process that could take months. If that wasn't bad enough, for each voyage of Disney's 4 cruise ships that they have had to cancel will cost. For each voyage of Disney's 4 cruise ships that they have to cancel will cost the company an additional $3 to $4 million in revenue. Disney Plus won't be profitable until 2024, if it is ever profitable, given the upcoming crash of the streaming market that has kept itself afloat with infusions of debt offerings the likes of Netflix soon won't be able to repay. On top of all that, the movie chains upon which Hollywood relied so heavily on for revenue are projecting massive closures as a result of the pandemic's lockdowns. AMC Theaters, the nation's largest chain with 8,218 theaters, is projected to go bankrupt. As the second largest chain, Regal Entertainment Group, as is the second largest chain, Regal Entertainment Group, those hoping Cinemark will be able to withstand the crisis think again. They are seeing their credit slashed and are in similarly poor financial state. Other major industries enjoying the bailout money. Other major industries are enjoying the bailout money, but Hollywood will not receive a dime of it. As a result, Disney has needed to take on mountains of debt to survive. In March, they offered $6 billion worth of notes that will march at a rate of 3.35 to 4.7% between 2025 and 2050, citing the proceeds will not be used to produce new movies, but to just keep the company afloat. In short, it is being used to pay old debt balances in administration, is what they actually said. We intend to use the net proceeds from the sale of these notes for general corporate purposes, including the repayment of indebtedness. Having garnered as much money as they could from the American debt market, they turned to Canada later in March to raise an additional $1.3 billion. As said notes are set to mature by 3.057% by 2027. The intended purpose of these notes is the same as their American equivalents. Oh, man, scroll.
That is scary to be in that much debt, but at the same time, with that big name, somehow they'll get around it.
Will they, though?
I don't know.
One of the articles
if I can predict the future, I would be a billionaire.
One of the articles I didn't cover was about the new all-female Star Wars project that was announced that the execs at Disney did not even know was happening, and we're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, we didn't greenlight this. What are you even talking about? And it seems like the people who are doing the press release are trying to force Disney to greenlight the project for them. Bold move. I hope that they all get fired and they still do it anyway. Like, they greenlight the project, but they fire literally every person who was involved in it.
Okay.
As like a way to do it. That'd be funny. That's still not being enough. Disney entered into a credit agreement with Citibank for $5 billion of unsecured debt. Effectively, Disney now has a $5 billion credit card that they can use to get projects off the ground or parks back operational for a year. Disney is in a sorry state, and analysts are predicting it will soon begin selling off divisions to stay afloat. Get rid of Fox. Yet the company continues to push the same woke agendas with various properties that they just saw kill the Star Wars brand. At this point, only two paths are available for Disney: a writing of the course and abandoning anti-white, anti-male agendas in favor of solid entertainment, or bankruptcy after years of flops, failures, and credit rating downgrades. Right now, they have Iger stepping back in to maintain appearances, but Iger is the same person who ran the company into the ground and focused more on his legacy during the last year than he did running the company effectively. Keep in mind, Disney is not the only company currently hurting. Nearly all of Hollywood is feeling the pinch from the lockdowns and will feel the burn of the death of a large chunk of the entertainment sector. Leftism is not a ground-up movement, never has been. It is paid for by other people's money until the money dries up and they move on like locusts. Hollywood has reached the end of other people's money. Going forward, investors who finance movies are not going to be keen on projects they know aren't going to generate merchandise revenue, show well, or perform well digitally. So that's quite the statement. I've had a gut feeling for a while that something was going to tank the entertainment industry. And it's a combination of things. I feel like the Trump movement is part of it. The rejection of Hollywood is definitely part of it. I didn't think the pandemic was going to be involved at all. I'll tell you that much. But I really do think that I think that Hollywood is going to just downright collapse in the next year or two. And it's going to be like scorched earth. It's going to be gone. Like, Sony's going to go out of business. Disney is certainly going to go out. Like, all of these companies. And I bring back again what I said before. Think about how in Japan, they're still making manga. People are working from home. They're doing all these projects. They're still getting made. In America, everything is fucking shut down. Everything is shut down in the entertainment industry. Right? And it's largely because of top-down, executive-based decision-making, whereas in Japan, they have a creative-based decision-making process, which we'll cover more in another article that is quite interesting, I think. Although I don't think I highlighted those parts. I'll address it. Anyway, do you guys have anything? What do you think about Disney? They almost seem like they're worse off than Netflix. I don't think they are. I think Netflix was $17 billion in debt. Something crazy like that.
Some crazy number, but you don't. Unlike Disney, Netflix doesn't really have a face to kind of look at. Disney, you can see all the different branches of this tree and can kind of tell what's.
The thing about Disney, though, is that because they've diversified so much, they're getting hit that much harder during the pandemic. because Netflix, of all things, it's like Netflix. Okay, what do we do? What do we do here at Netflix? We stream shit. What is everybody doing during the pandemic? They're staying home and they're watching Netflix, right? Yeah. By the way, my wife made up a meme for the shirt story. Disney Plus and chill.
Yeah, there you
go. That should have come up during the Splash censorship with the digital hair over the girl's ass, right? Say goodbye to Disney Plus and chill. Anyway, but the thing is that Netflix is literally probably getting more. I mean, I'm getting daily like fucking text messages for scammers telling me that my Netflix payment didn't go through. I don't pay for Netflix. I use my in-laws account, right? But I'm getting these scammers trying to get me to respond and get my credit card information. So certainly more people are using Netflix right now. The thing about Disney is they've got parks, they've got
cruises,
all shit going down, and they're bleeding because the only thing that they have that people might be utilizing in this time is Disney Plus. Disney Plus is not better than Netflix, and as they said, it's not even going to be profitable for them for the next couple of years. So that diversification of that business is actually hurting them more than it's hurting Netflix, because at least Netflix has people using their program, and potentially people who weren't previously going to use Netflix are sitting at home. Well, I can't go to the movies. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll get a Netflix subscription. I'll try it 30 days free, and then this is okay. I'll use it. You know what I mean?
$6 a month, whatever.
Yeah. So I think that Netflix is more likely actually to recover from this than Disney is, because they didn't diversify, which is crazy to say, because you would normally think that diversification is why Disney could stay afloat, because even if Star Wars keeps tanking, well, at least we made $30 million a day at our park. You know what I mean? So they cushion it otherwise, just like with Google. YouTube is a net loss every year after year. It's never once been profitable since they bought it. But because the ad revenue from Google itself and Google Pixel selling phones and shit, all that makes them money. Like, they can take the loss and actually utilize that loss towards tax breaks and stuff for marking it as a loss and all those things. Whereas Disney is like, if everything is a loss, you're dead. You know what I mean? Anyway. All right, continuing here. Ghost in the Shell, Salem Complex character arts by Ilya Kushinov. So there's this new art by Ilya.
Yeah, I pre-ordered the Force of Will Ghost in the Shell set so that I can get some of Ilya's work on card.
Yeah, Lishansky did as well. He told me about it. It'll be interesting to see that.
Oh, okay.
Steins Gate lab members head to World Line 0.549111 and meet Hello Kitty.
Okabe's forehead looks very wide compared to the bottom of his head.
Yeah.
Because he has a big brain.
Oh, of course.
Flint Lockwood. All right. A time machine or gel nano won't help them here. So, after previously being announced during the Science ADV Live ScienceGate 10th anniversary event, it was finally unveiled on April 23rd that the 6th project in the 10-project series would be Hello Kitty X Steins-Gate collaboration titled Chance Encounter of Goldick Party. With new artwork from Huke, featuring Hello Kitty in the world of Steins-Gate and new games to play on the website. So
that's an amazing image.
So seriously, once again, anytime there's an anniversary and they're like, they want to get you hyped up, like, hey, there's going to be new stuff. It's this shit, you know?
Yeah.
But still, that Hello Kitty with the TV's that's a cool image. That is a cool image. I don't give a shit about Hello Kitty, but that is a cool image.
I think it's just because it has a filter on it and it has like
all the vector lines and stuff.
Not necessarily that, but it's like the shading, so it looks like it's part of the Steins-Gate art style.
Mm-hmm.
So the online visual novel is split into 4 parts and sees Hello Kitty and the lab members interact. Goldick, in this case, likely refers to Goldick dissolution series, a method of predicting the relative stability of minerals on the surface of the Earth, a very sciencey thing for the lab members of the future gadget lab. It has not been announced if Hello Kitty will become a lab member or not. I mean,
it looks like.
Do you think she's going to get
Kurisu.
like the little pin? Like the little lab member pin that they have in the show?
It matched with her button on her bibbies.
On her fucking nose. Yeah.
Kurisu there looks like she has a bit of a bukkake in her hair. The way it's like splattered.
Her is this like a turtleneck collar? Like
it's a turbo.
I don't know.
collar.
I didn't play the game, so I don't know if that's normal for the artwork, but yeah. So
It was in the anime.
I just like that. Like I find it funny that Japan will do these crossovers and they'll treat them completely serious. You know,
Dude,
like
Hello Kitty has become Raid Shadow Legends. They're just like collabing with everyone.
Yes, Gundam.
Okay,
I think they already did Godzilla.
I'll tell you this much. I plan to reject every sponsorship that comes our way, but if Hello Kitty wants to do a collab,
A
I will
collab?
sure as shit do a collab with Hello Kitty.
There you go.
Cute Girl Scale Mountains as Iwa Kakeru Climbing Girls manga gets a TV anime adaptation.
Yay! I mean,
All right.
I don't know anything about it, but okay.
You know, it's kind of funny because a couple of years ago I tweeted out a list of things that I would like to see, like unusual sports that I would like to see animes be made out of, and a couple of them have come true. Like I tweeted out a list. I said weightlifting, like bodybuilding, right? And then we got how heavy are the dumbbells you lift, right? Another one that I don't think has come out yet is like I said like more golf anime. I said that professional Olympic sport curling, right? I want to see an anime about that. You know,
Dude,
They
my
do
dad
manga.
watches curling all the time.
Say what?
My dad watches curling all the time.
Oh yeah, is it,
So it's
is
like-
it a Canadian sport?
I think it actually is.
Anyway, but yeah, I just think I went through like a list of like the most obscure things, like chiropractic anime. I want to see an anime about a chiropractor, right? Sailor Moon Eternal movie trailer brings back the magic. That's great that we've got this shit happening again.
Still read it.
It doesn't even matter. Well, it just says when it's going to be. So that it's going to take place. It's going to follow the events of the original manga's Dream arc, as well as the original anime adaptation in Sailor Moon Super S, pitting the magical girls against the Dead Moon Circus, which is seeking to dominate Earth. And then here's just stuff. It has a new art style, but it looks decent enough that I think it feels. Let me put it this way. It feels a lot more watchable than Dragon Ball Super compared to Dragon Ball Z. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball Super is a pretty significant downgrade compared to original Sailor Moon anime from like the 90s to this, right? Which I kind of said the same thing about the Cardcaptor Sakura Clear Card. Was at least decently good. It wasn't. I think this is the best adaptation comparatively. Anyway, it comes out on September 11th, or 11th of September. I don't even know how to get rid of this one. There we go. So, 9/11 day. Great job.
Talking about adaptations and remakes, how does the you mentioned like Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super, Sailor Moon. How about Hunter x Hunter?
That looks
I think
fantastic
it
from
works.
when I was watching the original, every time I saw a screenshot of the 2011 anime, I'm like, oh, looks so polished.
I think it works, but there are a couple things that like. So I kind of look at it like, remember in Dragon Ball Z when when Vegeta first gets shown in his like in the brown and green outfit.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't actually had a cover image of him on the manga yet, so they didn't know what color he was supposed to be. Because the only image of him in color is on the covers in the manga in Japan. So I kind of think about it like that because Hisoka has completely different color hair.
Right.
Original 99 or whatever anime of Hunter x Hunter. So there's certain things I like the 99. I really like it. Most particularly because it's got the same storyline for the beginning of the 2011 one, but it's way more drawn out. Like they fast forward through stuff, and I think that the drawn out stuff was actually better, and I liked it. I'm glad I didn't have to sit through it again. Don't get me wrong, but I do like the fact that I have the ability to watch the old one. And then the artistic cell style, I like that thing. Yeah, I like that aesthetic, but I think that the show works well. It's sort of in the same way we're talking about, where like these feel very on model for the old one. They're a little different. Like they kind of are a little bit closer to the Sailor Moon Crystal than the original Sailor Moon, but they look way better than the shitty Dragon Ball Super ones that are just look fucking awful, especially in the original broadcast edits, you know. But again, this is a movie, so I guess that's to be expected. Anyway, continuing here. Sailor Moon's voice actress shares photos of the personal script they had for the first ever Moon Prism Power.
The personal script, though.
That's another tweet that's not loading. I wonder if my tweets are busted again. Like they're not going to load in here. The last tweet that loaded was Jamie Markey's. Okay, so she's got her actual script here from the first episode. And she's like highlighted the lines and stuff, the actions that her character took, and like anyway, it was interesting. Anyway, moving on though. So Clannad and Angel Beats writer Jun Maeda to announce next project on May 10th, to which I say, that's great that there's another project coming out, but can I expect it to be as good as Clannad or as shit as Angel Beats?
Well put. Problem is, it says writer. I think they mean he was the writer of the anime. I don't think he's the one who actually wrote the stories.
That could be.
Because
so among those projects being announced is a new online portal tentatively titled Jun Maeda's Association Lab and a new anime project. So we'll see what it is. But I will say this. I think that the adaptation of Clannad is spectacular. The only problem I have with Clannad is that in the English dub, which by the way, the English dub is great, except that they can't pronounce anybody's fucking name at all.
Oh no.
Oh, that reminds me. Did I ever mention was it Cells at Work in the dub? It's great and all, but are they supposed to pronounce it capillary? Isn't it capillary? Am I crazy?
Capillary.
Capillary is the word.
No, you just
but I thought it's pronounced capillary.
No, it's capillaries. All right, so
I showed my friend that, and he said he agreed with me.
Yeah, because you're both Canadian.
I wonder if that's
a Canadian thing.
I was kind of hoping for the next project would be something similar to like
urinal. It's like only in the UK.
But wait. Hold on.
Find both Clannad and Angel Beats as chibi forms, and they go through their daily stuff. But I think I might be overthinking or wanting something silly after all.
Regarding the serious commentary project, he was referring to this, which I can't click on, unfortunately, because of fucking the way things are handled here. I don't know what this is a reference to. Put Kitty in. Oh, Hello Kitty. Okay. There's that cool manga about a mountain climber, Keijo climbing. I want an anime all about staring contests for 95% of the shows in one. If they get it to be written by the guy who made Death Note, I feel like they could actually do it with all the dynamic angles and shit.
I'm with you on that. Also, I would go with the writer of Kagi, the gambling guy.
Yeah, I've never heard it pronounced that way. I guess I'm crazy.
Grammar Nazi aside, you're crazy, FDM. Okay, so I've pre-ordered this shit. I swapped AirPods and it didn't reconnect. Okay, no, it did. I've already pre-ordered this book. It looks really good. So this is a talk with the man who helped bring Studio Ghibli to the West, Steve Alpert.
Ooh.
Why is my screen not moving? There we go. All right, I'm going to cover just a little bit about the interview. I've already bought the book. I'm sold on it. It sounds great. But there's more in here. There you go. to grammar Auschwitz with you. Got it. All right. So in 1996, American Steve Alpert was brought on as the head of the international division for Studio Ghibli and its parent company at the time, Tokuma Shoten. At the time, Alpert had to constantly juggle the unbending integrity of Miyazaki and reluctance of major companies like Disney and Miramax to take risks on a then largely unknown animation studio. All of this has been captured in his upcoming book, Sharing a House with the Never-Ending Man. 15 Years at Studio Ghibli by Steve Alpert. So here's the questions they had. So you mentioned in the book that while dubbing, so I'm just sharing some of these to whet your appetite. I'm going to read this book pretty thoroughly when I get it. I think it'd be really interesting to provide a little insight week to week on the podcast, what my highlights have been. It says here, you've mentioned in the book that while dubbing the English version of Princess Mononoke, the from Claire Danes' famous line, I smell like a human, was accidentally cut off. So you had to have a tape with the shipped from LA to New York to reinsert it. How much did that end up costing? Alpert says, I never actually found out. More than it should have is all I can say. Right? So little bits like this that you'd otherwise never know are coming to this book. You know, little insights about the process. And especially interesting, I think, to us, because it's insight to the English dubbing and all that shit too, versus just like, oh yeah, this is the Japanese production. This pun was taken over this pun. You know what I mean? Like that would be a lot less interesting than this little stuff that is just weirdly interesting. Anyway, so on the cover of the book, on the cover of your book is a drawing of the character Hans Kastrup from the film The Wind Rises. There's clearly more than a passing resemblance to you, and you were also the voice of Kastrup in the Japanese version. Alpert replied, yes, the physical appearance of the character and the way Kastrup moves is based on me. I also did the voice in the Japanese version. My understanding, however, is that the character in the film is based on Richard Sorge, a historical character, a spy with connections to Germany and Russia. There's a lot more interesting stuff here, but I'm just going to give you guys the gist of it. So, The Never-Ending Man and the title of the book refers to Hayao Miyazaki, and the book is full of insights about him, of course. But I thought the real star of the story was Yasuyoshi Tokuma, the head of Ghibli's former parent company. So Alpert said, I really, really have to thank you for that. Yes, Yasuyoshi Tokuma was an extremely fascinating man, and I felt privileged to know him a little and witness him in action. You couldn't help but just like him. So he goes on to say, and yet Tokuma had, albeit accidentally, made the amazingly fortunate decision to keep Disney's hands off the digital rights to all Ghibli works, which probably saved a lot of the back catalog from getting buried in the West. To which he said, Mr. Tokuma got the advice to hold off on the digital rights from the chairman of some of Japan's most famous companies. He may not have understood the meaning of the word digital, but the idea of holding on to something that might be valuable would have appealed to him. For me, the big surprise was that Disney didn't think digital rights were a big deal. Behind the curve on Disney Plus, am I right? Of course, you have to think back to those bygone days when engineers were doing their best to get 90 minutes into a single one-sided disc and failing. No one knew if they would ever succeed. In many ways, Tokuma seemed the polar opposite of the somewhat reclusive and modest Miyazaki, and yet Miyazaki said he respected Tokuma greatly, even being the key speaker at his funeral. Why do you think that was? Mr. Tokuma's personality was that of a public person. He had a larger-than-life persona that he actively cultivated. As far as I can tell... Hold on. I'm going to just make sure that this is playful yelling and not
murderous yelling. In the meantime, I have an update. It is Jun Maeda. So when I looked on Wikipedia for Clannad, it says he's the music. It says music by him. He's not the writer, like for the credit. But on Wikipedia, it says he's one of the co-founders of Key, which is the writer of the visual novel. So technically he is the writer, I guess, and also the musician.
Okay. What other
and
stuff?
The question still stands. Is it going to be as good as Clannad, or is it going to be as bad as Angel Beats?
He did work on the script. My anime list is listing him as the original creator and script for Angel Beats, and then music.
So I think
how much of Clannad did he make?
So what other shows did he make?
Well, hold on. Mr. Takuma's personality is that of a public person. He had a larger-than-life persona that he actively cultivated. As far as I can tell, even in private, he was performing. He loved an audience, big or small, preferably big. I guess you can think of it as performance art. He was very good at it. Artists respect other artists who are very good at what they do, right? In reference to why did Miyazaki like him so much, right? Now, this is the best part. How did a typical Takuma ice cream meeting go? As I hope I described it in the book, a call from his secretary to come upstairs. No specific agenda. Sitting in his office and watching him make phone calls, absorbing the art on his walls and the spectacular view of Tokyo Harbor, looking at the partly unwrapped gifts to him and from him scattered about. Him sitting down and making small talk. Maybe he'd tell a story or give life advice. Eating ice cream. Silence. He thanked me/us for coming. Go back downstairs and wonder what that was about. From what I know of the late Mr. Takuma, for all I know, he just wanted to look me over and see how comfortable I was just sitting with him and eating ice cream. The theory being that if I was doing something illegitimate on the side, cheating the company in some way, or doing something unauthorized in the Disney contracts that I was negotiating, he would be able to tell by sitting there and looking me in the eye. Mano a mano, maybe. Once when I was in his office, he had just been given a 4-foot-tall plastic model of Gamera. I couldn't contain my enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to get it out of his office. He gave it to me, and it sat next to my desk when our office was still in Shinbashi. Anyway, I look forward to reading this book. There's a lot of interesting stuff in here that I decided not to cover just because I feel like I'll repeat myself when I actually read the book. And
we're already almost 4 hours in.
Yeah, so we're gonna skip past it. Also, the screams were bloody murder. But it seems to have resolved itself, so I'm going to let it go.
So where can we or the viewers pre-order this book from?
Amazon. There is a hardcover, but for some reason Amazon said there's only one, and I already pre-ordered it. So, but that might just always say one until I don't know if they've even printed them yet. I don't know. The hardcover is like $40, but I think it's worth it for hardcover personally. Hinamatsuri comedy manga ends with 19th volume. This summer.
I'm saddened by these turn of events.
That's one less than Black Cat.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. What was that show that Black Cat has the exact same character from? Is that
To Love Ru? Well, actually, it's the opposite. To Love Ru reincarnate. Well, not reincarnated, but essentially reincarnated characters into
character that showed up in fucking what's that show called that Sentai released? The one about the theme park, Amagi Brilliant Park.
Yeah, Amagi Amagami. No.
Amagi.
You got it right.
We got it out there. Okay. Wow, the fucking banging on the walls, guys. Seriously. Got an idea for a steamy isekai manga series? Japanese publisher are holding open writing contests, but no one-night stands. Okay, because the judges want an actual plot to go with the sensual shenanigans. That's what I call my date nights, the sensual shenanigans. My memoirs. In some people's minds, writing a hit manga shouldn't be that difficult. Take whatever the popular trope or genre of the moment is, give the central conceit a cool twist, and the character archetypes a few charming quirks, sprinkle in a liberal amount of sexy situations, and then just sit back and watch the fan base grow, right? Sorry, I need to parent for a second. Can we stop?
So FDDNM by RHYS, by any chance, can you mute him?
Leave me alone. I'm back.
Okay.
Well, now you've got a chance to prove it because the manga publisher Shueisha is taking plot submissions for a new manga series to run in the pages of its Ultra Jump monthly comic anthology. Okay, guys, join the Discord. Let's mad lib this shit, and we should submit something to Shueisha as the OCA Podcast crew. Like, not just the host, but like everybody. We'll just come up with the most bizarre, ridiculous ideas. We'll make a light novel. with sensual shenanigans. That'll be the title of it. And then if we get an anime made, then we'll be famous and the best podcast that's ever been, because we'll be better than Chronexia.
We can take a 3-month break.
Honestly,
anyway,
I think we have a pretty stiff competition with Chronexia there.
I don't know. I feel like we could do it. I feel like we have the creative energy to
that
just
was
make
pure
sure
sarcasm because anything can beat that garbage.
But can we beat Snob's book? That's the question. Can we sell more copies than Snob's book?
Yeah,
Of course. Still.
All right. Well, now you got the chance to prove it, because manga publisher Shueisha is taking plot submissions for a new manga series to turn into to run in the pages of its Ultra Jump monthly comic anthology. The contest.
Oh wow!
There you go.
Studio Gizli, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Studio Gizli. Yes. No, seriously. No, it's Gizli. It's the only way it works.
Yeah, come on, spell it right.
You're supposed to be in the oven, damn it.
So yeah, no, but seriously, it's gonna have full package Futanari. It's gonna be the best light novel you've ever heard.
It's gonna make me cry and come at the same time.
I mean, that's pretty much all you can do. Suddenly, the stain.
Stain came back. The stain came back.
Okay. That's gonna have to be an actual scenario in the book now. the character cries and does. Okay, I think we're eschewing, guys. The contest, which will be judged by the editors of Ultra Jump and staff of web novel hosting site Novel Up Plus, has a simple, straightforward theme: isekai, alternate world, and eroticism. Futanari land. That's easy, right? However, the organizers are quick to say that though they want the plot to contain erotic elements, they don't want a story about random one-time couplings. Instead, they're looking for entries where the characters and their relationship develop over the course of the story. And then, as Yusuke felt the elven princess Tina von Coco's nipples poking into his pupils, he realized, I want to fall into this woman's boobs for the rest of my life. I like the idea of this guy narrating it out loud. Since the contest is strictly for plot ideas, there's no need to submit any concept artwork. Instead, the submission is to consist of 3 written sections: an overall plot summary, more detailed descriptions of the plot for the first 3 chapters, and background on the characters. The grand prize winner will be rewarded with 300,000 yen, 2,800. Hey, I could pay my son's medical bills with that. And have their entry turned into a serialized manga in the pages of Ultra Jump. Guys, I really think we should do this.
Yeah, sure.
The runner-up will receive 200,000 yen and a one-shot manga adaptation of their story in Ultra Jump, and an unspecified number of honorable mentions will all receive 50,000 yen. All applicants have to do is post their entries on Novel Up Plus with the tag UJ Kanji,
meaning Ultra Jump plot idea contest.
Okay. Yeah, so PlotCon, I guess is what that's supposed to be. Between now and June 12th, with each of the 3 sections of the submission being no more than 1,000 Japanese language characters in length. We'll just use a lot of kanji. That'll shorten that shit up real quick. Winners will be announced in August. And if you're having trouble getting started on the risque side of the story, this should help get the balls rolling. All right. Well, I think we should consider that for our Discord discussion in the Velvet Room. What is the Finer Things Club, or wherever we decide to do this? And the content organizers point out that multiple entries are allowed and even encouraged, which actually seems like it'd make an appropriate title for the sort of series they're looking for. Multiple entries. That'll be chapter
multiple
1.
Entries? Is that a theme in the
Central Shenanigans chapter 1? Multiple entries. Oh God!
Full package.
Yeah. Monster Dicks
Chapter 3: Adventure Kid.
Yeah. I think this could be very funny and incredibly unsexy. All right. So Augie, you want to take this one away?
Yes. So someone did this as a promotional for Animal Crossing and put it in an 80s sort of theme. I watched it. I watched it and enjoyed it. I liked the sort of trippiness that was there. It kind of felt like it was more 1970s than 80s, but
Japan's 80s was our 70s.
yeah.
This
part. Was Korean digital artists. South Big was inspired to create the game and the poster. Oh yeah, there's a scene where they were going to show the Mabel sisters. Instead of one of them, Abel or Mabel, they just went ahead and just showed flat out Sonic.
Okay. They reused the graphics and set the fictional trailer to the theme song of Maya the Bee. All right. I can't show anything from that because, obvious reasons. So I'm going to let that be in the link if you guys want to check it out in the link down. So somebody has made the land of... Oh, I just got a text message.
It's probably your wife saying, "Stop talking about food as in front of the kids."
I can't read it. It's hold on. I think my hold on. Now it's clear. Nope, it's not clear. Why is that so blurry? Oh, here, I got it too. In recognition of your hard work supporting the increased volume during this time, we have extended the additional $2 for every hour worked through May 30th. Does not apply to paid time off. Oh, okay. So my company is still giving me an extra $2 every hour I work, which is not that much. Is probably bringing me up to the base pay for another warehouse, honestly. In fact, it's not even paying me what I would have made at Amazon if I had stayed there. Anyway. Yeah, so this is kind of neat. And you can download the world and play in it. It's pretty neat. Continuing, though. Apparently opened it twice. Great job, me. Okay, so Arc System Works, the company behind Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball Fighter Z, Blaze Blue, all those games, their Twitter has been shadow banned for posting butts.
They posted that?
So, dear Arc System Works, give us Fanny again. That is all. Thank you, because I guess the tweet was deleted or whatever. So, yeah, here we go. Reply, tweet, and now, boom, shadow banned. So there's a website called... I think it's called like Am I Shadow Banned or something like that. But they if you search a thing, it exists, but the search suggestion ban, search ban, ghost ban, all this stuff is. So this is.
Are you shadow banned from the shadow ban checking site though?
No, I'm apparently not shadow banned anymore. Search suggestion ban. So this type of ban causes an account to not populate search suggestions, and people search results when it is searched for while being logged out. Twitter seems to take tie strength or similar metric into account, whatever that means. While an account may be suggested to users you are already strongly tied to, it may not be shown to others. Search ban. This type of ban causes your tweets to be hidden from the search results entirely, no matter whether the quality filter is turned on or off. This behavior includes hashtags as well. This type of ban seems to be temporarily limited for active accounts. Ghost ban. This was referred to as the conventional shadow ban or thread banning as well. It comprises a search ban while threads are completely ripped apart by hiding reply tweets of the affected user to others. Everything will look perfectly normal to the affected user, but many others will not be able to see reply tweets of the affected user at all. Reason for this ban include behavior like excessive tweeting or following. Again, this type of ban seems to be temporarily limited for active accounts. So you guys remember how occasionally we've been talking and it's like I'll see that somebody has liked or retweeted something of mine, but I can't click on it to find out who. I think that's probably because they are shadow banned. Anyway, continuing. Nintendo confirms breach of 160,000 Nintendo accounts since start of April.
Yeah, mine was one of them, probably.
Was it?
Well, actually, no, mine might have been before April.
Didn't you have an issue?
Yeah, credit card.
Oh, I did.
Yeah. You want to share?
Except I don't know if it was before April or during April, but either way.
They've confirmed this number since the start of April. There's probably more. This is just the number they have since the start of April.
Okay, so it wasn't something I did, because I literally bought that Smash DLC that gave you Persona 5 stuff like a year before. And that was my only purchase. And then suddenly it was like, yep, you just spent $340 on Fortnite. I'm like, what? I don't even have Fortnite.
So, by the way, did you see the article I sent you on Persona 5? I didn't cover that in here.
I did. And
was it coming to PC?
Oh, the potential PC port thing. So
is that it?
While I would have been happy to see that, the thing is I've already played it through twice. I don't care to play a third time currently.
Yeah, of course.
But it is good for releasing it is good for releasing the chains on the Persona series, because they're like strictly PlayStation at this point. And I'd like to be able to run it on PC. But okay, what the hell are you doing?
You see it?
I'm trying to think, and I see all these things popping up.
All right.
But yeah, the TLDR of Persona 5 The Royal is that it's a massive cuckage. Because I beat it, and I'm like,
Chapter 3, massive cuckage.
Yep, massive cuckage edition.
3 chapters, guys.
But like JT Master, I made a tweet about it, and JT Master was like replying like, "What are you talking about? They couldn't have blah 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 and stuff." And I said something about every single thing. It's like, dude, you didn't have to rebuy it. I mean, they didn't have to resell it to you. This could have been like a $30 DLC or whatever. And it's like, yeah, well, they couldn't. Well, it runs better than the last one. Don't you think that would warrant an upgrade or whatever if it runs better and stuff? It's like, well, it's one thing if it's Dark Souls on the 360 that ran in 480p 30 FPS to 1080p 60, but it's the same console. You literally could have done it as an update. And he's like, oh, and I said it ran at 1080p 30 FPS before on the regular edition. And he's like, oh, well, the PS4 Pro, but it's like, well, once again, it could have been a patch. I don't have a PS4 Pro because the PS5 is coming.
I think JT Master's reason why he keeps wanting to defend the new release is because he's going to spend more money on a newer system. He wants to boast.
He has to save his money to stop his self-pleasure videos from getting leaked to the public in his Facebook.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Don't you remember he needs to spend $2,000 in Bitcoin to that guy who has his passwords? For anybody who's not aware, JT Master posted on Twitter that a threatening email he got for somebody who knows his password to his computer logon, who claims that he has had spyware activated on his computer and recorded a bunch of videos via webcam of him masturbating to porn. He's into weird porn and he's going to share it with all of his Facebook contacts. So I'll be sure to report on it when I get them. But I'll just let you know that they got here.
Ooh.
Anyway,
this would be a good time to be sponsored by a VPN.
Yeah. I think we could just take all the shit we've covered and put that's in our erotic isekai.
That's the plot. He was blackmailed, but he had.
What if you told a story where the character falls in love with the 2D waifu, and the entire relationship is him with the 2D waifu, and it's just him jerking off in every episode?
Come on, he said the requirement was lasting love.
So he's got the autoerotic asphyxiation, and he's having to hang upside down and wear all sorts of belts and straps and shit to do it.
I was thinking he would go be transferred to the other world just because of how much blackmailage and debt he got into. They had to kick him out of this world.
No, that'd be hilarious. Like he literally, like that would be the premise of the story. No, that's how it starts. He's about to commit suicide to save face over the fact that his weird upside down jerking off on his own face videos are about to get published to his Facebook. So he's supposed to jump off a bridge and it opens up a gateway to another world. That's how he gets there.
Low key implying that's exactly what JT Master has.
Well, I'll have to report on it when I get it sent to me by the guy he didn't give the 2,000 Bitcoin dollars to.
You should message the guy he got an email from and be like, hey, man, once it drops, just send me a copy. I'll re-upload it.
Well, the thing is that like it said in the threatening email that he's going to send it to all of his Facebook contacts, and I'm one of his Facebook contacts. So I get it, you know. Anyway, so anime studio Piero and mobile game developer K-Lab form a business alliance.
My God.
Seriously, guys, get on that Discord. Somebody make a channel for this. We have what is it going to be called? Sensual shenanigans.
It's kind of sucks that the last episode of Interspecies Reviewers mentioned people coming over from our world, so they got isekai'd into that world of Interspecies Reviewers.
Well, see, I think that we need to cater to the Interspecies Reviewers crowd because that's how we're going to win. You know. Versus Seed says, "Oh, he got my email. Nice."
Ooh.
I'm gonna put your name in the first episode by Versus Seed. Right? This is just gonna be one huge fucking meme. I'm submitting this. I don't care how much it costs me to get it professionally translated. We're doing this. We're gonna be a runner-up, if anything.
Well, you see, there's actually a loophole. It said you can only have a limit of X for katakana or whatever, or kanji.
No. It said it's a Jap. No, see, the thing is, we just have to translate it properly into. No, this is gonna work. We're gonna do this.
No. What was the limit? They said
1,000 characters.
1,000 Japanese characters.
Okay, well, do it all in English, and you'll have no limit then. There you go.
Ooh.
All right, I'm opening Discord right now to make this channel.
It's important.
It is. This needs to happen. This is going to be my magnum opus. I've worked all my life on creative projects, and this is going to be the one that's actually going to make me money. 50,000 yen, bitches.
Honestly, do you think that's how
only
half of Japan's stories are made?
$500? Come on.
I know.
Now pay.
But you know what? I'll take that $500. I'll reinvest it in getting our fucking logo finally made. Sorry, Discord's installing an update. Hold on, I'll get back. Okay, so to this I say Studio Piero, yay! Mobile game developer. Who gives a shit? So yeah, Studio Piero behind Bleach and Naruto. And they have made Yu Yu Hakusho 100% Maji Battle for K-Lab. Who cares? Moving on. Oh.
The Adventures of...
Oh, Discord. I thought I cucked myself, but then it's because the Discord window came up in front of the... I closed the window, and all of a sudden the screen went black. But it was because Discord popped up at exactly that time. Okay, I'm making the Studio Jizzly channel. It needs to be not safe for work. I forgot how to make new channels. It's been so long since I've done it.
I don't know, right-click something and it'll
the plus sign, right? Yes, new text channel. Here it is, guys. All right, they're all lowercase. That's lame. Studio.
And you can't do spaces. It has to be like dashes, I think.
We do dashes though, right? That's the thing. Okay, Studio Jizzly. There you go. It exists. Somebody catalog all the things we talked about. It's in the not safe for work. First, Random Live's already in there. Thank you, man. I'm glad that we've got people excited enough that I'm not the only one who's going to be in that group. Okay, all right. Okay. Whew. All right. Sonic Complex says 1994 Sailor Moon visual novel translated into English. So the patch was made by the Majin Zenki, Supper, and their team, and it comes in two versions, allowing players to choose whether or not they want to include the original Japanese honorifics like San, Senpai, all that shit. So I was going to show you guys all the pictures, but it's going to take forever, so I'm just going to. It exists. And also, Cloud Visual Novel Service Maru Maru Parts, I'm going to guess how that's supposed to be said, launches in Japan. The service features over 100 different, mostly romantic, visual novels, as well as eroge, such as Daikuji, Grisaia Phantom Trigger Volume 1, Grisaia Phantom Trigger Volume 2, Kiko Kugai, Kira Kira, Maitetsu, the popular edition, Moon, period, I don't know why, 1, Kagayaku Kisetsu A, Phantom Integration, Sengoku Rants, and School Days HQ. The service is currently running a special campaign from now until April 26th, which was, like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, whatever that was, allowing prospective buyers to try out their library of titles for free without logging in. A few of the titles are available on the service, such as Grisaia Phantom Trigger Volume 1, come with an English localization as well. So that's kind of cool if you're into that stuff. Trials of Mana Remake demo pulled due to bug allowing access to the full game. So that's always a good thing to just include in your demo.
Oh, yeah.
Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, Sandwich Scene Remains Faithful. So I never played this, but apparently there's a scene where a character pretends to eat a sandwich. What's going on?
I just said whoa because there's such a big difference between the two shots.
That's actually the entire reason why I'm sharing it, is because I can't believe this even exists. Because the lower ones look like such ass that I just can't believe they're even a thing.
I'm so glad I waited to get this, because I was considering getting the Wii version.
Good thing I still have
For
my
some
Wii
reason,
version.
all the male characters look decently okay, but all the female characters just look like real bad.
Like ass.
Oh my
god.
It's like Happy then goes, grr.
It's going to come out May 29th. Count me in.
Happy birthday.
That's 3 days after, but yes.
Close enough.
That's probably when I'll get my presents anyway, if I'm lucky.
Parents wait till the last second, and then...
well, the thing is, I kind of got to remind my brother, and he usually gets stuff online. Like, for Christmas, he said, oh, your gifts are still coming. And then, 2 months later, I'm like, so what about those gifts? How far along are they? And he's like, oh, I didn't actually get you any. I was just saying that until I got you one.
Forgot about it.
I would just like to remind VersaSeed that the person chatting with you is RHYS, not me. So I'm sorry for the Vietnam flashbacks you've had. That image of Pro Jared.
Oh God, no! You just gave me flashbacks. Thankfully, I haven't seen the uncensored pics.
I feel like that should be part of when the person gets the protagonist of our story gets the email. Those are some of the pics that he sends as proof that he's got all the shit right, and it's him upside down,
Sailor
doing
Moon.
the jerk off stuff, and then the Sailor Moon pic of Pro Jared, but in an anime style, So anyway, Final Fantasy VII Remake shipment reaches over 3.5 million in 3 days. So congrats to them. Continuing, apparently fucking Red 13 is a playable character through save editing, because apparently he's AI controlled, but if you do a save edit, you can actually control him. So that's the thing. If you guys are interested in looking into that, it's in this article. Final Fantasy VII Remake Easter egg connects with Final Fantasy X2, which I didn't know is supposed to be in the same universe. Did you know that?
Yep.
I never played X or X2. They both looked underwhelming.
Well, 2 looks more underwhelming because it's a bunch of girls who are in a band or some shit. I don't know.
So is every protagonist in Final Fantasy blonde except for Squall? After the PlayStation ones?
Lightning is pink-haired.
Oh, yeah. I meant male protagonist. Sorry. I was thinking Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy...
Noctis has black hair.
It depends on who you're looking at.
You're right.
But
okay.
I don't have blonde hair. parts as in Final Fantasy IX. All of them had white hair at the beginning.
Zell and Cypher both have blonde hair in Final Fantasy VIII, but I think Squall is undoubtedly the main character. Yep, sure do love these fast loading internet. I'm plugged directly into the Ethernet, by the way. Like I just, and I know that it's working because I literally turned off the Wi-Fi to do this, like on my computer. I'll turn it back on, see if it makes a difference, but. Versus T says Final Fantasy remake was really fun. Getting close to getting the platinum trophy. I don't know what that means.
That means you get every trophy.
Oh, okay. So it's like 100%
100% completion.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so apparently this character named Shinra in Final Fantasy X2. So I guess Final Fantasy X2 is a prequel, timeline-wise, to Final Fantasy VII, because this character analyzes the wealth of energy contained within the far plane, right? And then you see him in the in like the founding members of Shinra as like the guy in the dead center, like because he's obviously got the same fucking mask and everything, right? That's it. I'm not even gonna wait for this picture to load. That was it. Okay.
Question: did we actually like go over the sandwich scene? How it was faithful in Xenoblade?
No.
You can watch it on the thing. It's.
What does it mean? Was there something that they were going to censor?
I don't know why that was the topic of the article. The entire reason I shared the article was to show the before and afters because I thought that it was a pretty amazing upgrade.
You see, GT Master, that's worth rebuying.
Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 development is already underway, says report. Square threatens to sue people uploading Final Fantasy VII Remake's ending. They have DMCA'd a lot of channels, so the Let's Play just ends.
Are they going to...
the video's private.
Are they going to sue the people that verbally tell the others the ending?
In fact, I believe some channels have already gotten the DMCA takedown notice for even just talking about how.
No, I mean like that guy on Reddit who says, "Yeah, the ending was like this."
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, they're going to do it in as many ways as they can. They'll probably try it, but fucking Streisand effect. Good luck, right? Final Fantasy VII porn searches skyrocket after the launch of the remake.
That should be expected.
As many had predicted, the cravings for those.
As long as they don't pull a blizzard.
So I'll just tell you this much: there ain't nobody looking up. Fuck.
No upskirt shots.
What's that game from the people who made Dragon Age that takes place in outer space on the ship?
Mass Effect?
No, there ain't anybody looking at Mass Effect Andromeda on Pornhub. All right, anyway, that joke would have been really good if it had actually landed. All right, sorry about that. Sorry for failing. Sorry for cucking you on that joke.
Well, they should just do Blizzard and say, stop making Final Fantasy porn, and then everyone just goes rampant making even more.
Okay, yeah.
That's what happened with Overwatch.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like Square Enix would say stop making it, and then of course there's a billion more. Yeah.
Stop making it because your models look better than what's actually in the game.
As many predicted. Okay. Well, whatever. Here's the trajectory of it. Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy Tifa, Final Fantasy Hentai, Final Fantasy Tifa, Final Fantasy Aerith, Final Fantasy Hentai, Final Fantasy Cosplay, Final Fantasy 3D, Final 3D Hentai Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy Lightning, Final Fantasy Yuna, Final Fantasy Lulu, Jessie Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy Cindy, Final Fantasy Cloud Strife, yikes, Final Fantasy Cloud, Final Fantasy Gay. All right, well, so I'm just gonna show you the trajectory here. Remember when I talk about how the homosexual population is about like 3% of the whole population? Yeah. Note this curve here.
I shall return.
Final Fantasy erotica also enter searches such as Overwatch. People searching for Final Fantasy erotica also enter searches such as Overwatch and Jill Valentine. No doubt as a result of the remake, and sure to have people criticizing their tastes. Well, whatever. Well, I'm going to wait for this to load because I think these are going to be funny. So also, Ruby creator on Final Fantasy VII, Tifa is a prostitute. So Miles Luna said, Final Fantasy Remake is a weird game. Sometimes you fight monsters. Sometimes you look for cats with your prostitute friend. Now, I see that as an obvious joke. But left-wing Twitter, however, saw that as a attack on sex workers / Tifa's not a prostitute, apparently. So that's
going to load too. What is it? It's this battle between, women should have the rights to sell themselves, and, oh my god, you're making women wear those clothing. Women, you have no shame. No, seriously. Final Fantasy VII Remake's Aerith is wearing panties after all. So congrats, guys. Oh, did they patch that in?
Hey, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I didn't think I'd ever have to cover this again, but here we are. She's got bad taste in underwear, though.
What, just pure black?
Granny panty? I'm just kidding. So yeah, I wonder if the clipping that's occurring, I think that they probably designed the black hole effect to work in situations where you're able to see under, like when she's climbing up ladders and stuff. I don't think that it's supposed to exist in this realm, Honestly, the model should just end here. They don't even need to put unless there's like physics engine on the dress up that high, which I doubt. They really don't even need to have a crotch there. You know what I mean?
Hey,
anyway, well, that's not going to load, so we're just going to close that. You're not missing anything. Final Fantasy Remake Ultimania has been released. So I should have looked for it, but I didn't have time. I have the Final Fantasy VII Advent Children Ultimania Omega, the Japanese
Whatever
one like
that
this.
Is.
These books, they're like a chronicling of the production and stuff about them. So I have that. This is what they look like on the inside. I've got it somewhere. I'm sure I could find it if I look for it. Now, in that, Final Fantasy VII Remake story will allegedly not be drastically changed. So here's a person translating bits of the Ultimania. It says, we're not drastically changing the story and making it into something completely different than the original. Even though it's a remake, please assume the story of Final Fantasy VII will continue as Final Fantasy VII always has. So that's interesting. We'll just see how that goes. There's a lot more here about the changes and why they did things and stuff. And it seems like a worthwhile read, but I'm not going to do it for this podcast because not enough time. Robotics Notes Elite and Dash head to North America in one package.
It's a bit late for when I was mildly interested in checking out the other. What are they called? What's the company called? Nitro Plus?
Yeah, Science Adventure series stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
Males were 58% more inclined to search for Final Fantasy pornography in comparison to females, along with younger users. Oh, okay.
I mean, there's only like 50 more females in the games that you'd be interested to.
I mean, when you're a girl playing the game, you just want to see Tifa get railed, right?
When you're a girl, you just want to see Barrett porn. You want to see that machine gun unclothed.
You want to see that machine gun wielding dildos. Taking into account the quality of erotic creations nowadays in comparison to back when the original was released, those committing to searches are probably far more satisfied. All right. I haven't seen any of them, but whatever. I'll take your word for it. Okay, so anyway, here we go. Now I have to sit in a bar and wait while all the other characters have a meeting. Also, I know Tifa isn't a prostitute, but compared to literally every other person in this town, her outfit is something. All right, so yeah, he's dug himself a hole rather than it was a joke. It was a prank, bro. Right, and then yeah, things just get worse. Also, they point out that that Tifa was one of the deceased creator, Monty Ohm's favorite characters, and even inspired one of the main characters in the show he's currently writing for. Right, so blah blah blah.
Okay,
outraging.
As soon as I found out Tifa had these fisties, I got really upset because I'm like, that's like the main thing that I hated about Yang, the yellow character in Ruby. Not that I really like Ruby or anything, but I just hated that character so much. And that just added to it. And that's like Tifa's the better waifu. Tifa's the better waifu. And I'm like,
what does fisties mean?
It means she has these. Doesn't she have these gauntlets that like enhance her fisting?
Oh,
so it's just like I hate that. That's a stupid weapon.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'm just saying that people said she was a better waifu and all that stuff, and I'm like,
yeah, I'm not
with
buying
that weapon.
I've never really liked Tifa personally. The Adventures of Tintin is in development for PC and home consoles again for it, so that's kind of interesting. They have no idea what it's going to actually look like, but kind of interesting. 50% of Japanese students
are watching Final Fantasy porn.
Motherfucker. Okay, I'm just going to click on it because I'm sure I hit the button to close that. I did.
Brad, your mic is muted.
I just hear the ambient noise.
Can't even properly smash my anger. So the survey found that 49.6% of 15-year-old Japanese students do not use computers, putting the country barely ahead of North African nation Morocco in terms of computer usage.
Well, it's because they use their phones. They use their phones in the shower. That's why they're waterproof.
Apathy towards technology may explain why the country found itself with a cybersecurity minister who admitted to never having used a computer and appeared unable to understand questions about the use of USB drives in nuclear power stations. The phenomenon of limited PC usage may also account for the reluctance of many Japanese developers to port their games to PC and the notoriously disastrous results when they do. Which I'll click on here just because it's kind of fun. Even though the fucking pictures are going to take forever to load. So maybe I won't. We'll see what happens.
Which is the true reason why Persona 5 isn't on PC.
Sony patents artificial gaming companion that reacts to its owner's emotions.
Oh.
It's a chicken fucking McNugget, man.
Oh, yeah, it's a widget, but that sounds pretty useful considering a lot of people who are alone and can't find someone to have something to talk to at least.
Yeah. It's going to be like Rob from the NES days, right?
Pretty much. Rob the Robot or the recent Chucky.
You get turned. I was like, "Can you beat this guy for me?" That's what my kid does. Like, I'm like, "No, I'm not playing Kingdom Hearts. I'm working. You can beat him." I check his stats. Like, you haven't beaten anything. Why are you using the original Keyblade?
Because he wants to get the trophy.
He's playing it on PS2.
He wants the theoretical trophy.
It's unclear if Sony will ever use this patent submitted in 2018. But what is for certain is that this week the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is now showing said patent, revealing a quote robot that can sit next to its owner while the person plays video games, equipped with eyes, hands, feet. The companion can quote talk to the player as well as quote move its arms, legs, or neck in reaction to the player's emotions. I can't wait till it's like you fragged that noob. Good job, man. Tell him his mother's a whore. According to publication site techradar.com, we learned that Sony's new patent makes mention of the quote robot being quote autonomous to the point where it can sit beside its owner on the sofa on its own terms. As in, you have to request consent. In other words, the robot doesn't have to be placed next to the user, since it can make that decision without any help. Furthermore, the website highlights that the robot can play games with the player, with an example being the companion controlling the opponent team in a baseball game. That's never going to go wrong. Kid loses and chucks the fucking toy across the room. We also learned from the patent about the robot having a feeling deduction unit, which is an object control system which can identify the user's emotions, allowing the companion to act on these feelings. Well, if you're going to talk that way, I'm just gonna go over here. Like walks out of the room. This also means that the unit can assess feeling indexes such as joy, anger, love, and surprise. Yeah, whew. Can't wait until that hot robot love activates. And
that's how we should do that Mad Libs thing.
Yes,
he just falls in love with his companion. Who?
No, I told you his 2D waifu.
No. He has a robot, and that threatens him with his jerking off videos or whatever, and then.
That's how they hack into it. They hack into it through his companion.
Getting off to me.
They hacked into it through his robot, Rob.
The optical sensors.
Oh, God. Yeah, the email talks about his, I hacked into your Sony robot companion and watched your self-pleasure videos. It's like, damn, I shouldn't have been talking to my robot friend while jerking off in my own mouth.
Ooh.
We're just going to keep the meme going of whatever these self-pleasure videos from JT Master are. Let's see.
So can the widget
Where was it? Yes, we've already read that they can. It can choose whether or not it wants to sit on the sofa with you.
Okay. Thought you were joking.
Feeling indexes such as joy, anger, love, and surprise, and will be complemented in a way to encourage specific companion behavior via a biological sensor that can track the user's heart or sweat rate. Like, dude, calm down. It's just a game. Like,
why are you getting aroused? This is
honestly though, I feel like this could legitimately be a way for Sony to spy on gamers while they're playing the games to find out what moments gamers like the most and try to turn that into an algorithm or whatever, a system, a formula that they can recreate. You know what I mean? Like, wow, people really liked it when that glitch occurred where you could see the character's underwear. You know, like. Oh my God. They liked it a whole lot.
I would hate to be the guy who's doing that, and he was watching the one guy who's was a Dead or Alive where he shake the controller and their tits bounce. He straps he straps his flashlight to that.
Hey, buddy, you're sweating quite a lot over there. Are you sure you're not done with this scene? I think those zombies are getting close.
Thinking on the boring side here, I wonder if this thing's supposed to track the age and if they receive epilepsy at some point of a game to
epileptic reaction. Epileptic seizure.
Don't look!
Call 911. Oh, that'd be funny if they did start calling 911 just because their heart rate's up and you're just jerking off.
Oh,
then they have to create a jerk off database so it won't fall asleep.
That's how the guy finds the the toy companion alerts the 911 or whatever Japan's equivalent is, and then the guy shows up and he's like, "Are you okay?" And he looks in there and sees the guy doing his weird masturbation and starts filming it from the window.
I'm fine.
Then sends the email. The blackmail. Or maybe it could be a lady blackmailer. And that's the love connection, right? She's a sadist.
It makes
becomes a masochist over time.
It makes the 2D waifu jealous, and she becomes basically Chuckette.
There you go. It becomes a harem too, because he gets sent to the world of the 2D waifu. And the blackmailer's like, what the fuck, dude? And they want their money, so they go after them.
Oh my God.
Get back here.
Chasing chronic masturbator through another world.
That's the title.
All right.
I don't think this would be good for Shonen Jump.
It's not. It's for Shueisha.
That's the same thing.
Erotic Monthly or whatever.
Shueisha is Shonen Jump.
I think this is exactly what Shonen Jump needs.
Yeah, they're really lacking that spice.
Yeah. They're really lacking that thing that, like, see, anime used to have this quality where as soon as somebody walks in the room, the
It's
inappropriate thing happened, and it's like it's lost that quality. We need to give that back, where people open up the manga like that they're reading, and then as soon as they get to the page with the art thing, they're like, "Oh shit!" And they close it real quick. Have to read this one at home, you know.
This is too spicy.
Okay, so this also means that the unit can assess feeling indexes such as joy, anger, love, and surprise, and will be complemented in a way to encourage specific companion behavior via biological sensors that can track the user's heart rate or sweat rate. Instead of writing out the rest of the long-winded patent, a summary of Sony's patent notes that the robot's existence revolves around a joint viewing experience to motivate the owner/player to play video games. This is said to compensate for the absence of a face-to-face relationship with another person. I guarantee you. So fucking Phil Spencer or whatever of Xbox, whatever, he said something like, I'm not worried about Sony in my competition. I'm worried about Netflix. Because people aren't playing games. They're watching Netflix or whatever, right? That's what he said. So I just feel like this Sony companion is like, yeah, I feel like watching a movie. Don't watch a movie. Play a video game. You know, like.
Yeah.
You don't watch movies anymore. You should just cancel that Netflix subscription. Right? It finds out your password and changes it when you go to bed.
You should buy a PlayStation VR to experience this erotic game in further
In addition to the above, the robot will have a, quote, love index, which can be affected by the owner's tone and words. This love index also doubles over for charging the companion, in that if the owner doesn't do so quickly, it will react in a similar fashion and estimate that the player, quote, doesn't love it. From here, so that's exactly what I need when I'm playing a game. A fucking Tamagotchi to beep at me. Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's just a toy that has mood swings.
Yeah, Tamagotchi. From here, it can also highlight its owner's bad habits, such as not going to bed on time when playing too much of a game. If it's physically harmed, instead of being treated kindly, it will no longer empathize with the player. Yeah, it's a fucking villager in Minecraft during a gameplay session. The patent claims this is a conscious action made to make the user reflect on their attitude. Like, this is going to have the exact opposite effect of what they want. People are going to keep rebuying these just to beat the shit out of them.
How much are these things?
I don't know, but I kind of want one just for the lulz. Treat the robot more. I just want to have it in the podcast. Like, we gonna play games or what? You sit there and log all of my cuckings when I accidentally click out of the screen.
Well, you got a good side and a bad side. Will it judge you if you go on the bad side, even though a lot of programmers are half-ass and don't do anything for that?
I mean, is it going to go all Mr. Rossetti on you when you disconnect your internet connection during a Pokemon battle? Yeah, probably.
They shouldn't ban people for that. If it's not going their way, they should not be punished for it.
Yeah, totally. Definitely not. Lastly, Sony also wants to bring this idea to a VR headset. This means that the companion might not be a robot, but some form of AI assistance in a future release of the company's VR headset or next product. Okay, so if you make this as a Tachikoma, I'll buy it. I'm sorry, I'll buy it. But other than that, if it's a fucking chicken McNugget on the couch, I'm not gonna pay money for this.
You want a Tachikoma that's bigger than your garage to sit on your couch?
No, I want the virtual one.
Oh.
And I'll take the tank-sized one that I can ride in. Yeah, I'll take that to work. If you guys want to make it for me, I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. I like the idea that anybody tries to steal that and it just shoots their car.
It just gets up.
Here's an excerpt from the patent that may or may not come to fruition. It is expected that the user's affinity with the robot is increased and motivation for playing a game is enhanced by the robot viewing the gameplay next to the user and being pleased or sad together with the user. Further, regarding not only the game, but also a movie, a television program, or the like, it is expected that the user may enjoy content more by viewing the content with the robot as compared to a case of viewing it alone. Or,
when they have the same stock 6 answers, it'll get annoying.
Oh, are you covering the Funimation thing?
Which thing?
The Oh, you're not in. Hold on. Hang on. Carry on. I'm gonna go look for this.
Versus, he says, yeah. Hold on. They detect how many people say the N-word while playing games and shadow ban or put all of them on their own N-word server to keep the toxic people separate from others.
N-word server?
That's not fair. That's not fair because then you're going to put all the black people with all the white people who are using N-words as slurs. Hire me, Sony. I got a ton of ideas. What about a video game movie? Sounds like the kid's toy for parents to get to monitor their kids or play with them. I mean, yeah, if you've only got one kid. Wonder how expensive it'll be considering parents would already buy like a $500 console. Yeah, seriously, a $500 entertainment system.
Private chat when you get done with this article.
I
don't know if you covered it yet today or not.
I didn't, but I will. I'll cover it after the next article.
Yep.
Well, apparently we're covering it now because it went in the wrong spot. Oh my gosh. Okay. What did I leave this open for? Nothing. Okay. Oh, I just couldn't close it from before. Okay. Should gamers, goodness gracious, Guardian, should gamers be accountable for in-game war crimes?
No. Next article.
So, when I first read this, I thought they legitimately meant, should we punish people for committing Grand Theft Auto style atrocities, but in like a third world country where the war game is set, right? But I think they're saying if you shoot civilians in the game, should you get like court-martialed or something?
No.
In game. Not fun.
I mean, you fucking shoot a civilian and fucking Mr. Rossetti pops out of the ground completely out of style to the rest of the game and just berates you the rest of the level. Hey guys, he's over here!
Human.
He shot a civilian! He's hiding behind the building!
Hey, you get
He's over here!
kill
He's
too
over
many
here!
civilians and you have to survive the court case right after the game, right after the level to proceed to the next one.
Like it happens during the stealth
read
mission.
this.
He's like screaming out your position for everybody.
We're almost 5 hours in this podcast, so I'll put this away for later. We'll read it another time. So Funimation streams anime live action films with big screen VR service. Streaming events are for Your Name, Akira, My Hero Academia, more in May and June. So Funimation announced on Tuesday that it's collaborating with virtual reality theater company Big Screen to offer anime films and live action films through VR theater screening events and video on demand. Funimation began streaming a promotional video for the announcement. This sounds like cringe.
It's like watching in a virtual theater with like 8 other people in the same. Like,
oh yeah, I love the idea of putting a phone up to my face with the stupid little visor thing and watching a movie and having a fucking text message show up on my damn screen.
Dude, you can already
it
get
costs
this
like
experience.
$4 per screening too.
You can already do this, like on what is it called? It's the Cyberlink whatever Blu-ray player application on your PC. You can have a VR mode, and you're just like doing I don't know. I'm assuming it's the same experience.
I don't know. It doesn't sound good. And I don't like this idea that we're just writing off theaters, that the coronavirus is going to kill theaters and we're never going to have theaters again. Because what's going to happen to the the first impression series when there's no more conventions to go to and there's no more theaters to go to.
You'll watch your own movies at home, Brad. That's what will happen.
And then do a live stream with other people who watched it at the same time you did.
That went so disastrously when we did Death Note that I never want to do that again. Anyway, all right, so that's interesting. We'll see how that unfolds. Continuing here, we are into release news.
All right.
I've got the right
I'll
stuff.
skip over right stuff, yeah, because you've got it.
I think I still have it near the window.
Okay.
Yep.
And then while you're going over the right stuff things, I'll get all the other articles open so we can nip that in the bud. Because this is only going to take an eternity. See, the thing is, Lishansky, that I think that the major businesses are going to go out. Like they're projecting that they're going to go bankrupt, right? And I feel like the government is going to keep the stupid lockdown going way longer than necessary unless there's significant pressure. Because I think that, like, I legitimately believe that they are treating this, because you never let a crisis go to waste. So they're treating this as an opportunity to test what we're going to put up with. And so unless there's a significant more protesting and shit, I don't think that they're going to let up. They're going to let up slightly and then pretend like that people get that little victory, and then they're going to just go back on the pressure, and they're going to drag this out for as long as they can until it becomes dangerous to do so with the economy long term, because they can do our little socialist trial
run. AC, but I think for the businesses, they're going to come out with, they either have or they will have loans with a lot lower interest rate, because technically this is a crisis that they can't control. They'll have a set of those loans.
No, I fully expect there to be further bailout packages in the future. I don't think it's the right decision. I think that half of these companies should have already had things in place, and they should have had savings ready to weather a storm, even up to a year. And those that didn't shouldn't be.
At the same time, if a volcano erupts, when did you know it was going to happen if it just erupts,
Well, that's what insurance is for.
I know.
So anyway, now that this is loaded, so the Anime Lockdown, Discotech is going to be doing a panel for that virtual. Right. So they're going to have panels. I will be at work, so I won't get to, do anything about it. In fact, I hate to say it, but I'm going to have to try to, I'm going to have to pick up overtime next week. So just because if it's available, I got to take it, because I got bills. My son's medical bills were like $2,500. So anyway, so I don't know how next week's going to go with the podcast and everything, but luckily watch clubs are going to get lighter pretty soon. So anyway, there's this.
They're going to announce 6 titles. I'm hoping the ratio will be 4 street dates and 4 new titles and 2 release dates. One of them kind of quote unquote confirmed. I think we're going to talk about later would be more Galaxy Express 39.
Okay. So also, this person had said, I still can't get over the fact that Discotech Media used those screens for the official release of Street Fighter animated series. Screens being
Yes.
Discipline, Justice, Shaved Armpits. Some days it's more like minimum because his pants say maximum on the side of DJ's pants, right? But then Brady actually shared the original design he pitched to make it look like a Super NES game.
Yeah.
Right. And the images he had put on the back of this one. Seriously, why is this
one more?
Come on.
It's free.
Are you kidding me?
Click it again.
Click it hard.
Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna hit the Blu-ray and DVD on July 7th. So no slipcover. Thanks, Shout Factory.
Brad,
that's nice.
hold your tongue, because we're not at the right stuff yet.
Still hasn't loaded. Are you kidding me? Get back here. All right, we're gonna wait on that longer. So Augie shared this. Brogotaku, the Funimation Blu-ray to Black Butler is back in print on Amazon. Apparently.
What do you mean back in print?
I don't know why
they just got more stock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As if Amazon is printing it. And I'll tell you this: these are probably 1-to-1 bootlegs.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll
Never know.
Justin Zavega said officially wrapped production on Galaxy Express 3.9 TV discs late last night. Final disc is an insane 99% full. We've been working on the series since December 2017 and the franchise for even longer. I'm so happy our weird little team of nerds was able to do right by the series at last. Professor Who says never before has Western release of a beloved classic franchise been so much of an improvement over the Japanese release. So I want to recall.
Talking about the grain.
I want to recall when we covered this, fucking years ago. Discotech had said we announced our license of the first 2 Galaxy Express 3.9 films for Blu-ray released back in June at Anime Next. Right now it's looking like mid to late 2018 release. Look forward to it. This was a quote tweet of this fucking Twitter tweet that said, boy, I love how slow this is going. Is the change.org petition to get somebody to make a Blu-ray that tagged Funimation and Discotech and Manga UK and all the anime, right? And then the change.org petition got a grand total of 10 signatures. And we derided it back then. Lishansky says Amazon did a deep clean of the warehouse and found Black Butler. That's actually probably... That's sadly maybe true that they found him after doing a clean on the thing. So anyway, here's the one that he had to cut. The original boxing glove typist, no one's stronger or better, right? Referring to homestarrunner.com.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a reference to Homestar. I thought it was funny seeing a guy in boxing gloves trying to type on a computer.
That's not loading. So, okay, Blu-ray, I don't know why the company is called that, announces the release of Weathering With You. What are the things that you need to know? Let's venture in the anime world. So I've got a highlight here for what we can expect to be on.
This is the Japanese release.
Yes.
The
collector's edition of the movie will consist of some documentaries and will show the making of the movie. Further, the music video for Grand Escape featuring Tokyo Muri Raj by Red Wimps will have an extended version. So that's
of course only available to 80 customers.
Yeah. I guess I also had other information about stuff. So here's the UK stuff coming out for MVM.
I'm glad you included this. It's relevant to me.
So the reason I'm sharing this is because, wow, the internet is so not good. They're getting a steelbook for Berserk.
Oh yeah, that's been announced for a long time now.
Mm-hmm.
But
also
I don't want to rebuy a third time.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wait, go back up to the Berserk one. It's got the rating on the front, but at least not the spine.
It looks very similar to the
that we got
starter box set that Media Blasters.
Psycho Electric Girl.
Let's go from Stereo Friends.
All right, no more steelbooks.
Yeah, that's where I pre-ordered the Bunny Girl Senpai.
Okay, so here we go. We found it. It's here. If anybody wants to buy this and check for me if they're
hide your area code.
That's all right, everybody knows.
It's public domain at this point.
All right, so here's the petition for with 10 supporters. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. No, I want to delete the highlighted note. What the fuck? Okay, get out of here. Okay, Amelia and Rem grace Japan's ReZero Director's Cut Blu-ray box set. So Ram has been cucked. So the Director's Cut is coming to home video in Japan in a fancy Blu-ray box, priced at about $327 US. In addition to getting to own the full first season in its recut form, the price tag will get fans a couple digipacks featuring the smiling faces of Amelia and Rem.
Might as
So
well try
wrong
to.
if you say Ram got cucked, because I'm pretty sure she essentially cucked the main character.
Mm-hmm. Well, the main character cucked her.
Are you sure? Because isn't Ram the one that was like sitting on the lap of Guy that was implied that she was like his pleasure slave? I haven't either.
It has Beetlejuice.
So,
Besides, it only gets good at episode 18, according to my friend.
So
What?
here's the
That's when the cucking happens.
okay. Here's the SD.
No, that's when insert person here does something that a lot of fans liked.
So the SD HD comparison clip for Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai looks pretty fucking great. Like honestly, like I am so stoked for this Blu-ray to come out in Japan and for Discotech to definitely release it. Go ahead.
SD HD. I thought you meant it was one of those SD on Blu-rays. Cucked in another
full
world,
HD.
says Lashonsky.
The narrator in the English version, English dub, it is Long John Bardley, which was the inspiration for Elton John's John portion of the name, and also the voice of Robotnik off of the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
All right. So wait, you're telling me there's an English dub for Dino Daiboken?
The Dragon Warrior anime?
Yeah.
I thought we already talked about the English dub before.
I didn't know there was a English dub of it. Okay, so you guys know that there's a project surrounding the Phantom Blood movie that never ever got aired. They had one theater screening and then it was never heard from again.
I don't know about this project.
So I'm sharing this because I wanted you guys to know about the Discord server and stuff, right? To follow the archive of everything. They've gotten their hands on quite a bit, right? Like character stills and everything from the original movie for it and everything.
Yeah.
So there's actually quite a lot there if you wanted to pour through that and check out what it looked like back then. It to me very similar to the to what we ended up getting, with the exception of Dio looking quite different, I think. Here,
the exception of them being flashy as hell in the 2011 or 2012, whatever it is.
Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot to it if you guys want to check it out. There's also the some of these like work prints as well. So interesting, right? Cool stuff. You guys can check it out if you want to. And then if you want to pull up the right stuff thing while I go ahead and pull up all the other articles to get them loaded.
Share screen, Digimon. There we go.
To answer Lashonsky, that's what I was pointing out, that my concern over the logo or the ratings being on the cover itself. But it could be a sticker. They've done that with some things like my When They Cry box set. And oh, look at that, Brad.
Digimon Adventure, The Last Evolution, Kizuna.
Not cut after all. Although watch me not be able to get one because Amazon keeps sending me one without a.
Look at that. Yeah.
It comes out July 7th.
Hey, I like that date.
Brad, you just find the wrong sources to report them.
Alright. Tonari no Seki-kun, Master of Time.
Somebody else shared that shit.
So I think this one's reprint, but nothing
This is a re-release. Like $10 cheaper than the previous one. And they're using the preliminary artwork that was originally on when the original release was solicited. This is the
not final
art. This is the preliminary art of the original release.
Okay.
Did the original release also say My Neighbor Seki-kun instead of Tonari no Seki-kun?
No, it said Tonari Seki-kun. It's same logo and everything.
Okay.
Uchino Prince Sama, Magi Love Kingdom.
How much more do we have in the series?
I guess this is a movie.
All of it.
Well, what's all of it? Is there anything else aside from the movie that's on here? Is there like shorts or okay?
I guess not. I mean,
It has a karaoke.
the karaoke of All Star. Yeah, nothing there. You
Okay.
can check that out if you want to at your leisure. Fake Elite, Liner, Prisma, Ilya, Val in the Snow.
So one of the movies, correct?
Yep. This is the 89 minutes. Sub only. They did not bother to dub this for some reason. And then this one.
Well, probably because everyone's isolated and they're like, we need to release something.
Might be something contractual.
Phantasm, which is only 62 minutes.
Same comment
And
as
also,
with the movie.
and also
This
the fact
one,
that they don't have the other season.
How clumsy are you, Miss Ueno?
Anyway, now.
Blu-ray.
This has an English dub.
Yes.
I watched it. It
Patlabor
was
Special
pretty
Edition. This is a re-release, except that it's not coming in as a slip box, which comes in from the side. It's a slip cover that comes in from the top and bottom, I'm guessing.
Like three cases that you slip from.
Yep, you're still getting 2 cases of one fat pack for like 9 discs, and then one thinner one. So there's that. Oh, Maidens in Your Savage Season Blu-ray, which also has an English dub.
What is the genre on that one? Whoop.
Hentai?
No.
It's into
Rom-com, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Review Starlight Premium Box Set. So,
Ooh, you gotta look at the goodies.
English.
Look how good it is.
There you go.
So you got books, some standees, a poster, art cards, and 2 discs.
Blu-ray.
Or are those pins?
All those things. One Piece Season 10 Part 1.
The
Coming out in
first
June.
TV we've gotten in a long time.
Yeah. I wonder when
So,
On
collection.
DVD.
This is the
Yeah.
big news for One Piece fans.
Looks like they're still in Hazard Punk. Or they're beginning.
This is the beginning of Punk Hazard,
Okay.
I believe. Alright, next.
Why DVD only?
Because it's still DVD
Because-
only, I
because-
guess.
DVD.
Because they began releasing it as DVD only, so they want to continue the
Consistent.
DVD line, so they don't cuck the old customers out of their DVD only library of One Piece.
Yeah.
I'm not
The Ones
familiar with-
Within on Blu-ray. I have no idea about this one.
Okay,
Me
well, hold
neither.
on. What's the genre at least?
Comedy drama.
It
Video
looks like
games.
what is he?
Video,
Is he a maestro or whatever?
Looks like
video
it.
games.
Oh. Well, I totally could have guessed that by the cover.
Kochiki.
Kochoki.
Oh, drama. I thought it was going to be action.
Historical drama. Okay. How heavy are the dumbbells you lift on Blu-ray?
This
So we
seems
can
very
finally
familiar.
watch it.
Yeah.
So that comes out on the July 7th as
7/7.
well. Copcraft, also July 7th.
Yeah.
Full Metal Panic.
Strike Witches Season 1, Essentials.
Okay.
Strike Witches Season 2, Essentials.
You coming in? Is it okay?
Double Strike Witches. Double Strike Witches? What the hell?
You don't really want to be
Shakugan. Oh, I must have.
in here. Yeah.
Shit. Shakugan no Shana Season 3. Shakugan no Shana the movie, Essentials. And Shakugan.
We don't need to
Shana
cover the
S.
essentials.
There's also Shakugan no
for
Shana
now.
Season 1 and Season 2, which is why I accidentally had.
I need Season 3 Part 2, and because they're releasing Season 3 in one case because it's only Blu-ray, I can finally buy it and then put it in my art box.
Can you highlight Lakonski's last comment, please? So, what Sentai
So what's
is
up with Sentai releasing the same thing but with different art?
Yeah, because we had
Just
two
a really
situations here.
release.
Either one, they sold out. They obviously sold out of the previous, and they need to make more for demand. Or two, they couldn't reprint what they had previously due to contractual reasons, and had to use a different art or different format to
Who
print
knows?
more to sell. Or it might be some different remaster. Other than that,
Yeah, I feel like they're forcing their. Oh, that's interesting. How the names. Okay, there was a little bit delayed there.
There's also a Book of Bantora.
Well, what it could be is that they're. Sorry, my computer's trying to get all these tabs loaded, and only one of them is so far. So I'm just going to stall a little bit longer. It's possible that they are trying to. By releasing the new thing at a lower rate, they kind of force stuff in them to sell the previous stock at dirt cheap.
The previous one isn't even in stock on Right Stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, this happened with Funimation, where they had the Essentials line or whatever, and all that shit was like, oh, here's $5 for this limited edition box set.
You can't even buy the old. Can't even buy the old Tenari Seki-kun on Right Stuff. The listing isn't there.
It'll be interesting to see if it has any new features, but probably not. Okay, so Mark Silvestri said, hey, everyone, I'm donating the original 11 by 24 cover art I did for the Witchblade Anime Collected Edition, to Creators for Comics. You get the art and the entire series. I'll sign them to bid by replying to the tweet. Ends 420, blaze it, at 12 p.m. EST. Winner donates to Bink Foundation. So he auctioned off this... oh, God, why didn't I click on it first? So people, the bidding was over like $2,000, I think, by the end. I don't know why. It's not like anybody really wants this.
Well, you get the creator to sign something. It may not mean so much to our neck of the woods, but for those who are really into the comics, that might be something that they want to grab.
Well, there's a real great image here that you can definitely see.
Fudgesicle Brown.
No buts about it. Crayon Shin-chan is now an Android. Look at how fast Crunchyroll loads compared to other websites. Fucking Twitter how is it so bad? So, if you were wondering if he's got the ass dance,
and that one looks like clean.
Is yes.
That.
Get the butt off the screen, I see. You're going to get flagged for child pornography.
He's going to get banned off of Twitter.
Off of YouTube first.
You see, that's one of the types of Nendroids that I could get behind buying because it's like the canon proportions.
Because it's child porn.
That's a great choice of words there.
All right, so real quick, I want to close some of these tabs because it's like killing the computer right now. So this guy builds like a ship in a bottle. He builds his Gundams in alcohol bottles.
Whoa.
Masochism.
That sounds intense.
I wish you can click to get us a better look, but at the same time, it doesn't look like your computer wants to. Oh, that is awesome. We Gundam Wing there. Wonder if he has to pre-paint then a symbol like the wings and stuff, or is it already like?
Yeah, there's a video of him doing it with like the tweezers and forceps going into the bottles and stuff.
I think it would be easier to just glue the bottle back together over top of complete Gundam.
Yeah. So you know the ship in a bottle, they put them in like in a way where they actually fit in through the hole, and then they pull the mast up once it's in the bottle, and it like uncollapses the whole ship. For some, not all of them, but that's like a style of doing it that's easily done, mass produced kind of thing. So Ava Tamagotchis are coming to let you raise your own sweet little angel, which I had to share two separate articles on this. Even though the image is shown here, I just thought it was funnier on the Crunchyroll article. Which fucking, I'm going to skip straight to that one because it's taking fucking forever.
I'm kind of proud of myself. I was able to find that item before all the news articles came out about it, but at the same time, when I found it, it was all in the kanjis. So, yeah.
Dear God.
No, dear Eva.
I'm glad we're doing the podcast with Flip at like 7 p.m. because fuck this. Oh, shit.
Yes.
If I'm doing the podcast with Flip at 7 p.m., then I can't work on Thursday.
7 p.m.
Or
what
Wednesday,
day?
I mean.
Yeah,
It's
what
on
day?
Tuesday. Tuesday. So the day after they do their 7 p.m. Podcast on Fan versus Pro. Fuck, this is gonna be the worst. I might need to have somebody else
have a
compile
whole lot of
articles.
news to cover. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was the point of doing the podcast on Thursday this week. Oh my God!
Well, as we're waiting, AC, what did you get your son for his birthday?
An astronaut suit.
Ooh, you know.
Preparing him for the apocalypse?
Well,
The
actually,
death of the universe?
well, here's that email. I'll be right back.
He's gonna go grab it and wear it.
I don't think he's just going to give him a suit. Here you go, son. Go be an astronaut and tell him to shoot. I think he has to do more than just that. Have you two ever seen Witchblade?
I watched one episode and was like, "This is stupid." Okay, I don't think I said it was stupid, but it's just like it didn't grab
You
me.
can't get
so-
behind it.
Okay.
Then again, that was a long time ago. I bought it off my brother though because it was, cheaper.
On camera.
FDNM, when can you have you and your brother on the podcast? That's something I've been wondering about. As you mentioned him, but I want to hear your opinions,
on the
his
podcast.
opinions.
I think that's up to his brother.
Okay.
I think he'd commit seppuku before doing.
Yeah, I think it would be really awkward because he's just gonna like try to embarrass you the whole podcast. Reese, put me on camera. I can't do
He'll
it.
just
Like,
be sitting here and be like, "Okay, can I leave?"
Reese, can you
What?
put me on? Put the camera on me. It won't do it for me because the computer's going so slow.
It doesn't do it for him anymore. In another
We see
world.
you quite well, just fidgeting slightly.
Okay, so my wife got my son some plushies from the Pokemon Center store.
Brad, you raised your son wrong. You should have showed him Digimon first and foremost.
Fucking right.
No, there's no.
That's
page.
on the horizon. So there's fucking Charizard with Pikachu riding on him, like delivering shit, and like we had to like surgically remove things from this box to try to
Preserve.
anyway. Yeah, so that's what we got. That's what we got my son for his birthday.
Okay.
All right, you can go back to the article now since it loaded. Look at how like 1 frame per second I am. Okay, so I had to keep this one because I thought it was funny with the Gendo in the Tamagotchi thing, but that's all. And if I had known the computer was going to be this fucking horrible, I wouldn't have even bothered. Also, Interspecies Reviewer gets official Mayo Crim merch. So yeah, Lindsay Loveridge wrote this article about Crim, which is kind of interesting.
It's incriminating.
I don't know why Japanese mayonnaise is shaped like that.
Well, why is English mayonnaise shaped like it is?
Because we eat a lot of it.
What kind of mayonnaise do you like, basically?
The cheap kind. The family size. The one that's not called whipped spread or whatever it is, sandwich spread that tastes fucking awful and vinegar.
I like Miracle Whip, the olive oil brand, or the olive oil Miracle Whip.
Which one like that? I thought you'd go like for the Chipotle mayo, Brad.
I mean, I have like the sriracha mayo and stuff, but
Bitter.
The only mayo I have is the spicy mayo in the sushi I get, but I don't even care about mayo.
Yeah, same
so
here.
it says the staff decided to have fun with the series censorship by transforming the angel character Crim into a bottle of man. Is that because somebody gets jizzed on and they had to turn it into mayo?
No, I've literally checked my Twitter, not on podcast. I retweeted the whole scene because J-List tweeted it out, and I just retweeted just for shits and giggles. Go watch that.
So what happens?
I can't tell you what happens.
Oh, I can't check it out right now. Okay,
Can't share
anyway,
that on
moving on.
podcast.
Okay, good to know. That could have been disastrous. Oh my God! Come on. Zonsky says he likes the mixed mayonnaise with ketchup from Heinz. I'm not a fan of ketchup.
There's a mayo ketchup blend called salad sauce. made by Heinz. Usually you can find it like the European section of a Publix.
That's probably what Lishansky's talking about.
Okay. Well, there's mayo chub. That's something Heinz is doing.
Versus Seed said, haven't seen much of Witchblade, but the opening song's pretty sick. Yeah, it's XTC. Yeah, I fucking love that song. That's a great song. Yeah, the day AC gets FDM quality internet speeds. Yeah, it sure seems like it. It's going a little bit better now. So yeah, this is the Princess Mononoke cake here. Looks pretty decent. Closing it. On to the next. Oh, apparently I opened it twice. Good job. Asakusa's Bunny Buddy from Azukin can now be yours. Hey, you know what? The tag is on the wrong side, though.
Huh. He's like the Velveteen Rabbit. And his butt's on his tail.
Okay. Mario goes full Ultraman, battles Godzilla-sized Bowser in new figures.
Where's the pre-order on this? Is this Good Smile, or do I have to go to Bid Toys?
Is it Bad Frown?
Bid Toys.
Sadly, these look like that they're just still figures instead of the multi-directional.
Nobody wants those. These look way better. If it comes with the little like cityscape and everything, even better.
Oh wow! I wonder what the packaging looks like. That was pretty cool.
Bandai turns giant monsters into plush tissue paper cases. So Godzilla and Mothra as like a larva form.
How do you get that into Mothra?
It's the no. The so the Godzilla one is for the rectangular shaped ones, and the Mothra one is for the square
vertical
ones. The vertical ones, yeah. All right, Augie, you shared this Pokemon X Sailor Moon.
Yeah, so they're doing a Pokemon Cross Sailor Moon pins. I'm not sure if this is official or not, but someone just going through the motions of making these. And
clearly not. It's on Etsy. Nothing on Etsy is official.
Okay. Someone went through and did this.
Yeah, I mean, Etsy's like the land of pins right now because enamel pins are like mass producible now. Waifu neck pillow? No way.
Waifu neck beard?
No. It's like you like lay in the character's lap. That's fucking hilarious.
That looks like it's between their legs.
Yes. Yes. So I'm addressing I'll address this quickly. So Sailor Jupiter is Pikachu, appropriate. Sailor Mars is Charmander, appropriate. Sailor Mercury, right, is Squirtle. And Sailor V is Psyduck.
And Sailor Moon is a Pokeball.
Pokeball, yeah. Because it couldn't be like a Clefairy or anything, I guess. All right, so I have to see this neck pillow thing. That's really funny. I would legitimately buy this and be the even weirder guy in public with his anime waifu pillow.
Well, yeah, versus Seed, we call that egg salad.
Anyone else want to eat mayo with? You know that if you look at the ingredients on mayo, one of the ingredients is literally
eggs.
Whole egg. It's whole egg, like shell included. Okay, so I saw this. I don't care about this person's emotional trip down memory lane, but this is kind of neat. It's like retardedly detailed model of a PlayStation.
Why not just have a PlayStation?
It doesn't make the point. He wants to make one about the size of his hand.
It's about how big the PlayStation controller feels in my adult hand now. Oh, dear God. I wish I hadn't. Okay, so there's a Hello Kitty dashboard cam that records super high resolution stuff, and it talks to you.
Uh-oh.
You need that.
Yeah, I thought that would be funny to have that in my videos because my fucking My fucking phone is always telling me the directions in the middle of my recordings, and I have to like stop and re-record stuff. So I thought it'd be really funny if I had Hello Kitty's Japanese voice saying, "Please drive safely and buckle up."
Megumi Hashiobara saying that to you. That kind of makes sense because
there's also this thing this warning says, "Hey, you're being recorded" by Hello Kitty.
In the show's most of the plot in the show, unless you want to talk about the fairy tales, which is obviously about fairy tales, it's about her going around the town. So, yeah,
this guy invented a like a backdrop for conference calls. So the idea is that because of the video conference calls, you no longer basically like they don't expect you to put on a suit, but you kind of feel like you need to clean up your house. And this guy's like, nah, fuck that. he made a backdrop to it.
And he has a missing no afro.
Okay, here we go. Oh, dear God. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have seen the pictures of the Asian guys who repurposed like their wife's bras as a mask because of the shortage, but Japan thought, hey, what a good idea! Started making long-term face masks.
So get an extension cord, and for those uniboobers out there, it would be a perfect fit.
Okay, yeah, sure. Because that's a birth defect that a lot of women have, after all.
Hey, they might have accessed your boat that mysteriously got rid of all your weapons.
All right. Boy, these are taking forever to load. Okay, if you want to look at it, you can check out the link in the description. Or in the doc, at least.
Hopefully the doc is still
it
there.
even has a... Oh, yeah, what the fuck, man? Guys, just like everything is going against this podcast. Literally, the doc for the last podcast disappeared off the Facebook for a while. And it's like literally this morning, it wasn't there. I couldn't access it, and it gave me an error. And then, like, right before the podcast, it was back. And, like, fuck, I'm just so tired of this shit. Why can't things be easy for once? This is the kind of model kit you put together, and then you look at it the next day and you're like, why do I have this? Throw it away.
They need one. They need one with the joysticks and the controller with the actual like ball thing to move them.
The DualShock.
Oh,
yeah,
the
DualShock.
That's a PlayStation 2 controller.
No, they have that in the PlayStation 1.
DualShock 2. DualShock 1, they did make for the original.
All right. So here we got our waifu pillow. There we go. God damn it! I gotta click another fucking link. It's funny as shit. I like that idea. Okay, invisible pie from Japan beautifully baffles the mind. Tastes like lemons, looks like nothing else, and also nothing at all. So basically, it's a gelatin that's pretty much clear.
Okay.
I wonder if it looks clear on your thighs.
There's a YouTube channel called Simple Cooking with some guy with a British accent and keeps showing off his daughter and stuff. One like, ooh, here's the baby. Look at the baby. Baby gotta go. One of the main
no, the neck pillow is currently unavailable.
One of the things that he keeps making is like a whole bunch of gelatin, or what he calls jellies, the gummy candies. Like 70% of his videos are like that. It's interesting what different varieties he can do with it, but
sounds kind of like the My Hero Academia channels. It's like they exclusively do one part of their genre.
You mean reaction videos? Episode reactions?
No, I'm talking about like, you know, they advertise themselves as an anime channel, but they exclusively do the popular one. So it's like, oh yeah, My Hero Academia, and then when it goes on break for like 2 years, they're still like struggling to try and put out videos that suck ideas from that sub brand.
Uh-huh.
I don't know which are worse, what you're describing, or one of those people that will take some very popular video, they take it and add their commentary to it.
Well, a better example would probably be Seven Deadly Sins YouTuber. It's like when the season ends, it's like, what is there to talk about?
Okay, Augie.
Yes.
While it takes forever to load, take your taste buds to Japan with Oreo's new sakura, matcha, and peach oolong flavors.
These are supposed to be available in America. And I don't know how to order them, but this looks amazing.
Has anything ever been better than double stuff?
Mega stuff.
Double stuff Oreos?
Mega stuffed and overstuffed.
See, the thing about mint is you can't have, like, you could have like 30 double stuff before you're so sick you can't eat anymore. With mint, it's maybe like 12.
I can't do mint with how I eat my Oreos. What I like to do is like stuff it all in a glass, then pour milk on it, wait for it to get all soggy and good like your cereal, then just take your spoon and start eating.
Okay.
I like to put cream
Enjoy your
on top of my
diabetes.
favorite.
All right, I'll get this one too. Mountain Dew Violet, previously only available in Japan, is finally here. Is this the same thing? You just want to know where to get it? Is this
tentacle grade?
I bet you if you read the article, maybe they have a link.
Well, let's read the article.
I'm not.
Mountain Dew.
Also, here you go. Here you go, Reese. For you. Pour one out. Land of Lakes no longer has the Indian woman.
I told someone to put it in the freezer and like the one
people are
without
trying to sell them on eBay.
Yeah.
Vintage Land of Lakes packaging.
I don't know how it's racism. All she's doing is just holding butter. Butter's supposed to be
because everything is racist, everything is sexist, everything is homophobic, and it's your duty to point it out, to quote Anita Sarkeesian.
Just because people are buttering biscuits doesn't mean you have to use the butter. Ugh.
Right, so there's some interesting stuff here. Closing that.
Hey, that's interesting.
So there's some interesting copyright claim things going on. So there's a video channel, a YouTube channel called Vocal Synthesis, right?
Synthesis?
Yes, synthesis. It makes audio deepfakes, AI generated speech that mimics human voices synthesized by text from training a state-of-the-art neural network on a large corpus of audio. A corpus is like an amalgam or a compilation of written texts, like a discography for books, basically. So YouTube took down 2 of the videos yesterday as a result of a copyright strike. The strike was requested by Rock Nation LLC, which stated the reason being that it, quote, unlawfully uses an AI to impersonate their client's voice, being Jay-Z. They did videos of Jay-Z doing the To Be or Not to Be soliloquy from Hamlet, and another one doing, I think, maybe the Book of Genesis or whatever. And so what's funny is that the guy whose channel got copyright strike for his announcement about it did a video with Barack Obama and Donald Trump breaking the news to everybody. Anyway, so it says here, it's a little ironic that YouTube would accept AI impersonation as a reason for a copyright strike when Google itself has successfully argued in the case of Arthur's Guild v. Google that machine learning models trained on copyrighted materials should be protected under fair use. Hold on. So Jotaro Kujo is saying, is this a mod-only chat? No, it is not. You are welcome to talk here. What's a waifu leg pillow? So the waifu leg pillow was like, wait, oh no, okay. So the waifu neck pillow had the legs on it. That's a good question. So the waifu leg pillow is kind of just like a regular body pillow, though, right? Hey, you're good. Go ahead and talk. You're cool.
I think it's because the only people that watch this are mods.
Yeah, pretty much. No people who comment. This goes to mod everybody who's been a viewer for like a couple months. Is kind of how it goes. You've shown
how to stitch. You can easily put a fleshlight in there.
Well, thank you. That's something that I needed to hear.
That's something our
if you're
new
afraid
viewer
of
needs
bats
to
in
hear.
Caves, you turn on the light, and there you go.
All right. Back to this. Okay, so the vocal synthesis audio clips were created by training model with a large corpus of audio samples and text transcripts. In this case, he fed Jay-Z songs and lyrics into Tacotron 2, a neural network architecture developed by Google. It seems reasonable to assume that a model and audio generated from copyrighted audio recordings would be considered derivative works. But as the vocal synthesis creator pointed out, there's a strong case to be made this derivative work should be protected as a fair use. Fair use can get very complicated, with different courts reaching different outcomes on very similar cases. But there are 4 factors judges use when weighing a fair use defense in federal court. Number 1, the purpose and character of the use. Number 2, the nature of the copyrighted work. Number 3, the amount and substantiality of the portion taken. And number 4, the effect of the use upon the potential market. There's a strong case for transformation with the vocal synthesis videos. None of the original work is used in any recognizable form, meaning that it's not a sample of the song mixed with another song. It's literally new audio being generated through studying the waveform and all that stuff, right? So Jotaro Kujo wants to know if we like JoJo's.
Yes.
We have done how many podcasts dedicated to JoJo now? Like 8?
We're up from original to Diamonds Not Crushed.
Diamonds
Is
are
unbreakable.
Lishansky says, I died and got reincarnated as a fleshlight in another world.
There you go.
All right, so
why are you here? To defeat the darkness.
Well, if it's a harem show, it should be a dildo in another world.
Hey, that's a lot of hooligan you're talking about there.
is that derivative? Can we get away with that? It's not sampled in a traditional way, using an undisclosed set of vocal samples stripped from their instrumentals and context to generate an amalgam of the speaker. It is clearly designed as a parody with intent to entertain, not deceive. Vocal synthesis is an anonymous and non-commercial product, not monetizing the channel with advertising, and no clear financial benefit to the creator. And the impact on the market of value of Jay-Z's discography is non-existent. So the guy in an interview went on to say, I am not a lawyer and have not studied intellectual property law, but logically, I don't really understand why mimicking a celebrity's voice using an AI model should be treated differently than someone naturally doing an extremely accurate impression of that celebrity's voice. What do you guys think? How do you feel about the idea?
I think intent plays a key role here.
Well, the intent in this, I mean, like making a computer model that makes Jay-Z's voice essentially rap the to be or not to be soliloquy from Hamlet. Do you think that do you own the right to the mannerisms of how you talk and how your voice sounds?
No, because my logic is that, say you have, if you have, I don't know, the worst case scenario, they mimic the president of the United States saying, we're setting off the nukes or whatever. That's one intent. But then again, if you have someone impersonating that, that's also, I don't know, that's kind of the same thing, but like that's the worst case scenario. I feel like if you use it for some malicious thing, like trying to, pass it off as the real deal and trying to be like,
so
this.
Try to sell CDs with that voice in intent to make profit or try to...
They actually go on to talk about that. Let me see if it's in this part here. It seems inevitable that at some point an artist's voice is going to be used for other uses against their will. Guesting on a track without permission, promoting products they aren't paid for, or maybe just saying things they don't believe. What would you say to artists or other public figures who are worried that this technology will damage their rights and image? And then they went on to say they just heard from vocal synthesis creator that the copyright strike was removed on both videos, and both videos are back on his channel, with a quote saying, after reviewing the DMCA takedown request for the videos in question, we determined that they were incomplete. A Google spokesperson told The Verge, pending additional information from the claimant, we have temporarily reinstated the videos. So anyway, I just thought this was interesting because it's kind of like we're entering into an area where digital digitization of human personality is getting to the point where like you can bring back dead actors. You can now through digital synthesis even recreate their voice to the point where you can literally just type whatever the fuck you want and have it say it perfectly in their voice. You mix that with a deep fake of you know, them speaking, like for instance, like you're saying, the president, you have a video of President Trump, you do a deep fake so that you can have him move his mouth in a different way to say the things you're going to say, and then just say the lines that the deep fake is going to also say, right? And then you've got like a perfect essential likeness in both look and sound to fake something, right? So I think this is going to be interesting how this unfolds in the future, and how this, you know, eventually gets
sounds
regulated.
Pretty scary to me.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it personally. I think we've taken a couple steps too far forward personally on that technology.
Well, I think the thing is, if we got to a point where it was a technology that was that widespread and simple to use and whatever, and there were like these threats made from like nukes and stuff,
people
would be cautious about that. And they wouldn't.
I agree.
Declare war.
I agree, but the thing is that the propaganda. See, this is the thing. Like I was thinking about this earlier the other day. Think about the idea that like, imagine. So imagine that you were, let's say, teleported back in time to like Bible times where people were able to speak, and let's just say that you happen to speak Hebrew or whatever language in the place you're at, but everybody was of the intelligence of where they are in that time, right? And you have the intelligence of modern day, right? So you might understand very simple things, like things that are simple to you, like how the sun is the center of our solar system rather than the earth, or the earth isn't flat and, you know, like you fall off the edge of it, you know, all these sort of things. But
I don't know, Brad. I'm sure the earth is actually flat. They were right.
Well, having to let's say you were put in the position of ruling a people with an IQ level comparable to somebody just existing in a time frame like ages before computers. You know what I mean? Like, how do you best monitor the behavior of people and promote healthy interaction with each other while dealing with what is essentially you working with a society of trained monkeys at that point? You know what I mean? And I think it's like, it becomes like, is deception used for the purpose of the greater like well-being of the people? Is it better to deceive them? Is that how religion works? Like, is that what we've been doing all this time? You know, it's kind of an interesting idea of being put into that situation. If you had a group of people who were just, you know, even 20 IQ points higher than their peers, especially due to the fact that most people don't have good nutrition, especially back in the Middle Ages or before, you know, that you're going to be dealing with people who are quick to anger, quick to frustration, superstitious, you know, not understanding why something's happening. So attributing it to that guy's anus is bloated because a kappa sucked his soul out from his butt in Japan, right? And all that kind of shit. That's going to have to be a character scenario in our isekai. Oh, the Kappa girl has a thing for butt play. All right.
I'll say, though, despite all the security concerns and all that, I feel like this technology has the potential to make some hilarious videos. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, well, the guy had like fucking... he had like two... philosophers, one of which being Ayn Rand singing Sonny and Cher. And he had George Bush singing like Britney Spears or some shit. Anyway, so back to this. So this is another... Fuck hell, man. Why do we have to click on the thing at the same time? Come on. Here we go.
Click on it again. I haven't touched the mouse.
Okay, click it. The appeals court reviews Star Trek / Dr. Seuss mashup. So this is a pretty short article, but I think it's another interesting thing that is worth us conversating. So the Ninth Circuit appears skeptical about a district court's decision to end a copyright lawsuit. In the Star Trek themed comic book, Oh, the Places You'll Boldly Go, is the Star Trek themed comic book Oh, the Places You'll Boldly Go a market substitute for Dr. Seuss's famous 1990 work Oh, the Places You'll Go? On Monday, in a closely followed copyright case, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals heard dueling arguments on this question. Dr. Seuss Enterprises, which is literally the name of Dr. Seuss's thing, it has nothing to do with the USS Enterprise or whatever it is from Star Trek. But Dr. Seuss Enterprises, which owns the intellectual property rights to many of Theodore Geisel's works, which I think is the real Dr. Seuss, right? Sued Comic Mix in 2016 over its crowdfunded project, which is this. In March 2019, a federal judge ruled that Boldly, the short-term form of what we're calling this, made fair use of copyrighted material. Now, on appeal, the dispute has caught the attention of the Motion Picture Association, the studio behind Sesame Street, and many intellectual property law professors. The case presents two big issues. The first pertains to the first factor under the test that determines whether something is a fair use, that being the purpose and character of the use. At the district level, U.S. District Judge Janice Sammartino found that Boldly was, quote, highly transformative. But this marks the first time that an appeals court has grappled with the genre of mashups. Stanley Panikowski, the attorney representing Dr. Seuss Enterprises, pushed the argument that Boldly could be distinguished from Two Live Crew's take on Roy Orbison's Pretty Woman, the subject of the Supreme Court's landmark decision in Campbell v. Aka Rose Music. The opinion cemented the transformative nature of commercial parody, but Panikowski takes the position that Boldly is not a parody, and he adds, when you have work like Boldly that doesn't criticize or comment on the style of the original, then other factors loom larger. Comic Mix attorney Dan Booth sees it differently. As he told Ninth Circuit on Monday, Boldly, quote, is constantly pointing out the narcissistic character in Dr. Seuss' original work through the prism of Star Trek's emphasis on teamwork and communalism. Quote, the parody is there, and importantly, it's a mashup, he said. Quote, what's foregrounded in the mashup is the relationship with the source work. An attempt to place mashups on par with parody in terms of copyright law didn't sit well with the Ninth Circuit Judge M. Margaret McCowan. Quote, the district court seemed to take the position that if you take existing expression and then you interspersed it with new expression, you have a transformative work, she commented. That is a definition of transformative use that I haven't seen before. It would seem to string the notion of copyright protection, and almost everything would be a fair use. So like your Sonic OCs, right? Where he's green. The second big issue concerns the fourth fair use factor.
Though.
What?
They did make Scourge into a character in the Archie comics.
All right. The effect of the use upon the potential market. Panikowski sees Boldly as a market substitute for Dr. Seuss works, even if his client isn't directly preparing Star Trek mashups. That's because, in his view, Boldly competes in the graduation gift market as well as encroaches on a market for licensed derivatives. Booth, meanwhile, argues that because the messages of the books are radically different, it can't be a substitute. I mean, it's a substitute for people who happen to like Star Trek. Why does everybody fucking get this book for graduation? That's retarded. You shouldn't have a right to the fact that you just made it. This is like a fucking greeting card company, you know, or the diamond companies determining that you should spend a month's paycheck on a diamond ring.
I didn't know it was a high school graduation present until like 4 years later. He went. No, he's drinking.
At the district level, that wasn't me. That was somebody else. At the district, that was Reese. At the district level, Sammartino ruled that DSE or Dr. Seuss Enterprises had, quote, introduced no evidence trending introduced no evidence tending to show that it would lose licensing opportunities or revenues as a result of publication of Boldly. If there's reason to believe the Ninth Circuit is primed to reverse the decision and revive this mashup case, it comes from a point pushed by Applegate Judge Milan Smith. Several times during oral arguments, he stressed that a burden of showing a fair use is on the defendant, meaning it is Comic Mix's burden to show there isn't market damage from Boldly, rather than Dr. Seuss Enterprises' burden to show there is potential for market damage. Booth asserted the burden should be on the plaintiff, but in response to a question from Smith, the attorney admitted there's no precedent of burden shifting when the judge rules the work is transformative. Yeah, I don't think that should be on Dr. Seuss. So the reason I think this is important and worth following is because if we make My Nichijou, or what is the one we came up with for Hajime no Ippo? Ijime no Ippo, the bully one. That I feel like this is something we should probably know. Now, continuing, we're just going to read the headline on this one. Florida woman arrested for placing porn in people's mailboxes. Now the story gets like way weirder than this because she's putting them in like Easter eggs in the mailboxes and like claiming it's to, what was it? She's like claiming it's to what's the phrasing she used? She claimed I'm authorized to do research here, guys.
Yeah.
That's what she said to the cops. It's just to call out church leaders. Like, it's so weird. It seems like she just panicked. Honestly, it seems like she just panicked when she got caught and came up with a radical, like, church-going narrative. When in reality, it's like, I mean, you had to find and print this porn and put it in a book. I mean, I feel like you're the heretic here, right? Anyway.
So what was the charge? Public indecency or what exactly?
I don't even know.
Distribution of pornographic material without a license.
Yeah, something like that. Weekly Shonen Jump manga pirate given 3-year suspended prison sentence in China. I don't want to read this. I think it was our old friend who's a threat to public health and safety or whatever it was. But I'm not going to bother. I'm going to put it in the other page here and read it later and see if there's anything actually worth having in it. Continuing. Woman falls in love with chandelier, loses discrimination case. So
let's move along.
No, I mean this could be part of our isekai.
Let's not.
The chandelier class, right? 35-year-old woman from Yorkshire has fallen in love with a 92-year-old German chandelier, and who fell in love with it, has been told that she cannot prosecute those who mocked her relationship for the crime of discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Amanda Liberty took umbrage at a newspaper article making fun of her lust for lighting fixtures, which described her as being married to her beloved chandelier. Liberty, who had changed her surname after entering a romantic relationship with the Statue of Liberty, pointed out that although she was in a relationship with the light fitting, she was not married to it. The Englishwoman, who hails from the West Yorkshire city of Leeds, of course you do, complained to press regulator Ipso on the grounds that the article in famed British tabloid The Sun discriminated against her on the basis of her sexual orientation. However, the newspaper successfully argued that the relevant legislation covered relationships between humans and other humans, not relationships between humans and inanimate objects. So yeah, one case of you can't weaponize your made-up gender being shot down. I'll take one win where we can get it. All right, Japanese all-girls school, startling advice for girls whose boyfriends won't strap up, which is, putting a condom on. So the literal advice is grab him by the dick. If he won't put a condom on, punch him in the cock and run away and never talk to him again. So I feel like this should be in our isekai.
This will be in the DLC. This will be in the DLC.
No. This is how the main character's love interest from the first episode leaves and then eventually comes back later. Right? That's how we started. Like, this is why he's masturbating to weird porn. It's because his girlfriend left him because he didn't want to put a condom on, right? So she punched him in the dick, right? But then she realizes she really enjoyed inflicting the pain on him.
You liked it.
Well, no, it's just she liked it, right? So she's actually been trying to get back with him for ages and follows him into the other world, right? And this is how the romance blooms. So it's like cucked in another world, but then it's like his girlfriend comes back to him, right? So like that's how we get it. That's how it all comes back together. I think this has a lot of potential, and I look forward to our submission.
Are you writing all this down?
Okay, so Augie, you told me to share this, but I don't think anybody actually read this. It's pretty short, actually. So, Japanese city employees suspended for 2 months for being late an average of 5 minutes for 8 years. So, Tokushima, a municipal employee in a western Japanese city, has been suspended for 2 months for allegedly being an average of 5 minutes late nearly every day for 8 straight years. The 51-year-old assistant director of a cultural hall in Mima, Tokushima Prefecture, apparently arrived on time for her 8:30 a.m. start just twice or 3 times per month from April 2012 to March 2020, and was tardy by between a few and 20 minutes on a daily basis, equivalent to about 20 days of unexcused absence in total. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That gives people who work at my business a run for their money. The Mima government uncovered the assistant director's behavior after receiving an anonymous tip on March 26th. When officials questioned her the next day, she was quoted as telling them, quote, "I had been in bad physical condition." She stopped arriving late after the introduction in April of time card systems at the cultural hall, fire stations, and other municipal facilities. A total of 4 staff work at the cultural hall in question. Former directors apparently warned the 51-year-old several times, but she continued to be late. The city government also slapped the present director and their predecessors with 3 and 1 month pay cuts, respectively, for failing to execute their supervisory responsibilities. All right. An Okinawan man was arrested for buying cigarettes with currency of the dead. I'm not going to cover this. It was kind of funny. Basically, he used like this traditional Japanese fake currency. This is how it looks some of the time, like this in this video. But the one he used looked more like this, where it kind of looks real, you know. And he paid with it and got away. It was like a $90. He basically gave them a $100 bill that was fake, and they gave him change for it because there was such a long line behind him. He got arrested. All right, anyway, also, rotting corpse discovered by 2 men exploring haunted hotel in Japan. The hotel stopped taking living guests almost 30 years ago. While Japan is really good about keeping litter off of their streets, the country can be surprisingly lax in cleaning up unused architecture. For example, the Green Hills Hotel in the town of Ebino, Miyazaki Prefecture.
Green Hill Zone?
Yep, Green Hills Hotel. Has been out of business.
Green Hill Zone.
No, I got you. Has been out of business since 1990. I got it. Has been out of business since 1992. But the owners didn't bother to tear it down after they vacated it, and the local authorities never sent a wrecking crew over either. And so the hotel has stood unused for the last few decades. Well, actually, calling it unused isn't 100% accurate. Even though there's no commerce going on, the Green Hills Hotel still gets occasional visitors because its spooky exterior has earned it a rumor that it's haunted, turning it into an attraction for would-be ghost hunters. Gaining access to the building isn't hard. The property isn't sealed off from the street, and the plate glass on the front doors is broken. So anyone who wants to can just walk right in. That's exactly what 2 men in their 20s did after midnight, but before dawn on last Wednesday. Having traveled to Ebino from another prefecture after reading about the hotel on a website listing supposedly haunted places in Japan. After entering the lobby, the 2 men began making their way, floor by floor, toward the top of the 9-story building, but didn't make it all the way. Sure, it's tempting to call them chickens for that, but we can't say we'd have done any differently. As the men entered a guest room on the 6th floor, they realized they weren't completely alone. Lying on the bed, facing towards the ceiling, was a dead body.
Uh-oh.
Did you guys hear that?
What?
I heard a bit of a squeak.
Listen to my daughter. Listen. What do you want? Do you hear her?
I heard the door and thought it was her high-pitched
Pop
scream,
and slam.
but it wasn't.
I heard
What do
screaming.
you want? You have the hiccups, don't you? Ah, scandalous. She's shirtless. My daughter says she wants to bonk, which is, I don't know why we do this, but I lay on my back and I like put her over my head and then do basically like a, what is that workout where like you put the dumbbell behind your head and I basically touch her head to the ground and I go bonk and she loves it. Anyway, I love you, but we got to continue. I know. Down? You want to go down? I'll let you go down outside of this room. Here you go. Go find your mom for me, all right? Mommy's going to help you with the hiccups. Jay! Help me with Chloe. Never mind, she's on her way to you. All right.
All
right, back to this.
Sister, that's lame.
No, my wife's name is Julie.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
All right, so dead body. Okay, the corpse was dressed in a short sleeve shirt with dark pants, with graying hair and a height of between 170 and 180 centimeters, which they conveniently translate to inches, which is just as easy for the American audience to translate in their head to feet. However, due to the heavy rate of decay, the deceased sex is currently indeterminable. Okay. I don't want to write that in our isekai, all right? The zombie character that, like, are you even a girl? I kind of want to put that in the isekai now. That'd be fucking hilarious. Like, he's like, well, okay, I'm sold through the rotting and all that. Let's do it. And it's like, okay, lay on the bed. Wait, what do you mean lay on the bed? You lay on the bed. What? The confusion. It's like, are you a guy? I draw the line at guy. Like, I'll take the rotting flesh. I'll draw the line at guy. All right. Having had far more horror than they'd bargained for, the men called the police and reported their discovery. Investigators are unsure whether the death was some sort of accident or murder and are currently investigating both possibilities. As given how long it's been since the hotel went out of business, it would seem to be mathematically impossible that this was a bedridden guest who was left.
Oh.
The two men who found the body don't appear to be on the hook for any trespassing charges. The local paper does report that, quote, they regret their actions, though it's unclear whether that's in a legal sense or simply because they really wish they didn't have to live with the memory of finding a rotting corpse inside an abandoned hotel. So what if the isekai was Silent Hill?
Ugh.
What if, like, you did an isekai story that was basically the equivalent of being dropped in Silent Hill, right?
Yeah, too complicated.
Never
Isn't that
played
basically
it.
just playing Silent Hill the game?
Yeah.
Well, but see, it has to be derivative, like, oh, the places you'll boldly go. So we can't call it Silent Hill. It's got to be Green Hill, and it has Sonic music in it. All right. Continuing. Maimed man arrested for smearing blood all over train seats. So I'm curious, when you hear that title, about how many train seats do you think of?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like maybe
I don't have
4,
trains
right? Like 4, right? Maybe 4 or 5, you know?
Who else with the
so-
name?
A panicked man, said to have been injured before climbing onto the Shinkansen, the bullet train, was arrested after intentionally smearing what was believed to be blood across several seats. Which he did because he grew frustrated with the staff's response to his plea for help. The 61-year-old Tokyo man complained to staff that he had been injured by the train's door upon boarding at Okoyama Station. Their response was not disclosed, but it was clearly not to the suspect's liking as he proceeded to smear his blood across 84 seats in Fury.
That's a lot of blood loss.
According to investigators, the criminal tried to escape the train and any possible blame at Nagoya Station, but was stopped by guards. The impulsive delinquent was arrested on suspicion of causing property damage. Critics will be curious how exactly a door could cause so devastating a wound that the man was able to coat 84 seats if the wound was induced by the door at all.
I mean, if he runs away, they have evidence of who he is.
Yeah, they got DNA all over the
They got
place.
DNA. They got his,
Got his video. Okay, so we've got one more article here.
Then again, for the train, I want that to be released. Man, that'd be terrible for business.
Man fries and eats girlfriend's legs, saying he was in a hurry. He was hungry. I'm in a hurry. A Ukrainian man is reported to have confessed to the crime of killing and partially eating his girlfriend after a drinking session.
Oh, he only partially did it? Finish the job.
The 41-year-old man, well, they caught him like in the act. The 41-year-old man from Kryvyi Rih, which is definitely a real place, who has been named only as Oleksandr, confessed that he sliced open his 50-year-old girlfriend's throat with a kitchen knife while the couple were drinking at home. He then hacked off her legs and dragged the rest of her body to the side of a nearby river before returning home. Police were summoned the next day after the woman's remains were found by a family who were walking by the riverside. Upon identifying the corpse and arriving at the Oleksandr's house, they found him frying his unnamed partner's legs and eating them, apparently not at all fazed by his deed or the death of his loved one. The cannibal claimed that he ate his girlfriend's legs because he was hungry. He could be incarcerated for as long as 15 years if deemed guilty. Here's the formerly happy couple. I mean, he kind of looks like a cannibal.
His 50-year-old girlfriend?
Yeah. I mean, who knows? She's got a mask on. She's got the hair of a
15-year-old.
20-year-old. Anyway, so yeah, that's it for articles.
That's
unfortunate. Now, here's the thing. The only people on the podcast who actually watched Or Battler Dunbine were Augie and myself. So I think we should wait on that discussion until next podcast when we're doing this with Flip. And then that way we can do the discussion with somebody else who's actually seen it. And we can sort of combine the discussion. So next podcast, we are going to be watching Garzy's Wing. And I will be watching, and I know Flip has already rewatched Wings of Reen.
That's sub, right? Isn't it?
Yes, and it's not very good. And after that, currently planned, we have Master of Musketon. Wait, okay. YouTube, there's no nipple, no foul on this. I'll cover it from now on anyway, but just for the record, there is actually no nudity on this cover. Since we're over 6 hours, and I can't blur that later. Anyway.
We're not watching Goblin Slayer after that?
Not for the immediate future. I need to... So, here's the thing. My son, we're doing we have to school him from home because of the coronavirus. I think we're going to have to go through the rest of May. And then after May, I think he's going to be out of school. And then things are going to get a lot easier in my household. Because my wife is at her wit's end because she has to do the schooling on fucking Friday. That's it. Come on, seriously. I have to do it Monday through Thursday. So most of the time. So, but it's very difficult because it's impossible with the other kid, with my daughter as well. So as soon as that's over, we can probably go back to some more challenging watch clubs. But I want to start with, I want that break. I really want to get the Broly video done, which is it's so magnificently close to being done that it almost could have been done this week, but there's just a lot going on. So anyway, that's it for now. Thank you guys for watching. like, subscribe, ring the bell. Jotaro Kujo, thank you for subbing, and I hope to see you in some future podcasts. And I hope you guys have a safe week. And I hope I don't get coronavirus for going back to work tomorrow. And if I do, then I will monetize the shit out of it. We'll keep doing the podcast as long as somebody else compiles the articles. Which, by the way, so I'm expecting next week articles to be just like stupidly light on purpose. We're probably going to skip a lot of stuff. I don't know if Flip's going to want to do the articles, but we'll talk to him day of and see how it goes when we sit down and do it, because we're probably going to do the Watch Club first. But I'm going to pick up as much overtime as I can because I always want to have that money in the bank. So anyway, thank you guys for being with us. Thank you for sticking around for 6 hours today, and we'll catch you next time.
Like, subscribe, ring the bell, Patreons, join our social medias. Be safe out there.
Join our Discord and help us write our smutty